Block 1 Audiobook title, Monster Paradise, 01 to 1935, Chapter 1 What's the use of looking good? Prologue. Would you like to be a dimensional traveler? I have finally gotten the nickname of the ultimate African chieftain. The only SSR card that I got was a two-faced Buddha that accumulated from card pieces. I have never once gotten a bird sister or a Goldfinger before. I don't want to play this game anymore. Arthur was expressionless. He had been playing Master 20 for half a year. After obtaining tens of thousands of amulets, he had never gotten an SSR card, not even an SR card bird sister or a Goldfinger. He only managed to get those by accumulating card pieces, so he did not have any hope for the 10-card draw. He had completely given up on the game since he got the nickname and began losing in battles. He placed his finger on the game, took a deep breath and deleted the game. Just when he was about to keep his phone in his pocket, he felt a vibration. He then looked at the screen. It was completely black with a gold-colored sentence in the middle. Would you like to travel through dimensions? There was only one option at the bottom. Yes. It seemed like an online game commercial. Yes, my ass. Since he had just deleted the Master 20 game, Arthur did not have the mood to download any new games. He tapped on the home button on his phone. Just as he attempted to keep his phone in his pocket, his phone vibrated again. He took a look at his phone. It was the same page. Stop it. This mobile game is like some online game with endless pop-up commercials. Who would want to play such game? He frowned and closed the page. Just as he wanted to keep his phone, the same page popped up again. Could this be a virus? Arthur frowned. He was in love with his iFruit 7 smartphone that he just bought. He spent one entire month's salary to get it after all. He restarted his phone and looked at the screen for a while. The page did not pop up again. He was relieved. When he picked up his phone vibrated and the page popped up again. Would you like to travel through dimensions? There was only one option at the bottom. Yes. Scrap. This is not going away. Arthur was furious. Since I'm getting it fixed later, I shall see this what kind of stupid game this is and I will report you. After some hesitation, Arthur pressed yes on the screen. As he tapped yes, the screen began changing. Dear respectable dimensional travel candidate, thank you for accepting our request. Please read the terms and conditions carefully. If you agree, please click K accept and you will officially be a dimensional traveler. After obtaining your travel code, we'll send you a Goldfinger and transfer you to another world. Enjoy. The words appeared for about 20 seconds before the terms and conditions appeared. 1. The current death rate of travelers are as high as 73%. Please prepare yourself before your travel. Causes of deaths are as below: suicide, death rate, 48%. Death through battle, death rate, 33%. Natural death, death rate, 10%. Assassinated, death rate, 6%. Failed to activate Goldfinger, death rate, 2%. Bad luck, death rate, 1%. Arthur only glanced at the first few pages as there were 118 pages to the terms and conditions. He was too lazy to read the entire thing, so he scrolled to the bottom and clicked on the accept button. Respectable candidate, you are now officially a dimensional traveler. Your traveler code would be 142,857. Entering Goldfinger page, the screen changed again. There was a spinner of 36 columns on the screen. Each column was the same size and there was a golden question mark on each of them with a pointer pointing in the 12 o'clock direction. There were two buttons at the bottom of the spinner. One was start while the other was stop. There was also a description of the rules beneath the buttons. Press start and the pointer will start a spin. Press stop to stop the pointer. The item that the pointer stops at will be your Goldfinger. If you did not press the stop button, the pointer will stop automatically 1 minute after the spin had begun. Until now, they have yet to show me the name of the game. Let me know what game is this. Arthur pressed start and the spinner started spinning fast. A few moments, he pressed the stop button. After gliding for a while, the pointer stopped at one of the question marks. It then became a black card and the spinner disappeared. The card was enlarged and occupied the entire screen. Arthur raised his eyebrow. The card was nicely designed with metallic black and gold patterns on the edges. Not a bad card design, Arthur complimented. However, as he thought of the Master 20 game that he spent half a year playing, he became upset again as it was also a card game. While he was immersed in his thoughts, A black glow shot out of his phone into his forehead. Arthur did not notice it at all as he looked at the screen of his phone that began changing. Goldfinger has been sent. Now randomly picking an initial world for this travel. Am I finally getting into the game? Arthur smirked. As soon as I see the name of the game, I'll take a screenshot and report this stupid game. Soon, the screen on his phone changed again. The initial world that was randomly picked is Monster Paradise. Traveler 142,857, enjoy your trip. Pop. His gold iFruit 7 phone dropped on the floor. The screen was destroyed. Arthur disappeared from where he was. Traveler's serial number, 142,857. Name, Arthur. Gender, male. Age before traveling, 25 years old. Age after traveling, 15 years old. Initial world, Monster Paradise. Traveling identity setting, Arthur, male, 15. His 13-year-old sister is the only family member he has left in the world. Born with a broken life wheel. His lifespan is 10 times shorter than ordinary people. Remaining lifespan, 91 days. Memory integration, 98%. Number of travels, 1. Goldfinger status, deactivated. Looking at the semi-transparent page, Arthur was slightly startled. He could not recall how many times he had looked at that very page this week. It had been a week since Arthur traveled to this world and became a 15-year-old juvenile. He was outstanding, bagging first place among the fresh graduates at the Hunter Reserve College where he obtained a full score for almost all his papers. However, he had one fatal setback. His broken life wheel. There was a crack in the life wheel which looked like a grey stone in his body. It was almost broken in half. Among the 360 life light columns, only 3 were lit and the third one was quite dim. To ordinary people, these columns would represent 3 years of life, but as his lifespan loss was 10 times faster, Arthur was left with only 3 months to live. I look better now. Perhaps the only thing I can be happy about. Arthur threw his head back as he laughed at himself in front of the mirror. He had black, puffy short hair with eyes that were dark and intense. Arthur had nice features. Despite that, within a split second, he tightened his fists and frowned. What's the use of looking good? Although the Goldfinger that you promised to give me before I began to travel is with me, at least send me a manual on how to use it. It has already been a week and I still have absolutely no idea on how I can activate Merlin. Merlin was the Goldfinger that Arthur randomly selected before he time traveled. It was a black card and he had tried every possible way he could to activate it but failed. He had no idea what the function of that card was. I'm back, brother. Just as Arthur pointed the mirror, playing the blame game, he heard the voice of a girl from behind the door. The door closed shortly after and he figured that the girl must have entered the password and entered the house. He then shut the semi-transparent page before him and took stock of his emotions before walking down the stairs. He lived in a small double-story penthouse where both bedrooms were on the second floor. He arrived at the ground floor and smiled at the girl who was changing her shoes. The girl seemed like a 13-year-old with short, black hair with a length slightly below her earlobes. Her bangs covered her eyebrows entirely and her eyes were bright and naive. She wore a printed white t-shirt, a pair of faded blue jeans and white sneakers. In all honesty, her clothing made her resemble a boy. Aisha, you're back. Wash your hands. We're having dinner soon. They sat across each other at the table. While they were eating, Arthur's left pinky started to tingle. Soon, a semi-transparent video was projected in front of him. The same thing happened to Eva. Her eyes popped when she saw her ring projecting a video. The ring was given to everyone after they received their birth certificate. It contained information that included a personal identity account, and a small space for storage. It was also the only tool connected to the heart network. Projections like these were rare and if something like this ever happened, it usually meant something big had happened. Arthur stopped eating and stared at the projection. Eva found it strange as well. There was a middle-aged man with a serious expression in the video. Arthur recognized him. He was the news reporter from number 7 Safety Zone, quite the popular dude. Breaking news. Somebody found a new virtual eye 310 kilometers southeast from No.7D101. There's a high possibility of a monster invasion. Those who reside in that area, please be aware. Do not leave the foothold, stay indoors tonight. After watching the video, Arthur frowned as the area number, No.7D101 was the official code of Wulin Town. his home. Based on the area size, Wulin Town was categorized into 4 grades A, B, C and D, which respectively represented an area size that was large, medium, small and a core size, which was the smallest. The number 7 before the letter D was the safety code, while number 101 at the back was the footholds code. The virtual eye mentioned in the video was the portal that the monsters opened to invade the human world. It was named the virtual eye because it looked like a semi-transparent giant pupil that protruded towards the sky. Brother, the virtual eye is so near to our home, would monsters come to the foothold? Eva asked worriedly. Don't worry about it. Now that the news is out, the monster hunters would have received the news as well. In fact, they'd get the news earlier than when we did. There's also a defensive shield at the foothold which cannot be broken so easily. Arthur assured both him and Eva and then exclaimed joyously, "Let's eat." After dinner, Eva went back to her room to get started on her homework while Arthur washed the dishes. The sky was getting darker. Arthur returned to his room and looked at the Heart Network's page to check for updates regarding the virtual eye. On the Heart Network, ongoing news about the virtual eye was being broadcasted continuously after they received the alarming notification during their meals. The hunters have arrived at foothold No.7D101, close to the virtual eye to hunt down the monsters. Silver Hunter Li Lang appeared near foothold No.7D101. Silver Hunter Li Lang led 18 hunters to hunt down the monsters. After more than an hour of hunting and killing, all monsters iron level and above within 100 kilometers of No.7D101 were destroyed. More hunters joined the hunter troop to continue with the mission within that area. Arthur was relieved when he read the news. He sounded so sure when he was comforting Eva, but in reality, he was not sure at all. After all, he had just arrived into this world for a month and it was his very first time encountering a virtual eye. But from what he read on the Heart Network, there were no threatening monsters from that virtual eye. The time and location a virtual eye would open were completely random. The number and level of monsters cannot be predetermined. If the number or the level of monsters were too high, they would definitely be able to kill more than 10 hunters, including the gold hunters. The defensive shield in a small foothold like Wulin Town would be insignificant. Like paper glue when faced with a massive crowd of monsters, it would be hopeless and useless to try stopping those monsters then. During Arthur's first week since his arrival in this world, although he did not figure out how to activate his Goldfinger, he somehow figured out what kind of world he was in. There were many history channels that spoke of monster attacks on the Heart Network. Arthur was taken aback the first time he saw it. What he thought was unforgettable was the ruins of a huge foothold. He remembered each and every detail of the video recording. A giant bloody pupil was opened in the void and countless monsters charged out of it. Within seconds, they broke through the defensive shield of the big foothold. That day, almost 1 billion people were killed by millions of monsters within a few hours. The foothold was covered in blood with dead bodies floating on a sea of blood while monsters feasted on their remains. The foothold that Arthur was located in was just a D-grade foothold. This small town had a small population of fewer than 100,000 people. Such a foothold was the least secured within the safety zone. If this foothold was attacked by a strong monster, everyone would perish even before any hunter could even arrive to rescue them. Fortunately, the opening of this virtual eye only released small monsters and hunters were able to kill them. Arthur fell into deep thought after closing the Heart Network. From the speed of lifespan lost earlier, I'm only left with 91 days to live. The most important question right now was, how do I get the life crystals to replenish my life light? I have no idea how to activate Goldfinger, so I best leave it aside. Life crystals are up for purchase on the Heart Network, but it's too expensive. The minimum purchase, a year's worth of life crystals, costs 100,000 credit points. I don't even have 30,000 in savings. Life crystals were a unique item that barely dropped from hunting monsters. There is a massive amount of life light in each crystal. It must be chewed in the mouths and the life light in the crystals will then enter the life wheel. The fastest way to get life crystals is by hunting monsters and selling the materials on the monsters' bodies. It's certainty that there would be life crystals achievable from the hunt. However, with my ability now, which isn't even at iron level, the kind of monsters I'm able to fight are worthless. Worry not, for I shall try my luck outside the foothold. Perhaps there would be at least one life crystal. I shall get ready tomorrow and head out the day after. It was late at night. Arthur stared at the dark sky from his window. After a short while, he emptied his mind and went to bed. In the middle of the night, a noise that sounded like glass breaking woke him up. Just as Arthur woke up, he heard a girl's scream in his blurred state. The scream came from close by and he could tell it was his sister, Eva's voice. He jumped down of his bed and dashed to Eva's room. He did not even have the time to change. He was still in his pajamas. He flung the door open. Chapter 2 Vampire. Arthur felt his heart beat faster and faster as he entered Eva's room. The light in her room was switched on and he saw a young, muscular man halfway into her room. He must have crept in from the broken window. He held Eva's foot and a blurred sound echoed from his mouth. Eva quickly hid behind the head of her bed. Her feet was just a few centimeters from that scary being. She was horrified. She cried and her body was shivering. She was too frightened to even think of running away. Arthur then looked up to the man. He had red hair. His chin and clothes were covered in blood. What caught Arthur's attention was his eyes. It was bloody red. Arthur was numb. For a second, he thought that the man could just be a vampire. He looked around Eva's room and noticed her school bag at the left side of the door. Fearful, he flung the school bag at the man's direction. The vampire's senses were quick to act. He immediately grabbed it, tore it apart. In that short distraction, Arthur ran to the bed, carried Eva and sprinted out of the room. Just when they thought they were safe, Eva screamed to the top of her lungs. Arthur turned round to see the vampire's vein-bulging arm on Eva's left foot. "Close your eyes," Arthur instructed. Eva immediately did as she was told. Arthur saw a lamp near the bed, picked it up and smashed the vampire's arm with full force. The light bulb of the lamp was made of white light stone which will release high-temperature light if broken. It was a cheap but extremely dangerous. The rich would never trust such a lamp. But now, it was indeed a lifesaver. The light bulb of the lamp broke once it hit the vampire's arm and a strong white light filled the room. The broken white light stone released an unbearable heat that caused the vampire to groan and let go of Eva's foot. Arthur closed his eyes as he took his last few steps, and when he opened his eyes, he was already at the door. He did not waste any time. Worried that the vampire's vision would recover, Arthur ran down the stairs. Panting as he ran, he remembered reading from a fairy tale book that vampires hated lights because it burned their eyes. Vampires are nocturnal creatures, born to hunt in the dark and avoided places with lights, and this was precisely why the vampire refrained from entering Eva's room earlier. From the ground floor, sounds of glass breaking came from upstairs. It was almost as if the hanging lights in Eva's room fell. "Hide in the bathroom and lock the door," Arthur ordered Eva at once. What? How about you?" Eva asked her brother, her tone shaky. "I can handle him. Have you forgotten that I graduated on top of my class from Hunter Reserve College? It would be a distraction if you stayed here with me," Arthur explained lovingly to his sister. Eva nodded and did as she was told. She had faith in her brother. Arthur had an action plan. He first sent out a distress signal to the Heart Network and then he ran to the kitchen to grab a knife. The lowest level of a vampire was at least an iron level. Besides possessing 10 times the strength of an adult, with their blood power, they were much stronger than an iron-level monster. Anyone who encountered iron-level monsters may not walk away alive, hunters from Hunter Reserve College included. Therefore, what Arthur had told his sister was merely to comfort her, as he knew that there was a probability he could lose to this vampire. He thought, however, that it was strange that his head was clear when he was faced with the monster earlier, although he was in so much fear and anxiety. In that moment, whatever he had read about vampires flashed in his mind. Vampires were human-like monsters. They blend in with the human lifestyles during the day, but their desire for blood arose at nights. Their food, human blood and the blood of young girls' blood, were especially delicious. Their favorite, they smell blood up to a few hundred kilometers away. Even for an iron-level vampire, as soon their blood power is activated, their strength, speed, and defense would amplify themselves. Their bodies would be covered with an energy layer that formed from the gathered blood power. The energy layer could even turn into wings, tails, claws and other weapons which multiplied their effectiveness. Vampires may hate the exposure of bright lights, but it does not weaken them. Their one weakness was a substance called septic divisor that could only be extracted from a rare plant. In reality, the septic divisor was poisonous to most organisms with flesh, included us humans. As soon as it contaminated a wound, it would penetrate into the organism's blood circulatory system and kill red blood cells. It was sold at pharmacies and some hunters used them to soak their weapons. The septic divisor had the perfect repression effect on vampires, as it would cut open the blood layer on their body if they touched a weapon soaked in septic divisor. That would cause the vampire's body to rot, and without an antidote, it would melt to the ground within 3 hours. However, the septic divisor was not cheap. Even a licensed hunter would think twice before using it generously, only in times of emergency. Arthur's savings was not enough for him to buy one. While he was struggling with his thoughts, his ring began vibrating again. "I am Hunter Lee Lying. I assume you asked for help to be sent." "What happened?" A matured but young voice sounded from the rescue line across him. "My home is being attacked by a vampire." Just as Arthur finished his sentence, he heard a loud thud. Then, a shadow leapt from the second floor and appeared not far away from him. "I've set the location on my ring. Please hurry." With that, he hung up the phone. He needed to focus on defeating a 10 times stronger enemy standing in front of his face. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps walked towards him and he could barely make out the being in front of him due to the dust in the air. When it disappeared, he stared right into the vampire's red eyes, which was also targeting him. Arthur felt a rush of goosebumps. In a split second, the vampire's focus shifted to the direction of the bathroom. He could smell the odor of the prey that he was hunting. The prey was just behind the door. It was a delicious and irresistible fragrance to him. He was drooling all the way from his chin to the floor. The vampire immediately ran in the direction of the bathroom, ignoring Arthur. Arthur mustered his courage and yelled, "Hey, did you forget something?" at the vampire while he tossed the knife onto the vampire's body. Chapter 3 Goldfinger has been activated. This vampire's senses were amazing. He could sense the knife flying in his direction and so dodged it in time. Almost instantaneously, the knife pierced into the wall, its blade still vibrating. The vampire stopped walking and stared at Arthur. While Arthur was relieved that the vampire did not charge at him, he gulped while mumbling to himself, "Let's get this over and done with." He tossed out the second knife he had with him at the vampire because he was worried that the vampire would ignore him but attack Eva. Therefore, he chose the classic tactic to infuriate and distract the enemy. As expected, it worked. The vampire was furious. He smacked the knife away again. Blood was dripping from the crown of his head to his feet and soon completely covered his body. Arthur was breathing heavily. It was his first time encountering a vampire that used blood power and he was under intense stress. A vampire that used blood power was completely beyond human. It was considered a real monster. What Arthur saw later made his heart skip a beat. There was a pair of blood-colored energy supply that looked like wings growing out of his back. They were around 2 meters long each. "Oh no. This monster is not iron-leveled, but bronze-leveled." Arthur remembered clearly that an iron-level vampire could only have 1 energy supply while those on bronze level could grow 2 energy supplies. Arthur's face turned pale. He did not know that it was a bronze-level vampire that invaded his home. As compared to a bronze level, he was more than 100 times weaker than the vampire. That's not right. If this vampire is bronze level, he wouldn't be harmed by the broken white light stone to the extent he would let his prey go. Arthur recalled when he hit the vampire with the lamp earlier. The vampire lets go of Eva due to the burning heat. He took a closer look at the vampire, and soon he noticed there were 2 obvious wounds on him. One was on his right shoulder where it was so deep that his bone was exposed, while another one was on his left chest where the knife pierced through, almost 2 centimeters away from his heart. The wounds started to rot. It seemed that the cut happened earlier than an hour ago. The wounds were not initially noticeable because the vampire's body was out of the window and he was filled with blood. Now that he saw them clearly, he understood why this bronze-level vampire had the strength that was weaker than an iron level. He looks extremely weak now and it looks like even his heart was contaminated with septic divisor and he might not live for more than 3 hours. No wonder his strength regressed. As long as I stay a distance away from him and try my best to avoid the attack from his blood power, I should be safe. Now that he was clear about how severely hurt the vampire was, Arthur's fear was gone. He had one thought on his mind: to drag the vampire to his death. The vampire gave Arthur a deadly stare. The wings on his back got longer and turned into 2 sharp cones charging his way. Arthur had expected that to happen. He took a few steps to his right and dived onto the dining table, few meters away. The first hit was a miss. His wings became long canes and he turned towards Arthur. The cupboard and chairs in the way were crushed. If the hit were to fall on Arthur, even if he did not die, his bone would have been crushed too. Arthur jumped and with one hand supported on the second floor, he managed to cross the railings and onto the second floor. The vampire's second hit smashed the dining table and the pieces were spread onto the ground. Arthur stood, frozen on the second floor as he was worried that the vampire would go for Eva instead. He picked up a porcelain vase and threw at the vampire. He heard a bang. The vase crushed the vampire's wings and the vampire roared in pain in Arthur's direction. There was a limit to the strength and extension of his wings. The vampire noticed that he could not reach Arthur anymore, so he jumped to the second floor where Arthur was standing. Arthur immediately fled and hid under his bed. There, he found a wooden box that was 1 foot long. He opened the box and took out a silver pistol. It was a Grey Eagle 17, the latest pistol from the Eagle Company. Its power was impeccable. It was nothing less than an iron-level firearm. With Arthur's financial situation, it was impossible that he could afford such weapon. It was a reward for getting number 1 in his college education. Arthur took out the pistol and put the 2 remaining cartridges into his left pocket. He then opened the safety catch. Just when he aimed his pistol at the door, the vampire barged in. Bang! A fire was shot from under the bed and the vampire groaned with anger. The shot may not have hurt him, but as he was caught off guard by that gunshot, it dimmed the blood power layer on the vampire. Bang! Bang! Another 2 shots were fired. The vampire's blood power layer dimmed even more. He flipped his giant wings in anger and plunged towards the bed. Arthur was prepared for that. He kicked the wall hard and got out under the bed. He then ran to the balcony and jumped over the railing. The vampire was furious. He chased after Arthur. Street 101 was under his balcony, one of the main streets at the foothold. There were street lights with moonlight stones shining on the ground. The vampire could not find Arthur as the street lights were not that bright. Arthur outsmarted the vampire. He had only pretended to jump but did not do so. He used his fingers to hang himself on the balcony floor, and when the vampire had jumped off the balcony, he climbed back up. Arthur stared at the vampire and aimed his pistol at the vampire's head. Bang! 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 In the midst of the shots and the roars of the vampire, the lights in the houses on the streets went off. There was pin-drop silence. Only the noise from the gunshots and the vampire's roars echoed on the streets. He could see the vampire with the street lights, and he could also see the blood power layer thinning and the vampire's wings contracted back in. The vampire finally stumbled away in excruciating pain. Arthur did not bother running after the vampire but instead opened fire and shot 20 times. Seeing as the vampire was not far off, about approximately 200 meters away, and so he reloaded a new cartridge, jumped to the ground floor and ran after the vampire. It started off as a quiet night, but sounds of gunshots and vampire groans soon filled that silence. The vampire's blood power layer got thinner when the bullets penetrated through his outer defense layer and straight to his inner body. Arthur was cautious to keep his distance from the vampire. With every trigger pulled, Arthur felt like a trained hunter. Bullets were hitting on the vampire's blood power layer and soon, it became semi-transparent. At the 18th bullet fired, the vampire's blood power layer disappeared entirely. Arthur grinned. He fired his last 2 bullets at the vampire's wound, targeting at its left chest. He then reloaded the last cartridge, and when he was ready to shoot, the vampire fell to the ground. The vampire attempted to get up, but he seemed out of breath and badly injured. He crawled forward. Arthur did not open fire, but he sprinted to the vampire and stopped 15 meters away as he had calculated before. The vampire could only stretch his wings for less than 10 meters, and therefore, 15 meters would be a safe distance. Arthur carefully pointed his pistol at the back of the vampire's head and fired 2 shots. He was relieved when the vampire's head cracked and brain juice oozed onto the road. Ding! A notification came into Arthur's ears. Soon, a semi-transparent page appeared before him with messages. Goldfinger has been activated. Host completed his first kill. 1 monster card is rewarded. Host completed rank crossing kill. 1 advance card is rewarded. Host completed double rank crossing kill. 1 random card draw is rewarded. Setting of host's exclusive card. Host, Arthur. Gender, male. Age, 15. Combat strength, none. Exceeded assessment limit. Skill, none. Mastered basic skills, beyond range of assessment. Summon authority. Activated. Available number of summons, 1. Remark, you're so weak. Arthur had a strange expression on his face. The Goldfinger has been activated. But what do these remarks mean? Chapter 4. It all depends on the look. Arthur took a closer look at his body. He could see 3 additional crystal cards besides his default black card in his life wheel. His new exclusive card was beside the black card. The card was the white crystal color with his photo on the front. It looked exactly like him. Even the attire was the same. On the back of the card were the messages: Host, Arthur. Gender, male. Age, 15. Combat strength, none. Exceeded assessment limit. Skill, none. Mastered basic skills. Beyond range of assessment. Summon authority. Activated. Available number of summons, 1. Remark: you're so weak. The second card was also a white crystal color. There were 3 metal stars at the right bottom of the card. The image on the card was a vampire with red eyes. It looked like it was the same age as Arthur. After that, he turned the card over and read what was written behind the card. Monster card. Rarity, normal. Type of monster, vampire. Combat level, iron 3-star, bronze 3-star. Skill 1, blood power. Level 2. Skill 2, regeneration, basic. Status, available to be summoned. Card remarks: this is useless. Merlin: based on this rarity, how many levels are there? Arthur figured out that the ranking should be similar with the Game Master. 20 people played on Earth which were categorized into R, SR and SSR. The rarities of monsters cards are categorized from low to high. Normal, white crystal card. Rare, green crystal card. Epic, blue crystal card. Legendary, purple crystal card. And mythical, orange crystal card. Arthur was speechless. In the Master 20, the game gave out an SR card in the beginning. It was worse in this world because I was given the lowest ranking card to start with. Since their rarity differed, is there a big difference between their power? For monster cards of the same combat level, the rare ones would be 3 to 5 times stronger than the normal ones. How about the epic and legendary ones? The host has limited access. Unable to retrieve. If I were to draw a monster card from you, what percentage would I have to get something that is above rare? From what Merlin described and because he had one chance to draw a card, Arthur was excited. It's based on one's look. What? Based on my look? There's no estimated percentage? Arthur thought that was ridiculous. As a person who was always gloomy, he was not a single bit pleased with the answer. No, it all depends on your look. That's it. Arthur placed his palm on his forehead. I finished first place in the card game that I used to play. But in this world, the percentage of drawing a rare card was based on my look. Arthur calmed down and looked further into the page. Soon he found something he was doubtful of. Why is there a bracket behind the monster card's combat level? When the host's ability is not sufficient, the card's ranking will drop automatically. The level in the bracket was the original ranking. The status of the card says available for summoning. So, does that mean I could summon the vampire to the real world? Arthur was excited and wanted to give it a try. Suddenly, he saw there was a monitor bird that was filled with white feathers and it sat on the roof of a house not far away. He could not tell when the bird appeared, so he put his thought to summon the vampire on hold. The monitor bird was initially called a 3-eyed bird as it was a bird monster with 3 eyes. They had 360-degree vision without blind spots. They could look for as far as 30 kilometers away. The third eye on their foreheads functions as a projector and projected the things it saw with precision and clarity. With those characteristics, many capable humans would capture them, tame them, and place them in the safety zone for monitoring. Arthur did not want anyone to know about his Goldfinger. He squatted down and checked if there was anything valuable on the vampire. While he was at it, he asked softly, Merlin, who was the one who gave the remark on the card. It was me. All right then. Arthur was speechless for a moment after hearing that response. He was already gloomy enough. Things could be worse if he were to offend Goldfinger. It was a gold crystal card. There was a golden staircase on the front while the description on the back was simple. Advance card. Function: 1 upgrade for monster cards, tool cards, and skill cards respectively. Remarks: can be used as an overlay. If the card has reached its highest level, the upgrade will be redundant. Merlin, am I able to use this advance card to upgrade the vampire monster card that I have from normal to mythical? Arthur asked after reading the description. That's right. Arthur thought for a while, glancing over at the vampire monster card. However, he decided to put his idea of using the advance card on hold. Arthur did not find anything from the vampire even after searching for quite some time. He stood up and was ready to leave when a white shadow appeared before him. It was a young, good-looking man who looked like he was in his early 20s. He was wearing a full white suit, his hair nicely combed. What a narcissist! Arthur labeled that person in his heart. Usually, most people would not groom themselves in an informal setting. People usually opted for anything comfortable, and he thought that those who dressed up were usually narcissists. Soon, Arthur gave the person another label, pretentious. The man was wearing an attractive red tie. The tie was so detailed that there was a gold ring pattern on it. The rings looked like they were made of small, golden bits. While Arthur was checking the man out, the man was returning the judgment. "Nice to meet you. I'm Li Lang. Did you kill this vampire?" he said while his eyes glancing back and forth at the pistol in Arthur's hand and the wound on the vampire's head. "I guess so. He was already contaminated with the septic divisor earlier." My luck was good. What Arthur said was the truth. He did not dare to lie, as he did not know how much the monitor bird had recorded. "It was you who sent out the distress signal?" Li Lang could recognize his voice. "Yes, Mr. Li Lang." Arthur smiled awkwardly and nodded. He did not expect Li Lang to recognize him. "Since you're not a practicing hunter, I will get rid of this dead body for you. You killed this vampire, so I'll report this accordingly to the Hunter Association. You'll receive your reward." Li Huang was not afraid that Li Lang would steal his reward, as the monitor bird was there, and it did not seem like Li Lang wanted the monetary reward. After getting Arthur's approval, Li Lang took out a leather bag, 2 meters long, made of a shiny monster's skin. Li Lang put gloves on and positioned the dead body into the bag. He then zipped the bag and kept it in the designated equipment space. "So, since you're done, I'm going to find my sister so she won't be worried about my safety. Let me go with you. I could look at the damage and prepare a damage report." Did the monster make a huge mess? A damage report was a small matter which was not within the job scope of a professional hunter. Li Lang just wanted to know how Arthur managed to kill the vampire, and scrutinizing the battleground was the best way to figure that out. "I don't want to bother you. Tomorrow I'll spend some time recording a video and send it to the division of the Zone 7 Union government, and they'll send their people to inspect our home." Arthur knew the procedure for damage reports. It was odd for a silver hunter to volunteer his home for the damage report. With that, he knew Li Lang was up to something. "I prefer to get things done once and for all. Since I'm already here, I'd feel uncomfortable if I didn't help with the damage report." "You don't have to do an application for the damage report. I will record the inspection and send it to the Union government. Did you forget that the Hunter Association is part of the Human Union government? We should not waste time by sending somebody here. This way you can also get your insurance claims earlier," Li Lang said in a serious tone. Arthur hesitated for a while, but since Li Lang did not seem that he would compromise, he agreed. "Let's go," Li Lang said when he saw Arthur nodded. He then brought him to the house not far away where the lights were on. "It's not that way. It's this direction." Arthur helplessly pointed to the other direction. Chapter 5 Gold Rank Equipment. Arthur brought Li Lang to his home, and Arthur ran straight into the bathroom on ground floor. He knocked on the bathroom door. "Aisha, it's safe now, you can come out." Li Lang was observing the traces of damage. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. From the traces, he could tell the ways that the vampire attacked, but he could not imagine how Arthur avoided such deadly attacks. A while later, the bathroom door opened and Eva ran into Arthur's embrace. Seeing her teary eyes, Arthur did not say much. He ran his fingers through her hair and said, There, everything's okay now." Eva then quietly wiped her tears off Arthur's chest and let go. She looked at him and asked, "Brother, where is the monster?" "It's settled." Arthur smiled. Li Lang walked towards them and said, "Your brother killed a bronze level, rank 3 vampire on his own." Eva looked at Arthur in admiration. Although she knew that there were rankings of monsters, but she did not have the exact idea of the different abilities each ranking had. All she knew was that a bronze level rank 3 vampire was powerful, but that her brother was even more powerful. "Brother, who is this uncle?" Eva just noticed that there was someone else with Arthur. "Uncle." Li Lang was stunned by how Eva addressed him. "I'm only 18. Arthur was surprised that Li Lang was as young as he looked mature for his age. He looked at least 25. What surprised him, even more, was that Li Lang was already a silver hunter at the age of 18. He was the genius of the number 7 safety zone. Eva had a doubtful expression. He could be telling the truth. "You should call him brother." Arthur nodded to Eva. "Oh." Eva then turned around and said loudly, "Nice to meet you, brother. All right. It was awkward for Li Lang. After some hesitation, he took out a life crystal from his storage space and passed it to Eva. Since you're calling me brother, here's a gift for you. Brother. Eva looked at Arthur helplessly. She knew very well about life crystals. It was 1 year's worth of life crystals. If they were to redeem the credit points from the Emperor's heart, they would need 100,000 points. It was too expensive for her to take it. This is too much. We can't take it. Although Arthur was eyeing on it, he thought Li Lang was up to something for his absurd kindness. These life crystals are the most invaluable things that I have. Take it. Nobody ever gives me back the things that I give away. Li Lang insisted. This guy seems like a tycoon. 99 points for putting up a good show. Arthur secretly gave Li Lang another label and nodded to Eva. Take it then. He was getting more and more suspicious of Li Lang's intention. There was no way that he could be this kind to them without any ulterior motive. After seeing Arthur's approval, Eva took the life crystals and passed it to Arthur. Brother, you keep it. Arthur then kept the life crystals in his storage space. He turned around and saw Li Lang was checking Eva out. He then pulled Li Lang away from his sister. Don't even think about dating my sister. All you gave were just life crystals. Even if, before he could even finish talking, Li Lang interrupted him. Don't think too much. I'm not interested in the little girl. It's just that she's quite pretty. That's why I looked at her. Li Huang got scared and took a few steps back after he realized he was being scrutinized and exclaimed, "Hey, I'm not interested in men. I'm telling you, not only in this life. I'd only be interested in women even in my next life." Seeing that Arthur got his guard up, Li Lang decided to tell him the truth. Actually, I'm here to understand how you managed to kill that vampire. No matter how weak the vampire was, it was still a bronze-level monster while you're not even an iron level. So I guess if you have any special skills or equipment, if you're willing to, I would love to purchase them for a high price. I'm just a poor kid. How would I have any skills or equipment? Let me show you the attack trails of the vampire and tell you the complete battle story. Arthur realized that he misunderstood Li Lang. He then brought Li Lang to Eva's bedroom on the second floor. In the chaotic bedroom, Arthur explained. While listening, Li Lang was observing the damages in the room. The more he looked, the more he was amused. Li Lang started to admire Arthur. He knew that if such were to have happened to him, his survival would be uncertain as killing the vampire was almost impossible for him. I didn't expect you to kill the vampire all by yourself. I have underestimated you. Li Lang patted Arthur's shoulder in admiration. He proceeded to say, there's no way to fix your broken life wheel. If you could find a way to make it up to your life wheel, I believe you would be a fearless hunter. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. Arthur shook his head and smiled. He did not want to talk about his personal life with Li Lang. Are you done with the damage report? Yes, I'm done. Let me just take a photo of the house. Li Lang then took out a gold coin with complicated patterns from his storage space. He tossed the gold coin into the air. The coin started to spin and soon, it became a thumb-size ball floating in the air. Arthur stared at the golden ball. Suddenly, the gold ball cracked open in the center into two hemispheres of the same size while there was a white crystal appeared in the middle. The white crystal was glowing. The white light spread across the house. Soon, the golden ball returned to its gold coin form and fell from the air. Li Lang grabbed it and kept it in his storage space. It's that a gold rank equipment? Arthur could not help but ask. Yes, that's a toy that I got by accident at a medium-sized foothold. Li Lang was proud of himself that Arthur was curious. As they were talking, they got closer to each other. His true self of loving to flaunt was showing. This should belong to some investigative equipment. Am I right? It was the first time for Arthur to see an equipment of the gold rank. Yes, in the non-combat equipment, this is considered a valuable. But all I needed was to trade with 1 year worth of life crystals. The guy at the market thought it was just an ordinary antique gold coin. He was afraid that I might come back for him, so he left right after we traded. Li Lang laughed. That's such a steal. Although he was not sure how much was a gold rank equipment, he knew a few pieces of life crystals could only get him an ordinary iron rank equipment. As they were chatting, Arthur saw Eva yawning. She seemed sleepy, so he decided to send Li Lang away. Mr. Li Lang, since the damage report is done, I'll have to send you off. You have already seen it for yourself. We don't even have a need right now. I and my sister would have to sleep on the floor tonight. All right then, I won't bother you. I will submit the damage control report. You should receive a reply within 24 hours. If it's approved by the government, there will be people coming to repair within 3 days. You will have a temporary home while they do the repairing work. You will have to bite the bullet for a few days now. Li Lang explained the process to Arthur. After Li Lang left, Arthur stared blankly at the house. His sisters and his bedrooms were destroyed. Their beds were left with broken pieces. On the ground floor, there was a big pothole in the living room. They could not even sleep in there. In the kitchen, the cupboards occupied most of the space where only one person could sleep in there. Brother, where will we sleep tonight? Eva looked helplessly at Arthur. Let me clear my room. My room is less damaged than yours. After an hour, they had finally made their temporary beds. Eva was exhausted. She fell asleep immediately while Arthur continued looking at the damaged room. Eva was in a deep sleep. Arthur smiled at the sight of her drooling and thought this carefree girl. He then thought about his uncertain future that could affect this cute little girl. Arthur sighed. It seems like it's not an easy task to be a responsible brother. Chapter 6 New Card. It was a sunny morning the next day. Eva woke up bright and early, a renewed excitement to her behavior. She seemed exuberant and unfazed by the incident with the vampire. However, Arthur did not sleep a wink. His mind was preoccupied with the card he had yet to draw. After all that happened, their dining table and most of the furniture was destroyed by the vampire. They did not put much effort into preparing breakfast with the ruckus all around. While they ate, Arthur watched the news he projected from his ring. The news reporter was the same middle-aged man he saw on the news the day before. Yesterday afternoon, the virtual eye that was opened near foothold No.7D101 closed automatically, 1 hour after the incident. Currently, more than 30 monster hunters are hunting down the monsters within a 300-kilometer radius around the virtual eye. More than 3,000 monsters, bronze-leveled and above, were killed as of late. Based on reports, monsters that are iron-leveled in the area will be killed soon enough. It is safe for residents who stay near the foothold to head out now. The Hunter Association were at the top of their game that day. They had managed to kill all the monsters that came out of the virtual eye in less than 24 hours. Although they had yet to kill the iron-level monsters in the area, they were not worried. They were confident that such creatures were not a hazard to such a small foothold. Many residents too had taken the matter of killing the monsters into their own hands. They formed teams of 6 armed adults so that killing an iron-level monster would be a breeze. Brother, I'm going to school, Eva shouted. All right. Be careful when you're on the road, Aishia, he replied. Eva headed off to school right after breakfast. After following her to the door, Arthur finished his breakfast and got ready for the day ahead. Merlin, since I still have a chance to draw a card, let me do it now, Arthur said to the black card within his body. He could not wait to draw the card. Are you sure you would like you to draw your card now? Goldfinger inquired. I'm sure. Arthur confirmed the request and nodded hard. He was excited to see what kind of card he would get. 12 cards have been randomly chosen. Please draw one from the 12 cards as your reward card for being the host. Warning: you only have one chance. Once chosen, no changes are allowed. After the sentences were explained to Arthur, 12 black cards appeared floating in front of him. They were arranged in a circle, like the numbers on the face of a clock. Arthur scanned through the cards carefully. They all looked exactly the same to him. Each card was black with a single gold question mark in the middle which looked like a golden flame in contrast to the dark background. Merlin did not rush him, not getting any hints. Arthur shook his head and mumbled, "It seems like I will have to randomly choose one then." He raised his hand and pointed at the card that sat at the 12 o'clock mark on the circle. "I want that one," he said confidently. Just as he finished his sentence, the card he chose burst into flames and a new card rose from the ashes. "Congratulations, you got a mission card," Merlin announced. He ignored Merlin's notification and looked closer at the card. It was a golden card with a blonde lady in a black, maid's costume illustration. She had a voluptuous figure and the costume looked incredibly seductive on her body, especially her cleavage. Although the dress was not revealing, a third of her fair breasts were showing. It was hard to not look at. "Congratulations, you've gotten yourself a mission card." The lady in the card started talking and winked at him. Arthur was shocked, but soon he was again distracted by her bouncing boobs. "Now, let me read you your mission." The mission: become a reserve hunter in a month's time. Mission reward: flawless card X1. If the mission is not completed within the time limit, you will be punished. You will lose Goldfinger. The mission announcement is conveyed. Please read the back of the card for more information. The lady then returned to her original form, motionless on the card. Arthur did not even bother as to what a flawless card was. To him, he had to complete the mission or else he would lose Goldfinger. If that happened, there was no hope for him to survive the world alone. He then turned to the back of the card. The description was exactly the same as what the blonde lady had said to him. He then tapped on the card and it became golden dust that was absorbed into his body. To become a reserve hunter, I must be at least iron level to be eligible for the application. Although I'm not capable yet, I will apply as an Imperial sensor for now and see what happens. Arthur thought. He had surveyed into the eligibility of becoming a reserve hunter before. He knew there were several occupations that offered exceptions and being an Imperial sensor was one of them. An Imperial sensor could influence monsters to obey him. Not many people had the talent. Therefore, an Imperial sensor was a niche and respectable occupation. Arthur had a monster card that he could summon to disguise himself as an Imperial sensor. The Iron Level Rank 3 vampire was considered the strongest one among all those who applied for the reserve hunter position, but its weakness was too obvious. If someone was to use weapons that were contaminated with a septic divisor, the vampire would be at great risk in a battle. After some analysis, Arthur looked at his second card, the cross-ranking card. This cross-ranking card would be wasted if I was to use it on an ordinary card, but there's no other way. I have limited time to collect all the materials to maximize my chances to be a reserve hunter. After the rarity of the vampire was upgraded, its ability should be on par with a bronze-level entity. It would definitely strengthen my chances of passing. With a cross-ranking card, the higher the rarity of the card, the higher the value. A normal card can be upgraded to a rare card with the use of a cross-ranking card. Likewise, if it was used on a rare card, that same card would be upgraded to an epic card. If it was used on an epic card, it would be upgraded to a legendary card of an extraordinarily high value. Initially, Arthur planned to use it when he achieved a better card, but it seemed like he had to utilize it now. Merlin, how do I summon the monster out of the monster card? Arthur asked. Focus your attention and the card you want would appear on your hand. Smash the card and the summoning would be complete. The instructions appeared slowly on the black card just as he inquired. Would people see if I summon the card? Arthur questioned Merlin. Only the host can see the cards. Nobody else would be able to see or sense the existence of your cards. That's great. Arthur was relieved. He was worried that Goldfinger would be seen by someone with bad intentions if they could see his cards. After clearing his doubts, Arthur focused his attention on the task at hand. He imagined the monster card he wanted from his life wheel and willed it to appear on his outstretched hand. Soon, a white crystal card that was the size of half of his palm appeared on his right hand. The card was exactly the same as the one he pictured on his life wheel. Now that it became physically present on his palm, he could feel the cooling sensation that was flowing from the card. If Merlin did not assure him that nobody else could sense his cards, he would have asked anyone else around him to confirm this, if they could see what happened. However, he knew what Merlin had said was true. Following Merlin's instructions, Arthur crushed the card as hard as he could. He was worried that he did not squeeze hard enough, but with just a slight amount of effort, the card shattered into 1,000 pieces and soon, it started to put itself back together again. In less than a second, a young man, about his age, appeared before him. Arthur was skeptical at first. It seemed like he had summoned another human being instead of the monster he imagined. Your monster card has been activated. Do you want to randomly extract the monster's skills? Chapter 7. You are still so weak. I can extract a skill? Arthur asked, surprised when he looked at the box in front of him. He then continued, saying, can I extract the skill after he has been upgraded? Would you like to extract a skill next time? The box replied. Let's do it next time then. Arthur nodded. He started to examine the vampire that he had summoned. The vampire seemed to be the same age as Arthur. He looked like he was about 15 years old. His features were sharp and neat. If he was in a crowd of people, nobody would be able to tell that he was a vampire. That was the scariest part of a vampire. The humans in the tiny footholds had been a growing population for more than 800 years, but with the vampires disguised as human beings, it was impossible to kill all the vampires that were hidden amongst them. like wolves in sheep's clothing. As long as they did not reveal themselves, nobody could tell the difference. "Show me your complete form," Arthur instructed the vampire. Hearing the order, the vampire's eyes turned blood red and veins bulged around his eye sockets. His muscles flexed and he grew a few centimeters taller. Sensing the terrifying vibe, Arthur finally knew how lucky he was the night before. This iron level rank 3 vampire is so powerful. Although the vampire last night was a bronze level rank 3, its vibe was much weaker than this one. Maybe it had been weakened by the injuries it suffered earlier. If it was at full strength, killing me would be as easy as squashing an ant, he thought, as a chill ran down his spine. "Activate blood power," Arthur ordered, his second instruction to the beast before him. He wanted to see the vampire's true form. Following a deep groan, a crimson layer and a strong stench of blood spread all over the vampire's body. Soon his body was covered with blood power, which made him grow a few times bigger than he was. Arthur had forgotten that activating the blood power would trigger the vampire, and hence, the groans. He was worried that it might wake the neighbors and they would surely notify the monster hunters. However, what he worried about slipped clear from his mind. There were 2 bloody wings forming at the vampire's back, like a flower blossoming large, dripping red petals. He stared at them for a long time. They were so stunning that he was awestruck, rooted to the floor, motionless. The vampire stood quietly while it waited for Arthur to give him his next instruction. A while later, Arthur snapped out of his trance and said, "All right, go back to your disguised form." As soon as the vampire heard his instruction, the blood power faded and his eyes returned to normal. He looked like a human again. If Arthur did not see the transformation himself, he would not have figured that the guy standing before him was a vampire. "I'm using the cross-ranking card on you. Hopefully, you won't disappoint me in the coming reserve hunter assessment." The vampire remained expressionless. Arthur was not sure if he understood what he had just said. "Merlin, I'm using the cross-ranking card. The cross-ranking card is a consumable. You can only use it once. Are you sure you want to use it?" The black card read the warning. "Yes." "Follow the instructions to select your target. Your target is the vampire monster card." "Agree for confirmation," Merlin continued. "Confirmed." Just when Arthur said the word, a bright golden light covered the vampire. The vampire then became a giant golden sphere as rays of gold shot everywhere. Arthur closed his eyes against the glare. 3 minutes later, he sensed the light was not as piercing anymore. He opened his eyes. The golden sphere that covered the vampire had faded away. The evolved vampire slowly appeared to him. The vampire's appearance did not portray much of a difference. His hair was black before, but now, it was silver. His hairstyle remained the same, slicked back and neat, maintaining the boyish look he had before. However, his student attire was now a black cape which covered his entire body. "Your silver hair makes you look like a character from an anime. If I call you Kanki, that would be copyright infringement. I shall call you Bai," Arthur decided swiftly. He then walked to Bai and tapped a finger in between its eyebrows. The vampire's body then broke into pieces and formed the crystal card on his palm. Arthur was excited to see that the color of the card had changed from white to green with Bai's latest look. He turned the card around and noticed that there were changes to the card's information too. Monster card. Rarity, rare. Type of monster, vampire. Combat level, Iron 3-star, Bronze 3-star. Skill 1, blood power. Level 2. Skill 2, regeneration, basic. Skill 3, new addition, boiling blood, basic. Status, available to be summoned. Card remarks, this is still useless. As expected, the normal card was upgraded to a rare card. There was a new skill added in the description. Just when Arthur was getting excited, he saw the remark at the bottom and asked, "Merlin, can you give it some better remarks?" he asked, annoyed at what he saw. "No." There was a giant exclamation mark next to the no on the black card. Goldfinger was serious. "Merlin, your attitude will not get you any friends." "I don't need friends." "Fine." Arthur gave up. "Let's see what this boiling blood does." Boiling blood, basic. The vampire's strength would be multiplied for 10 minutes. After boiling blood runs out, the vampire will become weak and will be unable to battle for an hour. The skill is great but the after effect is troublesome, Arthur thought. He scratched his head with worry and said, "I'll try not to use it then, or else I'd only have myself in jeopardy for the following hour." "Oh right, I still have one skill to be extracted." Arthur suddenly recalled. "Merlin, if I extract the skill now, would disappear from the monster card. Skill extraction is just a way to gain skill from the monster card. It does not affect any attributes of the monster card itself. That's great, Arthur said, renewed hope in his voice. Arthur studied the 3 skills carefully. The blood power is good, but with my short lifespan, it's not encouraged. The function of regeneration isn't too great, but it's better than nothing, while boiling blood would just be a temporary help. Now that my basic combat strength is low, even if my strength is multiplied, it wouldn't help that much. Moreover, I would be exhausted for an hour, and that way I would die even faster, he said as analyzed his options thoroughly. Merlin, I would like to extract a skill. After some consideration, Arthur did not want to hesitate any further. Skill extraction activated. Randomly select a skill. Random selection is done. Congratulations, you received blood power, level 2, Merlin announced. As he read the note, Arthur could sense something had been added to his body. He launched his exclusive card immediately. Host, Arthur. Gender, male. Age, 15. Combat strength, none. Exceeded assessment limit. Skill, blood power, level 2. Summon authority, activated. Available number of summons, 1. Remark, you are still weak. Arthur ignored the last remark and focused on the blood power, level 2, on his skill. He was stunned to find out that he had achieved the vampire's skill. Now that the vampire is ready, it's time to equip myself. Chapter 8 Stable Residence. Good morning. Delivery. Please sign for the parcels. Somebody shouted at the door early in the morning. Arthur opened the door to a yellow bird that was about the size of his palm, standing at his feet. The yellow bird was called the silver-tongued bird, as they could learn up to 1,000 languages. Although their understanding of the languages was similar to the thought capacity of a 6-year-old. After they learned a language, they could carry out logical conversation with humans for simple purposes. People trained the birds not only for deliveries but for their memory abilities too. In each of their feathers was a hidden storage space where it could contain an item that was as big as an ice cube. The bird saw the house door swing open and turned to face its tenant. It looked up at Arthur and said, "Good morning, Mr. Arthur. Your parcels are here. Please sign your name here." The bird then flapped its wings, and a few parcels fell from its body. A few of them were a few times bigger than the bird itself. It then shook its head, and a receipt popped out of its mouth. It flew to Arthur's shoulder and passed the receipt to him. The receipt listed all the details of the items in the parcel. After a quick glance, Arthur signed his name and passed the receipt back to the bird. As he returned the receipt, he grabbed a few candies from a bowl inside the house, next to the door. "For you," he said as he passed it to the bird. In the world he lived in, desserts were loved by many monsters, and candy was the silver-tongued bird's favorite. Many families would prepare a few types of candy for them to thank them for safely delivering their parcels. Since he knew that he would have deliveries within the next few days, Arthur had prepared the candies much earlier. "Thank you." The bird swept its wing over Arthur's palm, and the receipt and candies disappeared. It nodded to him and left. Arthur then moved the items into the house, closed the door and started examining them. Iron Level Sword X1. Basic Military Survival Sword X1. Basic Military Water Bottle X1. Armored Bullet, for Grey Eagle 17, X10. 500 bullets in 10 boxes. Waterproof Rain Gear X1. Night Vision Glasses X1. Binoculars X1. Hemostatic Agent X2. Bandage X1. He spent 80% of his savings to purchase all the items. The sword alone cost him 10,000 credit points. The water bottle was made from a monster called a space gerbil. To be exact, it was made from its stomach, as it had a space compression feature like no other. It could contain up to 1 ton of liquid and cost 8,000 credit points. The armor-piercing bullets cost 1,000 credit points every 2 bullets. A box of them cost him 5,000 credit points. The rest was a total of 2,000 credit points. It was the first time Arthur had ever spent so many credit points in one go. He thought they were worth it, as the items might prove useful during the Reserve Hunter assessment. The syllabus of the assessment varied each time, but the last one would always be a survival test in the wilderness. The items were meant for that task. "I'm impressed. The service was so quick. I just ordered them yesterday and they've arrived today. I was just thinking if I should change the delivery address, as we might be staying somewhere else during the renovations to repair the damage, but that's not necessary anymore," he said. After that, Arthur kept everything in his space storage unit. The application for the assessment could be done on the Hunter Association website via the Heart Network. While preparing for the assessment, he would have to participate at a medium foothold. There would be one assessment at each medium foothold every month. The nearest medium foothold would be foothold No.7C87, where the actual assessment would take place a week later. It would only take him 2 hours to arrive at the foothold if he flew with an eagle. That way, he would have ample time to prepare himself for the challenges ahead. Just when Arthur was thinking about what else he should prepare, someone knocked at the door. He was surprised. Who could it be this early, he thought. He opened the door and there stood a middle-aged man in a suit and a troop of men in their uniforms were in formation behind him. The man in the suit shook Arthur's hand with a smile, and said, "Mr. Arthur, we have received a renovation notice from the Union government yesterday, so we're here to renovate your house. Let me know if there are any comments you would like to add to the renovation order, and we'll start immediately." "I have no comments to add to the order. Just as long as the cracks and marks on the floor and walls are all sealed and covered properly, I'll be content," Arthur replied, still a little taken back at the events that were transpiring. He did not expect them to operate at such a high rate of efficiency. He had just received a notification from the union that the review was passed that morning and the very same day. Their people were here. "If that's the case, we'll do our best." The man smiled and nodded while he gave Arthur a card. It was a hotel room key card. He then continued, "The renovations will take around 5 days. It would not be more than 5 days, I assure you. So we have booked you into a hotel for the next 5 nights." "Thank you." Arthur took the keycard and was stunned when he saw the name of the hotel. The word stable was written on the keycard. It was a keycard to the stable residence, the most prestigious hotel in the foothold. A standard room cost more than 1,000 credit points per night, which was almost the price of a room at bigger hotels in the larger footholds. He thought it was an unusual arrangement by the Union government, but he did not think too much about it. "We will be operating out of your house for the next few days. If there are deliveries, we will forward them to the hotel. If there's anything valuable, you can take your time and bring them with you now. Let me know when you are ready," the man in suit informed him. "Valuable? There's nothing really," Arthur said and shook his head. "I'll just grab some toiletries for myself and my sister, and you can come in," he continued, as he stepped aside to allow the men in. "No, it's all right, we will come in when you're done," the man in the suit insisted and stood by the door. Since the man insisted, Arthur shrugged and went upstairs to get their toiletries. After making sure there was nothing left behind, he went down to the ground floor and proceeded to the door. "All right, it's all yours now. I'll be leaving to the hotel then," Arthur said. He then passed a note to the man in the suit, and whispered, "This is the password for the main door." The room doors are all opened. The room keys are in the medicine box in the second floor's bathroom. Help yourself if you need them. He trusted the man in the suit but did not want his troop going about the place unattended. The man in the suit took the note, nodded, and assured him, "Don't worry, we will get things done to the best of our abilities." Wulin Town was a small town, with only 4 main streets. Arthur and his sister lived on Street 101. When the foothold was first built, people were hoping that the foothold would be expanded to more than 100 streets and became a B-grade large foothold, hence the reason they optimistically started their numbering at 101. After walking for 10 minutes, Arthur arrived at the stable residence. He was glad to see the open yard at the entrance that was embellished with oriental charm. He stood at the entrance and took a picture of the hotel. He then sent it to Eva with a text, "The renovations on our house has started. We will be staying here for the next 5 days. I'm in room 302. Come here after school, brother. Is this a prank?" Eva replied immediately. Eva was familiar with the hotel's location as the route to school was not far away from the hotel. Sometimes she even came to the hotel gardens just to take photos of the flowers. She had always wanted to see how the rooms in the stable residence looked like, so she thought it was a prank by Arthur when he texted her. Arthur did not explain anything. Instead, he sent her an image of the keycard's front and back to prove his statement. What Arthur did not notice was, as he was stepped into the hotel, there was someone watching him with a twinkle in his eye. Here comes an interesting fella. Chapter 9 Luxurious Life. Looking at the open yard of the stable residence, Arthur knew that the owner of the hotel was a man of style. Just like Li Lang. When he met the owner, He then realized that the owner was far from what he imagined. The owner was an ordinary middle-aged man, who was short and plump. He was bald and looked like a simpleton. It was hard to guess his age, as he looked like he could have been in his 40s or even his 60s. He had fair skin that was marked with very few wrinkles from stress and age. He dressed very casually, with a bright, yellow short-sleeve shirt that was one size too big for his body. He looked like he was wearing a short gown and beneath it was a large pair of blue pants that dangled a little below his knees. It looked like it too was one size too big. "Hello there, are you the guest who is checking into room 302 today?" the bald man who stood behind the counter said with a pleasant smile. His teeth were slightly showing, and they were clean and neat. "Yes, you must be the owner of this hotel, are you?" Arthur took out the key card for his registration and complimented. "Your yard is magnificent." "Thanks. It's just a hobby of mine. I just fool around with the designs," the owner humbly said. Arthur was surprised to hear that. He thought they hired a designer to decorate the yard, but instead, it was done by this man who looked messy, at best. "Dear sir, your room is on the right-hand side, on the 3rd floor. Walk all the way straight and you would arrive at your room." The man returned the key card to Arthur and pointed to the stairs on the right side of the lobby. "Oh yeah, the guest in room 301, across your room has a bad habit. He trains with his sword in the yard at dawn. I would like to apologize if he makes too much noise." "All right, noted." Arthur did not think about it any further and walked upstairs. The stairs were made of mahogany. It was a spiral staircase where the right handle and railings were carved with very detailed patterns. The patterns were mainly rattan with leaves and flowers of a variety of sizes. They seemed very real from afar. There were slight creaks when Arthur stepped onto the stairs. He went all the way up to the 3rd floor, following the directions the owner had given him. He turned right and walked all the way straight to his room. Shortly after, he arrived outside room 302. He could not help but look at room 301 as he was curious as to what kind of person stayed in there. A while later, he smiled to himself and shook his head. "Why would I care what others are doing? My priority should be preparing for the Reserve Hunter assessment." He then slotted the key card into the door of room 302 and opened the door. He was stunned when he saw his room. The Union government surely provides great welfare, he thought. It was a luxurious suite. The living room alone was about 100 square meters large. There was a chandelier in the middle of the living room. Apart from the light bulbs, the rest of the feature was made of pure gold. It was gorgeous, and it looked really expensive. The style of the room was luxurious but low-key. Apart from the chandelier, the rest of the decorations were not flamboyantly constructed. Even the carpet was sewn with gold thread at the edges. If one did not look closely, they might think it was just a pattern made of solid golden strings. "This owner is so rich, even the carpet has gold edges," Arthur exclaimed as he squatted down to take a closer look. "Damn, that's real gold," he said upon closer examination. In the world today, gold was also a rare metal mainly used for luxury decorations. It was expensive and cost 300 credit points per gram. The carpet was made of some unknown monster's skin and the gold edges of the carpet alone might have cost 100,000 credit points. Arthur then looked at the chandelier above him. Is this lamp made of genuine gold too? If it is, it might cost more than 10 million credit points, he concluded. He took a good look at the entire room and sighed in awe. He could now indulge in this luxury hotel. No wonder it cost more than 1,000 credit points to stay a night in the cheapest room in this hotel. He thought. The suite consisted of 2 rooms and 1 living room. Not only was the living room spacious, the size of the other rooms were not small either. There were 2 bathrooms in each room. Arthur chose to sleep in the bigger room on the left, which had the amazing view of the yard right under the balcony outside. He pulled the curtain aside and pushed open the windows. There was a set of tables and chairs made of rattan with a hanging rattan bed on the side. Arthur walked to the corner of the balcony and looked beyond the railing. He could see the entire yard. From this angle, the garden was even more stunning. "When I'm rich, I'm getting a house with a yard and I'm surely going to get the owner to design it for me." Arthur smiled and thought to himself. While Arthur rested on the hanging bed in the afternoon, Eva, who had just finished school, ran straight to the stable residence. She could not wait to see how the hotel room looked like. But, when she reached, she did not dare step into the hotel when she arrived at the entrance. She then used her Emperor's heart ring to call Arthur. He picked up immediately and said, "Are you done with school?" "Yes, I'm at the hotel's entrance," Eva said softly. "Come in, room 302." Arthur got off the hanging bed, stood on the balcony and waved to Eva. Seeing Arthur wave at her, Eva finally believed that it was not a prank that Arthur was trying to pull on her. She waved at him and stepped in through the hotel gates. Passing through the yard, she arrived at the hotel's reception. Seeing the owner looking at her, she explained immediately, "I'm here with my brother. His name is Arthur." "Oh, the boy that I met just now. He's in room 302. It's on the right-hand side of the third floor." The hotel owner nodded to her. "Thank you," Eva said, stuck out her tongue and went up the stairs. When she arrived at the room and the door was opened, Eva looked at the room number so that she did not mistake it for another room. 302, this should be it. After confirming it, she walked into the room. Wow! She was impressed by the room's decoration. "Isn't it beautiful?" Arthur walked to her with a glass of juice. "Yes." Eva nodded her head hard and looked at the juice in doubt. "Do we have to pay for the juice?" she questioned. "No, everything is included. Even the food and drinks in the room are free. I've confirmed the fact with the hotel owner just now." Arthur smiled while he explained. Eva then took the juice in relief. Her eyes brightened up after she took a sip. She then finished the juice in a few gulps and said, "It's delicious, brother." "What is this?" "I don't know. The hotel owner said he made these drinks on his own. It's called calming tea. The main ingredient was from the juice of a monster plant's root. I think it's really nice too." Arthur had had a couple of glasses just that day. He was never a fan of sweet stuff, but that drink was irresistible. "The food here is delicious too. Are you hungry?" "If you are, let's go for dinner now." Arthur had his lunch at the hotel earlier. That was how he knew that their food was so delicious. Eva was not hungry before Arthur asked, but now, she was so excited when she heard Arthur describe the scrumptious meals they served. They then went to the restaurant on the second floor. There were already a couple of guests at the restaurant when they arrived. Most of them seemed like hunters. They must have been part of the team that joined the hunt for the monsters the day before. It was a buffet dinner. All the dishes were served on small plates. The both of them were not really sure what most of the utensils and dishes were, but they were delighted as the dishes were warm like they had just come out of the oven. The both of them got themselves a small table and took plates of dishes to the table. Then they started to dig in. There were not many people in the restaurant. Most of them were chatting among themselves, while Eva and Arthur were engrossed in the food. Suddenly, all the chatter stopped and the restaurant went completely quiet. Seeing everybody looking at the door, Arthur and Lin Xiang looked towards the same direction too. Chapter 10 Skill Card Pieces. There was a tall man in black armor, standing in the doorway. He looked like he was about 2 meters tall. He was also bald like the owner of the hotel. His face was littered with stubble, and there was a long scar that stretched from the left side of his forehead all the way across the middle of his left eye to his chin. There was no white in his left eye too. It was a scar from a cut and his left eye was blinded. The scar and eye added ferocity to his face. With his height and his face, he gave the people around him a chill down their spines. When the tall man entered the restaurant, he stared at everyone. The people put their heads down immediately to avoid his gaze. Even Arthur avoided making eye contact with him. Arthur then patted Eva's back to get her to finish her food a little faster. Surprisingly, after getting himself a meal from the buffet, the man walked towards Arthur and Eva. He then sat down alone at the table behind them. The seat that he sat on was directly across from Arthur. Arthur looked up and they accidentally locked eyes. But neither of them looked away. Instead, they were checking each other out. Arthur then thought the man was very strange to have chosen him. Among the 10 people in the restaurant, Eva excluded, he was sure that he was the weakest and the poorest one. There was no reason for the man to even notice him. Perhaps I'm the new face here that he has never seen before, Arthur concluded. Just when they both stood up after they finished their dinner, the man behind Eva put down his cutlery and walked towards them. Arthur pretended he did not see him and pulled Eva along while they quickly walked out of the restaurant. When they arrived on the 3rd floor, the man was there too. When they turned right, the man followed. "Why are you following us?" Arthur frowned and turned round to question the man while Eva was at his back. "It's the way to my room," the man said and glared at Arthur. He then walked past them and continued on to the end of the corridor. He then stopped in front of room 301 and went in. Arthur was embarrassed. He went back to their room together with Eva. "Brother, that uncle looked so scary," Eva said after the door was closed. "When I saw him running towards us just now, I thought he was a bad guy." "Don't worry." "In broad daylight, even if he was a bad guy, we don't have to be scared. Besides, there are so many hunters in this hotel. What is there to be afraid of?" he said, hoping to calm her down. Arthur recalled the owner had told him that the guest in room 301 was a strange man who did sword training in the garden in the middle of the night. "He's really strange," Arthur thought to himself. After dinner, Arthur stayed up watching old clips of the previous reserve hunter assessments. The Hunter Association would never release any complete assessment videos, only some outstanding takes. It was meant to be an advertisement to attract more people to apply for the assessment. Of course, Arthur was not there to look at the action. All he wanted was the related content linked to the assessment or the head examiner's way of thinking which might be helpful for the assessment. He watched more than 20 videos and read some documents. Soon, it was midnight. Eva went to bed after brushing her teeth. Arthur stood up and stretched his body, shut down the heart network and went to shower before bed. Minutes after he went to bed, Arthur heard someone closing a door in the corridor. He looked at the clock projected from his ring. It was 12 a.m. Arthur hesitated. He then sat up and pushed open the door to the balcony. He went to the balcony with his pajamas and looked to the garden beneath him. There were 2 lamps near the entrance of the garden which lit up the entire garden. Noises of bugs chirping came out of the bushes all around. Soon, the scar-faced man walked out of the hotel door. He walked to the grassy area on the left side of the garden with a black sword in his hand. Arthur had no idea of the price range of a sword like that. Oddly enough, his concern was for the grass that the man stepped on. "Does the fellow destroy the grass every day, leaving the owner to fix it?" The man closed his eyes and stood where he was. Suddenly, he raised the sword in his right hand and swung it in a slanted way. Arthur was stunned. What he lacked right now was a powerful attack skill. He then kept his eyes locked on every move the man made. There were 18 styles to his technique. From what he performed, the technique seemed incredibly vicious. He did not notice that Arthur was watching in secret. He practiced 3 sets of the same technique, sheathed his sword, and then returned to the hotel. After memorizing the technique, Arthur practiced it with his bare hand. It was very unsatisfying. He then brought up his sword from the storage space and practiced for real. He had a really good memory and managed to repeat the 18 styles that were practiced by the man earlier perfectly. As he focused all his attention on practicing, he did not notice that the grass the man stepped on did not leave any trails at all. When Arthur was on the 5th set of training, he heard a notification jingle and a semi-transparent box appeared in front of him. "Congratulations. You have gained a skill card, the Great Sword Scripture Piece X1. Arthur was excited when he saw the notification. It motivated him to practice even more. "I'm not sure how many pieces I have to collect to combine them into a skill card. But, I don't care. I will practice a few hundred times tonight. I'm sure by then I will have a complete skill card." However, nothing was rewarded after he practiced 3 more times. "Maybe I'll be rewarded once every 5 practice sets." He then practiced another 2 times, but still, there was nothing. "What's happening?" Arthur thought it was strange. Could this have nothing to do with the amount of practice? Then what could it be? He wondered. With the doubt in mind, Arthur proceeded to practice until it was his 8th time. Suddenly, the notification box popped up again. "Congratulations. You have gained a skill card, the Great Sword Scripture Pieces X1. I got another one. Could this be random?" Arthur could not help but ask Merlin. "Merlin, do the skill pieces come randomly?" "No. Only when the effect of the skill exceeds 80% of the skill itself. That would be considered an effective practice set. For effective practice sets, you would be awarded skill pieces each time. Repetition would not get you more skill pieces unless the effect is 100%. Then you would get the skill pieces with proper repetition." The reply given by Merlin was a great help to Arthur. "That's it. That means the times when I did not get the skill pieces were due to my performance being less than the basic standard of 80% and I achieved the standard on the 5th practice. However, I did not get anything later on as I repeated the same standard for the next 5 times," he concluded. Now that he understood, Arthur became serious about his practices. He practiced all he could while recalling what he saw the man do in the garden. He wanted to get as many skill pieces as he could until he achieved the 100% skill effectiveness. He practiced over and over again. When dawn broke the next morning, Arthur had practiced for more than 100 times. He then went back to his room, exhausted. However, his chances of achieving the pieces were only at 20% and he only managed to get 21 pieces by the end of the day. Chapter 11 The Great Sword Scripture Part 1. The next morning, Arthur slept off most of the day in his room. He did not even notice Eva leaving in the morning. He only woke up when Eva came back from school. He then went for lunch with her on the second floor. At the restaurant, they bumped into the scar-faced man who stayed in room 301. Arthur gave him a big smile while the scar-faced man nodded at him, expressionless. At night, Eva went to bed and Arthur started to practice his sword skills on the balcony without waiting for the scar-faced man to appear. Just when he was on his third set, he saw the man practicing in the garden on ground floor. This time, Arthur did not blink his eyes while he watched the man practice his 3 sets. He got a clearer look at each of the steps to perfect his technique. After the man went back to the hotel, Arthur started to practice according to what he just saw. That night, he practiced for more than 100 times and obtained 36 skill card pieces. Added to the skill card pieces he had gotten from the night before, he had a total of 57 of them. Unfortunately, that was still insufficient to form one skill card. On the third day, Arthur slept until the time Eva came back from school in the afternoon. "Brother, are you suffering from insomnia these past few nights?" Eva asked in concern. "Yay, a little bit." Arthur agreed to what Eva said so that he did not have to explain the real reason to her. "Then you should sleep more during the day. I will bring dinner to you later." Eva seemed happy she could do something for her brother. "It's all right, I've had enough sleep. Let's go eat together," he said. It was heartwarming to hear Eva's offer, but he did not want to trouble her. "Oh yay, brother, the hotel owner told me that there was a delivery from our house. I have brought it here," Eva said while taking out the delivered box from her space storage. "Delivery? I didn't buy anything recently," Arthur said while he looked at the box. It was a package from Division 7 of the Hunter Association. He suddenly recalled that it might be the reward for killing the vampire the other day. "I wonder what reward the Hunter Association gives to people for killing a bronze-level vampire?" Arthur thought as he opened the box in anticipation. It was a black suitcase with an envelope attached to it. A 4-digit code was required to open the suitcase. He tore open the envelope and took out the letter inside it. As he suspected, it was a thank you note from the Hunter Association for killing the vampire. At the end of the note, it listed down the reward as well as the code to open the suitcase. Arthur exclaimed, "The Hunter Association is so generous." The code was 7101, and Arthur inserted the code immediately. An identity verification page popped up. Arthur scanned his Emperor's heart ring to verify access. The suitcase then clicked open, and the items in it were overwhelming to him. "Is that a gun?" Eva asked. "Yes, it's a Black Eagle 33. The latest iron-level gun from the Eagle Company. It can be converted into a pistol or sniper. It's the best iron-level gun on the market. The price is even higher than some of the bronze-level firearms," Arthur said as he took a good look at the black gun. The rugged look of this gun was nothing less of a marvel, and it was much better than the Grey Eagle 17 that he owned. The entire gun was made of black metal with silver stripes. It looked really cool. After a good look at it, Arthur put it back into the suitcase. A firearm needed life power to be effective, especially guns. Sufficient life power had to be inserted into the bore of the gun to create energy bullets. He had to put the Black Eagle 33 aside as he did not have enough life power until he was a bronze level. "When I'm a bronze level, with this Black Eagle 33 for long-distance attacks and blood power for close-ranged attacks, my power would be increased," Arthur said. He was imagining the thought in his head. Although he was not ambitious, he knew his tactics very well. "But now, my priority would be combining the skill card pieces into a great sword scripture skill card before the reserve hunter assessment. At least I can fight for myself instead of completely relying on the vampire." After dinner with Eva, Arthur had a cup of calming tea in his room. He then moved the carpet, table, and chairs aside and started to practice with his sword barefooted. Although the balcony where he used to practice was more than 2 meters wide, it was still too small for him. Thus, he chose to practice in the living room instead. He moved the furniture aside so that he would not damage any of them as he knew he could not afford to replace them. Eva was curious as to what he was doing, but seeing him in the zone like that, She did not bother him and went back to the room to do her homework. Perhaps the living room was more spacious as Arthur felt the practice was smoother than before and the chances of him obtaining the skill card pieces were rising. He practiced until dawn for more than 100 times. His performance had greatly improved, and each practice was 60% better, and he obtained 68 pieces in one night. He thought it was strange as the increased probability was unusual. On the first day, he did not even hit 20%. What was even stranger was he was not tired at all from practicing all night. At the condition his body was in for the past 2 days, he should be sleepy and exhausted after practice. He would fall right into a deep sleep on his bed. Yet, not only was he not tired, he did not feel like sleeping at all. "It feels like I took ecstasy pills," he mumbled to himself. He then thought about his diet as compared to the first day he arrived. He found the difference almost instantly. "Can it be the calming tea? But I had it a few days ago. There was no effect of excitement and I slept very well that night," he wondered. Just then, he poured himself another cup of calming tea. While the sweet tea was flowing down his throat, he felt energized again. "I think it's really the effect of this tea," he concluded. Suddenly, he heard the door across his hotel room close. He then went to the balcony immediately to peek at the Scarface man's practice. This time, he memorized everything the old man did. After the man was done with his 3 sets of practice, Arthur practiced again in the living room by reenacting what he saw, until 7 a.m. Arthur had again practiced for more than 100 times. There was an increase in his probability of more than 80%. He had obtained 88 pieces that night. Eva woke up and saw him practicing in the living room. She thought he had just woke up, so without thinking much, she headed out to school. After breakfast, Arthur was still not sleepy. He felt refreshed and his body was not tired at all. He had another calming tea and continued practicing again. He wanted to know if he could increase his probability even more. From 8 a.m. until 5 p.m., Arthur had practiced for more than 100 times. When he obtained his 87th piece, he heard a notification. "You have accumulated a total of 300 Great Sword Scripture pieces. You can integrate them into a rare skill. Great Sword Scripture Part 1. Do you want to carry out the integration?" Chapter 12 Bossu and Guyi. It's a rare skill. Integrate it now. Arthur agreed immediately after he received the notification. Soon, a green crystal card appeared on his life wheel. He retrieved the card just by visualizing it. The card was completely green. There was a strong man, standing against the harsh barren land, with a sword in his hand on the top of the card. It gave off the image that he was fighting to overcome a horrible beast in the desert on his own. Arthur stared at the image for a while before flipping it over to look at the description. Skill card. Name of skill, Great Sword Scripture, Broken. Rarity, Rare. Type of skill, Sword. Skill level, Gold rank. Status, Available. Remarks, this skill belongs to special skill without a rank limit. The power changes according to its host. Card remarks, Passable. Merlin, it says here that the Great Sword Scripture is rare. Does it mean that this is the complete Great Sword Scripture, or do I have an incomplete one now? Arthur could not help but ask. There are 2 parts to the Great Sword Scripture. The complete skill card is an epic ranked card. Now that you only have part 1 of the card, the skill card remains broken. That's why it is rare. Arthur was stunned at Merlin's explanation. He did not expect the Great Sword Scripture that he had secretly learned to be an epic skill. He then crushed the card in his hand and it turned into a green energy that flowed into his body. There were changes to his exclusive card. Host, Arthur. Gender, male. Age, 15. Combat strength, none. Exceeded assessment limit. Skill, blood power. Level 2. Skill 2, Great Sword Scripture, Sword skill. Summon authority. Activated. Available number of summons, 1. Remark, you are still so weak. Although this Great Sword Scripture skill is so precious, the Scarface man did not stop me from learning it. With his abilities, it is impossible he did not notice that I was learning it in my room. Arthur thought. There were 2 possibilities. Maybe he did not think the boy was able to grasp the skill, or he did it on purpose so that he could teach the skill to more people and share the knowledge with an interested spy. No matter what, I have to thank him in person. Maybe I can even ask him politely if he could teach me the second part. While Arthur was dreaming about how impressive he would be at the Reserve Hunter assessment when he got the complete Great Sword Scripture, Eva came back from school. Brother, Are you thinking about food? You're drooling, Eva said as soon as she saw his daydreaming face when she entered the room. Yes. When we're rich, I will hire a cook from the stable residence to make good food for us every day, Arthur said. Please do. Eva was excited to hear Arthur's nonsense as she had really grown to love the food at the hotel. Arthur was relieved that Eva believed his nonsense. After dinner, Arthur asked Eva to go back to the room without him while he rang room 301's doorbell. The Scarface man had a regular schedule for his meals and he was always at the restaurant at 6 p.m., finishing around 6:15 p.m. While for Arthur and Eva, their timing was not fixed, so sometimes they ate earlier and sometimes later. When they just arrived at the restaurant, the scar-faced man had finished eating, so he should be back in his room right now. Soon, the door swung open. The scar-faced man looked at Arthur without expression, and said, "Can I help you?" "Thank you so much for teaching me the sword skill," Arthur said sincerely while looking into his eyes. He then bowed low with respect to him. The scar-faced man remained expressionless. "I knew you were secretly learning. I did not teach you anything. Whatever you have mastered, that's your own effort. It's none of my business," the scar-faced man answered, with what seemed like a chuckle. "No matter what, I want to thank you," Arthur insisted and stood in the doorway with a sincere smile on his face. To him, it did not matter if the man accepted his gratitude as long as he said what he had to say. However, looking at the man's cold reaction, Arthur gave up his thought of asking him about part 2 of the Great Sword Scripture and went back to his room. "I should ask him about part 2 after I have completed the Reserve Hunter assessment." Not long after he got back to his room, Arthur's ring vibrated. A stranger was asking to talk to him. In doubt, Arthur picked up the call. It was someone familiar. "Mr. Arthur, we have finished the renovations on your house. You can come back anytime you want to take a look. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, please contact me, and we will sort it out for you," the voice on the phone said. Arthur recognized the voice to be the leader in the suit that he met a few days back. "Sure. I will be back tomorrow at noon. I will return the room keycard to the hotel owner." Arthur agreed and nodded. After he hung up, Eva walked out of her room. "Brother, do we have to leave tomorrow?" she asked with a look of disappointment on her face. "Yes, our home is done, so there's no need to stay at the hotel anymore," Arthur answered. "Okay." Eva sounded reluctant. She loved the food and drinks at the stable residence. Arthur noticed her reaction and said, "If you don't want to, then we shall stay for another day. Since we do have 5 days here, we can still stay here tomorrow and go back home the day after tomorrow. I'm not reluctant." But Eva did not want to admit her reluctance. "It's me who is reluctant then." Arthur shook his head and smiled. "It's set. We shall leave at noon the day after tomorrow." The days passed so quickly. Arthur continued to watch the scar-faced man when he practiced, but no matter how much he practiced, he did not get any more skill card pieces. Therefore, he did not spend too much time practicing. Instead, he decided to get more rest before the assessment. On the morning of the 6th day, after breakfast, Arthur and Eve returned to their hotel room and rearranged the carpet and furniture to where they had been before. They then bid farewell to the hotel owner. Bossu smiled while watching them leave. Suddenly, the scar-faced man appeared behind him. "Sir, I still don't understand what you see in that kid. He was just lucky that he killed the vampire. Moreover, looking at his broken life wheel, he looks like he only has 2 months left," he grumbled. "Guyi, you have known me for so long. Since when did I? You can misjudge a result." "You. Never," he admitted. The scar-faced man was stunned and shook his head. He seemed unsettled. "But sir, you are a unique person. You'd never bother about anything that's from this world. Why would you want me to teach him the sword skill?" "Don't worry, I have my plans." "You have spoken to him. What do you think?" Bossu asked. "His attitude isn't bad, but he's not a genius. He's far from the Lilang we met a few days back," Guyi said and shook his head while giving his comment. "Really? Let me ask you, how long did you take to learn part 1 of the Great Sword Scripture?" "Great Sword Scripture seems easy, but in reality, it contains a massive amount of meaning to a swordsman. I practice more than 18 hours every day and I took 103 days to learn part 1, Guyi answered, a serious look on his face when he thought of the topic. "As talented as you are, it took you 103 days to learn part 1. How long do you think he would need to learn that?" Bossu looked at Guyi with raised eyebrows. I think he would need at least 2 to 3 years, he mumbled. It was obvious that Gu Yi did not have faith in Arthur. I've told you that you're underestimating him. He only took 3 days to learn part 1 of the Great Sword Scripture, boss, you said, and pointed 3 fingers in the air as Gu Yi's mouth fell open in disbelief. A video of Arthur practicing in his room for the past few days appeared in front of them. Gu Yi was shocked when he saw the footage, and said, "How is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible," Yukin answered and waved his hand to dismiss the video. "Take 2 days, and clean up. We should leave soon." Gu Yi nodded without asking any further questions. He just sighed and said, "All right." Chapter 13. I have not registered yet. Arthur did not know what happened at the stable residence after they left. With the luxury hotel experience behind them, the two of them did not know what to expect when they got home. However, as soon as they walked up to the entrance of their house, they were stunned speechless at the sight they saw. "Brother, is this our house?" Eva said as she pulled Arthur's sleeve, unsure of the reality that stood before them. Arthur too was dumbfounded by the house that greeted them, as it was completely different compared to their original home. From it being a small, double-story bungalow, it was now a 3-story luxury villa. There was even a half-covered, open-air garden on the top floor now, with a variety of flowers that cascaded over the balcony. Looking at the house number, which was still the number 23, Arthur confirmed that the new house was in fact their home. They could not recognize their own house after the major renovations. They keyed in their password at the door and entered the house. Most of the original structure in the house remained the same, but the rest of the place was completely different. The original terrazzo floor now had a wooden finish which seemed very expensive. The hanging lamp on the ceiling was now a luxurious chandelier. The cabinets in the kitchen were brand new, with new sets of matching utensils already arranged systematically. In each drawer, there was a carpet that seemed to be made of monster leather that they had never seen before. Even the couch, chairs and dining table were new. The toilet bowls in the bathrooms had been changed too. Furthermore, the surprises continued as they ascended to the second floor. Their room, which was meant for 2 people, was now a single room. It was more than twice the original size and the balcony was 3 times bigger. The third floor that was added had been designed as a bedroom, with a huge bed and a bathroom. Above the third floor was the half-covered open-air garden they had seen from the entrance. Not only were there flowers, there was also a complete set of outdoor furniture which consisted of a patio umbrella, a rattan table, and chairs, as well as a hammock. Arthur knew very well that such renovations would have cost more than the price of 2 or even 3 houses combined. Now that he thought about it, it was really strange. He then called the middle-aged man on the phone to get to the bottom of this. Soon the man picked up his call and laughed. "Mr. Lin, are you happy with the renovations?" In this foothold, we were not the only ones that had a monster invade and destroy our property and possessions. I've seen the renovations on the other houses and none of them were as privileged as our house. Not only were we given new sets of furniture, we even have an extra floor. This is ridiculous. Who are you really? What is your intention? Arthur asked, his mind buzzing with the thought that this case was not that simple. "Of course, you are Sir Lee's friend. We would have to do our best for you," the middle-aged man answered, not at all minding and revealing the fact that he knew about Li Lang. "Sir Lee?" Arthur was stunned by that. "Do you mean Li Lang?" He continued. "Yes, that's Sir Lee. He was the one who submitted your damage report. It was important to our superior, which is why when we were told to complete this task properly, we spared no effort and expense." The man explained. "What kind of status does Li Lang hold exactly?" "You didn't know? His father is one of the vice presidents of Division 7 of the Hunter Association, while his mother is the councilwoman of the Union Government of Division 7, the man said. Another shocking revelation to Arthur that day. The man's superior thought that Arthur was Li Lang's friend, and through this act of kindness, they wanted to bridge the gap between them for the benefit of their relationship. What they did not know was, Arthur and Li Lang had just met once before, and there was no friendship between the two of them. Of course, Arthur did not tell him that, or else he might have to pay for the renovations which he most definitely could not afford. He hung up the phone and cleared his mind of all thoughts about the renovations. After settling into their new house, he started to prepare for the Reserve Hunter assessment. That day was a school holiday for Eva. After having lunch together, Arthur dropped by the credit bureau and traded the life crystals given to him by Li Lang earlier for 100,000 credit points. He then credited 20,000 credit points to Eva and said, "The reserve hunter assessment will take about 10 to 15 days. Please take good care of yourself and spend the money if you need to. When I become a hunter, there will be more opportunities for me to make more than enough money for the both of us." "Yes, brother, you will surely pass the assessment." Eva cheered. She had a lot of faith in Arthur. Next, they arrived at the Eagle station. Arthur patted Eva's head as they said their goodbyes. He then paid for and rode off on an eagle that he picked from the station stables. Eva watched Arthur take off and stayed until he was high up in the clouds. She then turned around and left the station. On the eagle, Arthur was amazed at the variety of monsters in the world he lived in. This eagle had 4 limbs from the feline family, where its claws could extend as it wished. Its ability to jump and run was stunning too. Apart from its limbs, the rest of its body was the same as a raptor. It had the face of an eagle and a pair of wings that were 8 meters wide. Such a creature did not only have the advantages of a superior body structure, it also had full control of the wind, which made it one of the fastest moving monsters among the rest. A few centuries ago, they were major headaches to humans in the lower monster class. Whenever they headed out, they traveled in large packs. With their agility and powerful attacks, they easily destroyed some of the footholds. Fortunately, humans adapted to the eagle's combat style and the tables were turned on the monsters. Once that happened, ever since a few hundred years back, the eagles were captured and tamed by humans and had become one of the most common forms of transportation in the world these days. The eagle that Arthur rode on was not the largest one, but it had the best feathers. The feathers on its abdomen were of a slight golden-colored tone. In comparison to the other birds, it was unusually good-looking and also seemed like it was well-fed. The normal flying speed of an eagle was 700 kilometers per hour. At full speed, its agility would multiply. However, it would only fly at full speed when it was running for its life. Under such flying speeds and conditions, it would have been torture for the eagle to withstand that speed along with a human on its back. Therefore, there was special defense equipment installed on the saddle pad which would become a transparent defense shield which protected the rider in case of an emergency. The eagle took less than 2 hours to fly from No.7D101 to No.7C87. Arthur got out of the Eagle station, opened the map in his ring and walked towards the Hunter Association division. Not long after, he arrived at the division. There were already so many people waiting around. It looked a massive crowd waiting for a rock concert to start at the entrance of the building. C-grade footholds belong to the medium foothold category where the population was a few million people. Perhaps there were tens of thousands of hunters around, placing the hunters from the smaller footholds nearby, who were there to submit their missions, along with the ordinary people hustling about their day. The traffic in the area would have naturally been hectic. After quite a struggle, Arthur walked into the entrance of the division. Just when he entered, a young lady approached him. The lady looked like she was in her 20s. She was dressed in the Hunter Association uniform. She greeted him with a wide smile, and said, "Hi sir, how may I help you today? I'm here for the Reserve Hunter assessment." Arthur answered, "All right, please follow me." The lady smiled at Arthur again, and brought him to a meeting room. She then gestured, "You may go in." "Thank you." Arthur nodded and pushed open the door. He was stunned as there were more than 100 people in the meeting room. So many people have registered today? Looking at the amount of people in attendance, it looks like there might be more than 1,000 people by tomorrow. Arthur wondered while he found himself a seat at the back. Soon there were more people coming into the room. A fatty sat on his left with a vacant seat between them. The fatty was very friendly. He then whispered to Arthur with a smile, "It's awesome that you could pass the preliminary round when you're not even iron level. Bro. Did you take a shortcut somewhere to get here? Past the preliminary round? Do you mean all of you have already registered?" Arthur looked at the fatty in disbelief. "Of course, or else how would we know that we have to be here today at 4 p.m. for the assessment content and rules from the examiner?" The fatty thought the question Arthur asked was strange. He then looked at him with suspicion in his eyes. "Don't tell me you're here without a registration?" he asked. Before Arthur could even answer him, a lady in her heels walked up to the podium. The noisy meeting room suddenly fell silent as everyone's attention was stolen by the woman on the stage. It was a lady with a strong aura about her. She had a ponytail with a short skirt that showed her long legs beautifully. She wore a pair of black stilettos that was nearly 20 centimeters high. She was tall herself, at least 1.7 meters, and with that pair of heels, she was almost 2 meters tall, and everyone in the meeting room was beneath her in comparison. Although what was most attractive about her was not her height, but her breasts that were hidden in her buttoned-up white shirt. Her breasts were not showing at all, but the jiggling they had when she walked was sufficient to seduce all the men in the meeting room. This lady could have been described as a bombshell, which Yi lives up to her reputation, the fatty said, slurping up drool as he spoke. Looking at his behavior, Arthur sat quietly, inching more to his right to avoid any spitfire from the fatty. The lady looked over the crowd and stopped when her eyes landed on Arthur, as he was the only one in the room who was not even an iron-level applicant. She did not say anything, but instead, went on to introduce herself. "Hi, I am Yi, the main examiner of your assessment. In this assessment, there are 133 people who have passed the preliminary rounds. Now, the time that I had set, which was 4 p.m. in the afternoon, has arrived. There are now 127 people here. The 6 people who are not here have been eliminated from the assessment," she said in a loud, stern voice. "I will be telling you the rules of the assessment tomorrow. I will only say it once, so please pay attention. Also, when I'm speaking, please keep quiet. If you have any questions, you can ask after I have finished speaking," she said. "Tomorrow at 8 a.m., all of you will gather here in this meeting room. Those who are late will be eliminated. You are not allowed to bring any equipment that is more than iron level, no drugs and no other prohibited items in your storage space. Before the assessment starts, all the prohibited items will be temporarily confiscated by my authorities. If there's anything valuable which you do not trust us to keep an eye on, please keep them with someone else until you leave later on," she continued. "The concrete content of the assessment won't be revealed at this moment. After everyone is gathered tomorrow, I will reveal that," she said to the anxious hall of eyes that stared at her. The messages from Yi were short and sweet. After she was done, she looked at the crowd again and asked, "If you have any doubts, you can ask now." Everyone in the room looked around at each other. None of them dared to say anything. At the back of the meeting room, a hand rose up slowly and, it was Arthur. "What questions do you have? Do tell me," Yi asked Arthur with her chin up ready for his question. I haven't registered myself yet. Is it too late to register now?" Arthur asked from the back of the room. Over 100 people who were present in the room frowned when they heard what Arthur said. Chapter 14. The beginning of the assessment. As it happened, the registration for the assessment was not an obstacle to Arthur at all. It was just a preliminary screening of sorts to avoid too many participants in the assessment stage. Since Arthur was already in the meeting room, to Yi, his presence did not make a difference to the assessment. From the way he looked, she thought he would definitely be eliminated during the assessment anyway, for his abilities were not going to save him. So, to avoid embarrassing him, she let his registration mess up slide. Arthur did not even have the opportunity to show Yi that he was an Imperial censor, and before he knew it, the registration was completed. "Bro, you're so lucky." When you raised up your hand and said you haven't registered, I thought the scraping which would throw you out. The fatty laughed and got even friendlier than before as he shook Arthur's hand. He then said, "Let's get to know each other. I'm Yi. What about you?" "Arthur, pleased to meet you," Arthur replied, as he could not avoid the guy's friendliness and he did not seem skeptical to it anyhow, so he shook his hand. "You're not even iron level and you're here for the assessment." "Such audacity." Yi patted Arthur's shoulder. "Just trying my luck. Maybe I'll pass." "You never know," Arthur answered with a smile. He had no plans of revealing his identity as an Imperial censor to the guy, of all people, so he kept quiet about it. After chatting for a while, Arthur said goodbye to Yi. If he did not leave, he might have had to talk to the fatty forever. After dinner, Arthur took a stroll at the night market to calm his thoughts. Then he went back to the hotel and slept early in preparation for the day to come. The next morning, he went to the meeting room right after breakfast. The head examiner Yi seemed to despise people who were late, so he did not want to lose his eligibility to the assessment because of tardiness. As it turned out, the strict warning had everyone else on edge too. Nobody was late on the second day. The 127 people who joined the meeting on the first day were all there before 7:50 a.m. At exactly 8 a.m., the head examiner Yi arrived. This time, she wore a pair of long, black pants and a short-sleeve white shirt. Her style was a little different from the first day, but no matter how hard she tried to cover up her voluptuous body, her curves could still be seen. All the male members present were young and horny at the sight of her. Most of their eyes followed her movements, but they did not focus on her face. Instead, their stares were centered on her breasts. Ye Yu walked to the podium, looked at the crowd and started to speak. "Everybody is here. That's great. Now I will talk about the syllabus of the assessment today," she started. "The theme of the assessment is survival. As a professional hunter, we will always encounter horrible environments and powerful monsters. Thus, survival is a topic that all professional hunters should master. One who does not master this will surely die tragically in the end," she warned. The location of assessment is a wilderness 330 kilometers away from the foothold No. 7C87, pure gold desert. The objective of the assessment is simple. All you guys have to do is enter Dorate to the pure gold desert, walk across the desert that is 1,500 kilometers long, and within 15 days, you must arrive at foothold No. 7D121 or be eliminated, she said. As Ye Yu spoke, she projected a 3D map showing the location of the starting and ending points. You are not allowed to bring food and water during this assessment. You would have to obtain them in the desert, she continued. Everyone was stunned at what she said at the end. Even Arthur was upset. He had prepared a ton of water and snacks yesterday for the assessment. Later, each and every one of you will be given an emergency communication device once we have inspected your storage spaces. If any of you cannot handle the challenge, press the rescue button to give up the assessment and you will be saved, and subsequently eliminated. Of course, if you're not able to arrive at your destination foothold No. 7D121 within 15 days, that will be considered as failing the assessment, she explained. That's all for the assessment briefing. If you have any questions, please ask now, Ye Yu asked with a sinister grin on her lips. Miss Examiner, looking at the terrain of the 3D map that you showed us, our destination No. 7D121 isn't connected directly to the pure gold desert. Instead, it's blocked. That means, the area of the assessment isn't only a desert, but it will also include climbing the mountain. Am I right? A man in glasses asked. You're very observant. Yes, climbing the mountain is part of the challenge and you have to do it with your bare hands. The equipment for climbing in your storage space will be confiscated later, Ye Yu said, as her smile widened at the thought. The crowd groaned again. Yin Hanyi, who sat next to Arthur, was getting more and more upset. Do they plan to fail each and every one of us? The fatty mumbled. Are there any more questions? Ye Yu asked. She seemed to be satisfied with the briefing of the assessment that she had presented. Miss Examiner, I've done some research on the mountains. It's called the Snowy Goddess Mountain, located right behind foothold No. 7D121. It's a level 2 wild zone. Based on records of the area, bronze-level monsters have been sighted there. In such a wild zone, isn't it unsafe to carry out the assessment? There, a voice at the back of the room asked. As it turned out, it was Arthur who asked the question. Everyone was shocked when they heard the fact. Ye Yu was stunned. She frowned and said, the entire zone of the mountain is in fact a level 2 wild zone. However, there's one mountain around there that's without bronze-level monsters. So that place is considered a level 1 wild zone. All of you should climb that mountain instead. I'll get someone to mark it down on the trail, she answered. As it seemed, she had intentionally left out the information to increase the difficulty of the assessment and decrease the passing rate. She did not expect Arthur to point it out. But now she had to mark the safer trail for everyone to use. If she did not do that and insisted everyone should take the assessment as it was, the results of the assessment would be invalid if an incident was brought up to the management of the Hunter Association. A level 2 wild zone was prohibited as an assessment field. Are there any more questions? Please do not hesitate to ask. If not, we're ready to go. Just when Ye Yu was done speaking, a few of them raised their hands, but their questions were irrelevant. Meanwhile, Arthur was scratching his head thinking about the difficult situations within the assessment. The lack of food and water would be the biggest issue. As we go, we still have to look for a source of water. Moreover, in the desert, there are many deadly monsters that we should be aware of. Above all, people are the most dangerous beings that we should watch out for. There will be many of them who will try to steal our food and water. By my calculations, The 1,500-kilometer desert trail can be completed in 13 days. Climbing with your bare hands would take more than a day. I might need to reserve 2 days for that," Arthur said, in discussion with Yin. "It's now 8:20 a.m. Let me bring you to the assessment point," Yu said and waved into the air. Suddenly, a green wooden door appeared. She then pushed open the door. "Please queue up." "After you pass through the door, please wait and don't move around the place," she warned. "Oh, a dimensional relic," the fatty Yin exclaimed when he saw the door. "What's a relic?" "You're so ignorant. A relic is an extremely rare treasure that surpasses gold-ranked equipment. If one has killed a transcendent monster, there's a possibility that they would get it. A dimensional relic's rarity is even more valuable than some weapon relics. It seems like this switch isn't just a hot simpleton after all," Yin explained in all seriousness. Arthur became even more curious about the world he knew. The rank after gold-ranked equipment is transcendent? He was impressed at the thought of it. How powerful can the strongest combat rank be? More and more people passed through the door. Soon the queue got shorter and it was finally Arthur and the fatty's turn to enter. As he stepped into the door, he felt a slight dizziness and in the blink of an eye, he was in a desert. "That's amazing," Arthur exclaimed. Chapter 15 Sand Monster. There were staff members from the Hunter Association already waiting at the entrance to the desert. When all the members who joined the assessment arrived, the head examiner, Yu followed through behind them all. "Now please conform to the checking of your space storage facilities with our staff," Yu said and then nodded to the 12 staff who were there waiting for her instructions. The 12 staff started to check each and every storage compartments. All weapons, combat, defense and other assistance equipment that are above iron level are prohibited. Aside from healing-related medication, all medicines including septic devices that have poisonous effects on the human body are prohibited as well. Equipment that has been poisoned must be cleaned. Those who refuse to clean them will have your equipment confiscated," she continued. "Also, all food and water are prohibited. Climbing equipment is prohibited too," Yek announced loudly while walking back and forth in front of everyone. Soon, the 12 staff members had done their job. Most of the things that were confiscated were food and water. Some of them brought bronze-level equipment and some of the weapons were soaked in septic device. They were asked to clean their weapons on the spot. The same happened to Arthur when they checked his storage space. His food and water were confiscated. The military water bottle that he bought was almost taken away too, but he poured out all the water in front of the staff before they did. They found Arthur's armored bullets too. The staff confirmed the item with Yu before returning the bullets to him. Yu thought it would not make a difference if he had them or not since the bullets were meant for normal guns. Even at a short distance, the impact would hardly be of any significance against bronze-level weapons. Moreover, there were only 10 bullets, so the bullets were returned to him. When the staff returned the bullets, Arthur was relieved as it was one of the few ways he had to protect himself. When the inspection was completed, it was already past 9 a.m. After all the staff had confirmed that nothing had been missed out, a communication device was given to every one of them. Yu then spoke again. "The stuff that was confiscated will be kept safely with our authorities. When the assessment is over, we will return them to you. The time is now 9:23 a.m. I'm giving you guys an extra 7 minutes. Those of you who arrive at the destination within 15 days before 9:30 a.m. will pass the assessment. Before the assessment officially begins, I have some bad news for the lot of you. During the assessment, the internet connection, communication and map positioning guidance functions on your Emperor's heart ring will not be available. The only thing that you can use will be the storage system," Yu said, with a hearty laugh once she finished. Her breasts jiggled vigorously, distracting the participants for a few moments, before drawing them back to the harsh truths she had revealed. What Yu said caused the crowd to groan again. Even Arthur did not expect her to be that sneaky. On the other hand, Yu as the head examiner seemed to enjoy the torture she inflicted. With a grin, she said, "Now, let the assessment begin," she shouted. Just when she was finished speaking, some of them ran well ahead of the rest. Those who were groaning followed too. Arthur, who was the weakest among them all, was the slowest. Instead of running like everybody else, he walked at his normal pace. The fatty greeted him and sprinted away following the people ahead. Soon, Arthur was left behind. However, he did not accelerate. He continued walking at his own pace, studying his surroundings as he went. Watching Arthur getting further and further away, the head examiner Yu shook her head and said, "I thought there was something special about that kid. It seems like he's just an ordinary person. At this speed, it would be amazing if he could walk 40 kilometers in a day. I don't think he can even finish half of the journey within the given 15 days." In truth, it was not that he did not want to follow the others' pace as they ran off in the wilderness. The fact was that he was not able to keep up anyway. He was just an ordinary person. His physique and body structure were completely different from those who were at an iron level. If he was to run like those fellas who were iron level, he would collapse within half a day. The environment in the desert was so harsh that if he pushed himself too hard, he would have to give up the assessment if he even planned on surviving it. Arthur had been researching the Pure Gold Desert on his Heart network since the head examiner Yu gave out the assessment area and content that morning. He had a plan in mind to survive the desert within the 15 days. He needed at least 2 days to climb the Alps, so he had 13 days to cross the 1,500 kilometers desert. That said, he needed to walk more than 115 kilometers per day. That did not include the time he spent searching for food and a source of water. Arthur knew very well that the desert was not a simple flatland. When he was on Earth, he had traveled to a desert before. The fastest an ordinary person could walk in the desert would be 4 kilometers per hour. A few well-trained others could walk 5 kilometers per hour. Moreover, he would need to rest at night. He would be pushing his limits if he was to walk 50 kilometers per day within 15 days. No matter how he pushed himself, he could only finish half the journey. An iron-level person had a body that was a few times stronger than ordinary people. Their strength and tolerance were better than ordinary people, and they could even run up to 100 kilometers per day. That would be impossible for Arthur. Therefore, he had a plan that involved monsters in the desert, especially those that moved fast, which he could use as a vehicle. With his ability to obtain skill card pieces and his skill of summoning monsters, he had memorized the locations of the footholds where the monsters he needed would reside. Although the accumulation of skill card pieces would take time, the native creatures that resided in the desert could move much faster than humans. The time that he spent on accumulating skill card pieces would be made up by the monster's high-speed movements through the desert. Arthur's headed in a very different direction from those who were ahead of him. His goal was not the destination, but the foothold with the sand monster that he had seen on the map. The sand monster belonged to a branch of human giants. They were huge, very fat, and they consumed a diet consisting of a variety of flesh and meat very regularly. They looked similar to humans as they walked with 2 legs. They were more like a deformed human, with some of them having 2 or 3 heads and some with only 1 head with additional mouths or eyes. Iron-level sand monsters were at least 5 meters tall, and the tallest one could be up to 10 meters. They were easily a few times stronger than iron-level humans. Arthur had his eye on an iron-level sand monster, and as they lived in groups, the monstrosity of that sort would not be hard to find. What he needed to do at the moment was accumulate a complete monster card from killing many monsters at once. Another reason that aided his plan was that the sand monster's foothold was very near the entrance of the Pure Gold Desert. Arthur followed the planned route for half a day without water. Finally, when the sky was dark, he arrived at the foothold where the sand monsters lurked. Arthur knew earlier that there was a source of water at the location, but didn't see it upon his arrival. Soon after, he thanked his lucky star when he saw a freshwater lake not far from the foothold. Chapter 16 Changes in the Life Wheel. Arthur secretly got a bottle of water from the lake. He took a few sips and closed the bottle, feeling energized while waiting for the night to come. The sand monsters had terrible vision. Their body structure allowed them to resist heat and cold, so they were not afraid of the sun as well as sandstorms. Because of this, they usually hunt during the day. However, the range of their vision dropped to the extent that they could not see past 100 meters at night. Unless they were hungry, they would prefer not to hunt during the night. The sky was dark not long after Arthur went into hiding. It was an eerie night and there were barely any stars in the sky. It was perfect for hunting. Arthur ran towards the foothold where the sand monsters were moving at full speed. He had observed the foothold for a while, noticing more than 30 sand monsters here. None of them were taller than 10 meters and they were all iron level. The sand monster's intelligence was not high, but perhaps they had seen the human's foothold. There were fences that surrounded it. Mimicking it, they built simple shacks for the place where they slept. With more than 30 shacks put together, the area looked like a miniature human village. Arthur walked around the fence. Some of the sand monsters were sleeping and loud snores could be heard. He locked his target on one sand monster that was 5 meters tall. From the size of the sand monster, it seemed to be iron level. It was playing with its toes in its own shed. It then licked its fingers after playing with its toes. Arthur was disgusted. He started to think that it might be a mistake to summon such an idiotic monster with his monster card. Time was running out. Soon he forgot about what he was thinking. He picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it towards the disgusting monster through the fence. The sand monster was hit by the stone. It then picked up the stone in confusion and looked at the direction where the stone was tossed. He saw there was something behind the fence. Although the distance was not far, it could not see clearly through the fence. It then stood up with his 3 meters long bat and walked towards the fence. The sand monster's appetite was huge. They could usually eat a lot, so they would never let go of food that was sent their way. Looking at the sand monster approaching him, Arthur let out a grunt behind the fence. Soon the sand monster arrived at the fence. It looked down and locked eyes with Arthur. It was shocked and immediately, it swung its bat at Arthur. Arthur instantly ran towards the dune that was not far away. The sand monster destroyed the fence with its bat and chased after Arthur. To the sand monsters, human flesh was tender and delicious. It almost drooled the moment it saw Arthur. Seeing its food run away, it did not want to let go. Just when Arthur passed through the dune, the sand monster approached and it swung its bat towards Arthur. Suddenly, blood was spilled. The monster stopped moving. Its head fell from its neck. Blood gushed out all over the place. The headless body fell straight behind the dune. A shadow appeared next to the sand monster's dead body. It was a young man with white hair. His eyes, which turned red, were now black. "That's amazing, Bai." Arthur gave the young man a thumbs up. Bai, who was on iron level rank 3, was near to bronze level since his evolution the last time. Under the blood power boost, chopping off the monster's head was a piece of cake. Ding! A notification came from Merlin. A semi-transparent notification box popped out upon Arthur. "Congratulations, you obtained a monster card, Sand Monster Piece X1. At the same time, a huge amount of white life light spread out from the sand monster's dead body into Bai. I almost forgot, life light would be given when monsters kill each other. Although Arthur knew about this earlier, it was his first time witnessing it. In this world, the life light among monsters could be seized mutually, where the remained life light of the dead monster would be transferred automatically into the monster that killed it. As the human body was unique, it would only absorb a part of life light from monsters automatically during the upgrade of ability. Such process was called a life light baptism. Under other circumstances, unless one possessed some technique to absorb life light, the life light would fade away while nobody could obtain it. As Bai absorbed the life light from the dead sand monster, there were changes inside Arthur's body. The third column on the life wheel in his body that was dim started to shine. Soon the third column was fully lit up and the fourth one started to light up as well. The fifth one followed, and then the sixth, until the 26th column was lightened up. The life light that was spreading out of the dead sand monster stopped. The life light on Bai's body faded as well, and the changes in Arthur's body stopped soon after. What just happened? Arthur was shocked. He did not expect the life light in his body to increase out of nowhere. Within seconds, his life wheel increased from 3 columns to 28 columns. One column in life wheel usually represented 1 year of life. Since Arthur was born with a broken life wheel, the rate at which his life decays was 10 times faster than ordinary people. He was only left with 3 columns on his life wheel, and the third column was already dim. He only had slightly more than 2 months more to live, but now, he suddenly had 28 columns on his life wheel. He was relieved from the fear of death. However, the good news was strange to him. "Merlin, does the addition of my life light had anything to do with Bai killing the sand monster?" Arthur took his guess. When you summon a monster from your monster card, your life wheel is synchronized with your monster. 50% of the life light would be absorbed into your life wheel when the monster is killed. If the life wheel of the monster you summoned is full, 100% of the life light will be given to you. Arthur was relieved after he heard Merlin's explanation, as now he knew that there was no problem with his body. I could get more than 20 columns of life light from killing one sand monster. So if I were to kill a few more, my life wheel would overflow. Arthur was excited as he thought to himself. He then went to the back of the dune and walked towards the foothold where the sand monsters were. Chapter 17 Multiple Kills. After passing through the dune, Arthur saw two of the sand monsters standing at the destroyed fence from afar. One of them was 7 meters tall while the other was 8. The shorter one seemed to be an iron level rank 2 while the taller one was most probably an iron level rank 3. Arthur hesitated for a moment but he sprinted towards the direction of the two sand monsters. The duo who was about to fix the fence under the night sky could not see Arthur clearly. All they could see was that something was approaching them from afar. They opened their eyes in an attempt to try to get a better look at what was coming for them. When Arthur was in between the dune and the foothold, the duo could finally see him. Seeing that it was a human, they imagined how delicious he would be and they ran through the fence to chase after Arthur. Arthur turned round and ran immediately. Just when he ran through the dune, the duo was near him. They did not bring any weapons and they were trying to grab Arthur with their bare hands. Arthur got down and rolled down the dune. Blood splashed through the air. The head of the shorter sand monster was chopped off. Its body fell straight to the ground. Bai attacked the second monster without missing. His height was the same as the sand monster. His blood power wings were his weapon, which he swung towards the taller sand monster. The death of the shorter monsters served as a warning for the taller monster. It saw a red stroke flashing in the air so it used its hand to block the attack although he could not see what was attacking it. Usually, such a block would work seeing how tough and thick with high defense the sand monster's skin was, but now that Bai's power was similar to a bronze level, with the help of his blood power wings that were comparable to a bronze level weapon, the sand monster's hands were chopped off. The attack was not as effective as Bai wanted it to be as the monster's head was still there. In immense pain, the sand monster let out a loud groan. Arthur attempted to stop Bai but it was too late. The distance between the dune and the foothold where the sand monsters resided was less than 10 meters. If the monster were to scream, it would definitely attract the rest of the sand monsters. By then, not only would the hunt fail, he might even lose his life. Suddenly, another slash flashed through the air, slicing through the sand monster's mouth directly to the back of its head. The pupils of the giant sand monsters dilated as the blood power saber was removed from its mouth. Without any support, its body fell onto the floor. Bai kept his blood power saber. The redness in his eyes faded and he returned to his innocent young look. Arthur was relieved. It was so close. If Bai had been a second slower, they might be dead by now. If they were to be surrounded by more than 10 iron-level sand monsters in such an environment, a bronze-level hunter might not be able to make it. Merlin's notification popped up. Congratulations. You have obtained monster cards, Sand Monster Pieces X2. As the notification popped up, white life light spread out from the two dead bodies of the sand monsters into Bai's body. Arthur looked at the life wheel in his body. The columns started to light up again. This time, it increased from 28 to 85 columns straight away. Even with his accelerated decay in his lifespan which was 10 times faster than ordinary people, Arthur could now live for more than 8 years. He calmed himself down and started to plan things out. From his experience earlier, he did not want to risk his life any further. Bai's performance was beyond Arthur's wildest expectations. In every fight, he managed to kill every sand monster in a single shot before they could even make a single noise. Just like this, with Bai's help, Arthur killed 3 sand monsters. All the 137 white columns on his life wheel were now filled up, the only remaining columns being the gray ones. In this world, everyone had a life wheel within their bodies that had 360 light columns. However, there were 2 categories to the columns. The white ones were refillable with life light while the gray columns could not be filled with life light. Most people have 100 to 150 white columns which were full of life light when they were born. The white columns decided how long one would live. As time passed, the life light in the life wheel would disappear and every year, 1 column of life light would be taken away. The columns of life light that were taken away would turn into gray columns, which were not refillable. That was how human lifespan decreased every year. If one was ill or born with issues in their life wheel, the loss of life light would accelerate. However, the speed of change of the column would forever be constant at 1 column per year. Arthur was one of the unlucky ones. He was born with only 152 white columns on his life wheel. Now that 15 years had passed, his life wheel should have only had 137 white columns remaining. However, since his lifespan decay was 10 times faster than ordinary people, within the 15 years, 150 columns were gone, leaving him with only 2 columns. It was also not feasible to convert the gray columns into white columns as the price to pay was too high. Each gray column would need 10 years of life light to be activated, turning them into white columns. To top it off, each gray column could only be activated once. To be able to reach iron level, it required all the gray columns to be activated, filling up the entire life wheel with 360 white columns. The rich would need to pay an astronomical amount of money, making it impossible for the poor. 1 year worth of life crystals required 100,000 credit points, and 10 years worth of life crystals would require 1 million credit points to activate a single gray column. For most people, they were born with more than 200 gray columns, and the activation of those columns would require more than 200 million credit points, an astronomical amount. That was the reason why anyone who held the title of a hunter in this world was respected. Even an iron-level reserve hunter would be held in high respect by everyone. With all his white columns lit up, Arthur saw hope to achieve iron level, as he had the advantage that most people did not have, absorbing life light through Bay Eye. Witnessing the shortcut to iron level, Arthur's hunger to kill grew more intense. Chapter 18 Kill them all. Using the method he used earlier, Arthur lured more sand monsters out of their shacks and got Bay Eye to kill them. Over an hour later, aside from the leader, the rest of the sand monsters were all killed. The back of the dune that was less than 100 meters from the foothold was filled with dead bodies, most of them with their heads separated from their bodies. On Arthur's life wheel, 52 gray columns had been turned into white columns, and they were all lit up. He had also obtained 33 sand monster card pieces. He could actually integrate 30 card pieces into one iron level rank 1 sand monster, but he chose to put it aside. Standing outside of the foothold, Arthur looked at the last sand monster from afar. It was the biggest one in the entire foothold, and it was almost 10 meters tall. From its size, Arthur guessed that it was near the bronze level. It should be the leader of the foothold. It was in a deep sleep and was snoring loudly. It had no idea that the rest of its mates had all been killed. Arthur took out the Grey Eagle 17 in his space storage and put the 10 armored bullets into the bore of the gun and approached the last sand monster quietly. In the low growl of the wind in the desert, a stench emanated of the shacks. It was disgusting. The sand monsters seemed to be quite unhygienic. Arthur bent over and walked in small steps so he would not make any noises as he approached the leader of the sand monsters slowly. 30 meters. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Suddenly, the sand monster's nose twitched. It seemed to have picked up the scent of something and opened its eyes. Arthur did not have the time to run away. He was seen by the leader of the sand monster's leader. The sand monster was stunned. It thought it was dreaming. Arthur was shocked as well, but he pointed his gun at the monster as it tried to grab his gun. Suddenly, 2 slashes flashed through in a split second. They were like ribbons tying the sand monster's arms. Arthur saw the flashes and did not run away. Instead, he took a step towards the sand monster and pulled the trigger at the monster's eyes. In the dark, flares were seen as 2 bullets were shot into the monster's eyes. The sand monster let out a loud roar from the pain. When Arthur attacked, it managed to close its eyes, but the impact of the armored bullets was too powerful at point blank. Although it did not make the sand monster's head explode, both its eyes were completely destroyed. The sand monster was badly injured from the hit. It became furious and somehow managed to break away from Bay Eye within seconds. Arthur then rolled towards the left and hid in the side. The sand monster stood up, starting to smash everything around it as it roared. Its roar could be heard more than 10 kilometers away. The members who joined the assessment ahead of Arthur were just settling down, getting ready for dinner. They were terrified by the sand monster's roar. It's the sand monster's roar. It sounded angry. In the desert, the only creature that dared to invade into the sand monster's foothold was the megalodon wolf pack, which also belonged to the giant family. If the megalodon wolf was not famished, they would not attack the sand monsters on a whim. There must be some unusual fight happening in the foothold tonight. A man in glasses who also joined the assessment explained. He seemed to know the monsters in the desert better. However, He misjudged the situation as the sound of gun faded too fast and he could not hear that as he was too far away. Within the 10-kilometer radius of the foothold, the sand monster seemed to be in complete madness. It swung its hands everywhere, destroying the surroundings. Meanwhile, Bai was in combat mode as his eyes turned completely red and the blood power on his back turned into two bloody sabers. As he avoided from being hit by the sand monster, he was slashing the monster with his sabers at the same time. The number of wounds on the sand monster increased and Bai did not even suffer a single hit. Arthur hid in the opposite direction, somewhere not far from them. He removed the armored bullets and reloaded his gun with regular bullets. He then went into shooting mode and he shot the sand monster every time he had a chance. He focused on the sand monster's face, including its destroyed eyes, nose, mouth, and even its ears. Although he missed most of the time, it managed to make the monster even more furious. Arthur did not shoot from the same direction. Every time he took a shot, he would change his position. This 10-meter-tall sand monster had superior abilities if it was compared to the rest. Bai managed to chop off the arms of the other monsters easily, but he failed to cut through this monster's body as its bones prevented him from doing so. Time passed by. Arthur and Bai were getting tired as the sand monster got weaker, losing blood as the fight continued. Arthur was amazed at how terrifying the monsters in this world were. He had fired more than 100 bullets from his Grey Eagle 17 at the monster's face, and though he only missed a few shots, the monster was still alive. It was shocking as the Grey Eagle 17 was comparable to an iron-level gun. It was even more powerful than an AK-47 on Earth. After losing so much blood, the sand monster became slow. Though Bai was tired, he did not slow down but instead, he got more aggressive. However, the monster still managed to defend itself. Arthur was exhausted. His actions became slower but he was still opening fire at the monster's face. Under continuous attack, the monster finally fell to its injuries, and though it was still alive, Arthur and Bai both knew that it could not last much longer. Arthur became more courageous and he stood in front of the sand monster to open fire because he could aim better at such an angle. However, just as he positioned himself and fired a few shots, the sand monster who was on the ground stood up and let out a roar as it ran towards Arthur's direction. Arthur did not move at all. Instead, he grinned. He took out the regular bullets and reloaded his gun with armored bullets. He then aimed at the monster's wide-opened mouth and shot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired and 3 armored bullets exploded in the sand monster's mouth. Blood started to flow out of the monster and the monster who was initially running towards Arthur fell hard onto the ground. Congratulations, you obtained a complete Sand Monster card X1. Host completed cross-ranking kill. An advanced card is rewarded. I have been waiting for this for way too long. Arthur blew at the muzzle in satisfaction before he put the Grey Eagle 17 into storage. Chapter 19. Repeat important matters 3 times. Arthur had expected the sudden outburst of the Sand Monster. The 30 sand monsters who were killed did not always die in one hit from Bai's attack, and they had a similar reaction. The last sand monster remaining, who happened to be their leader, was killed the way Arthur had wanted it to happen. After the sand monster's leader was dead, a notification was sent by Merlin. As the last monster was killed by Arthur himself, he was rewarded with an advanced card for the cross-ranking kill. Besides, he also obtained a complete monster card. The probability of obtaining a monster card right away for killing a monster was not high. Arthur had done his survey earlier, so he was only aiming to collect all of the card pieces. He did not expect to get this lucky. However, there was a downside as well. Since the sand monster was killed by Arthur, its life light could not be absorbed by Bai, so Arthur's life wheel did not manage to get any additional life light. Arthur then called out the monster card onto his hand. He was stunned. It was a green card. He looked at it closely. There was a giant sand monster on the front of the card. Its look was considered normal. The only thing was that it had an extra head. It did not have extra eyes and it had 4 limbs just like ordinary people did. It looked like an enlarged human with more fats and hair. It looked ferocious and did not have reproductive organs. He turned the card around to look at the detailed description. Monster card. Rarity, rare. Type of monster, giant. Branch. Combat level, iron level 3 star. Skill 1, immense strength, beginner. Skill 2, robust, beginner. Skill 3, iron bones, beginner. Summoning limit, activated. Card remarks. This is useless too. Arthur then looked at the detailed description. Immense strength, beginner. Passive skill, strength would gain 3 times more. Robust, beginner. Passive skill, body physique improved twofold. Body physique includes tolerance to poison, strength, tolerance, and adaptation. Iron bones, beginner. Passive skill, defense is improved threefold. After reading the detailed description, Arthur finally understood why it was so hard to kill the last sand monster. No wonder Bai's attack could not hurt it. This fella is a rare species like Bai. Although it did not have any active skills, its passive skills are stunning enough. Arthur was familiar with the advanced card. Now that he had 2 rare monster cards, he was not sure if he should use the advanced card on Bai or the sand monster. Since he was undecided, he put the card aside for the future when it was needed. Merlin, please extract the skill. The 3 passive skills were all great. No matter which one he got, it would be helpful for Arthur, so he did not have any preference. Skill extraction has been activated. Choosing a skill for the host. Random selection is done. Congratulations. You have obtained Robust, beginner. When the skill extraction was done, Arthur opened up his exclusive card. Host, Arthur. Gender, male. Age, 15. Combat strength, none. Exceeded assessment limit. Skill 1, blood power. Level 2. Skill 2, great sword scriptures, sword skill. Skill 3, robust, beginner. Summon authority, activated. Available number of summons, 1. Remark, so weak. So weak. So weak. He was initially happy, but he got slightly pissed at the last remark. Was it really necessary to repeat yourself 3 times? Merlin, I feel that you're becoming meaner now. It's necessary to repeat important stuff 3 times. Isn't that a rule on Earth? Arthur did not know what to respond. The available number of summons is still 1. Does that mean I can't summon both my monster cards at the same time? Arthur questioned as he noticed that the quantity of summons remained unchanged. Yes, no matter how many monster cards you have, you can only summon 1 at a time. Arthur wanted to try anyway. Without recalling Bai, he squeezed the sand monster card on his hand. The card broke into pieces and was transferred into his body. Immediately, a semi-transparent box appeared. You have reached the summoning limit. The action is denied. He then recalled Bai and summoned the sand monster card. He squeezed the card again and a gigantic sand monster appeared in front of him. He took a good look at the 10-meter-tall sand monster. He thought to himself for a while and said, I'm going to call you Tyrant. Hearing what Arthur said, the sand monster raised its hands up high and let out a loud roar. It seemed to like the name given by Arthur very much. All right, Tyrant, let's hunt for a minute monster nearby. Lin had had breakfast before coming to the assessment. Now that it was late, after an entire day of walking and fighting, he was hungry and tired. Tyrant, who got the instruction, turned around and left immediately. Soon, it came back with a monster that looked like a wild boar. Arthur recognized it. It was an armored pig. It was double the size of a wild boar on Earth. It had black, metal scales on its back. Although it was quite large in size, it did not belong to the giants. It was a mutated beast. The difference was one could tell what it was by looking at its size. No matter which rank the armored pig had evolved into, its size did not seem to change even when it became an adult. Arthur's eyes lit up when he saw the armored pig. He tried that when he stayed at the stable residence. It was delicious. Arthur's cooking skill was nothing fantastic. He started a fire, sliced a few pieces of meat and started to cook it. He had thought of this before coming here, so he had brought condiments for barbecue along with him. Although he did not handle the fire well, which caused the meat to be slightly burnt, the taste was not bad at all. He saw Tyrant, who was drooling as it sat aside. Arthur got a few slices for it. After it was done eating, it wanted more. It looked at Arthur in anticipation. Arthur shook his head and smiled at him. It's for you to taste. If I were to feed you until you were full, I think I might have to stay up all night to cook for you. The smell of barbecue would attract other monsters nearby. They might come soon. We need to leave now. Arthur then stood up. Tyrant seemed to understand what he said. It stood up as well. Bring me to the east. At the speed you can move at, we should be able to cover quite a distance within 2 hours. With your speed, we should be able to leave this area far away in 2 hours. We will rest later, Arthur said to Tyrant. Tyrant extended its hand. Arthur hopped onto its palm and he was placed on its shoulder. Just as he sat down, he had a strange expression. Tyrant's shoulders were filled with long, coarse hair that felt like wild boar fur. Damn it, its hair is so hard. It's poking my butt. Chapter 20 Encountering Obstructions. After sitting on Tyrant for 2 hours, Arthur finally understood what it meant to have to ride the mount through to the end, even if it brought him to tears because it was his. After running for 2 hours, Tyrant stopped after they ran more than 100 kilometers away. Arthur found a nearby dune and pitched a tent. Tyrant sat not too far away from the entrance of the to-be tent, watching Arthur with a curious eye as he built the tent. 20 minutes later, Arthur sat inside the tent he had just put up as he planned out how they would keep watch at night. The pure gold desert was so much worse than any desert on Earth. There might be an invasion anytime, so someone who kept an eye on the tent during the night was necessary. Arthur needed Tyrant as his mode of transport so it could not watch over the tent. AI would be suitable, but with the strength he had, Arthur did not want him to waste his strength on something like this. He soon recalled that he still had card pieces he could integrate into a single monster card. Getting out of the tent, he recalled Tyrant and called out to Merlin, "Merlin, I'd like to integrate these pieces into a monster card. You have 33 pieces of sand monster cards. Integrating an iron-level sand monster card would require 30 pieces. Confirm integration. Integrate. 30 sand monster card pieces have been integrated into one monster card." Arthur summoned the new card to his hand. It was a pure white card and the sand monster on the front of the card was 80% similar to Tyrant. It looked like a smaller version of Tyrant and the description of the card on the back was different. Monster card. Rarity. Normal. Type of monster. Giant. Branch. Combat level. Earn 1 star. Skill 1. Immense strength. Beginner. Skill 2. Robust. Beginner. Summoning limit. Activated. Card remarks, useless. Another notification was sent by Merlin. Just as Arthur wondered what it was about, a box popped up upon him. There are 2 monster cards of the same type. Would you like to carry out card engulf? Merlin. What is card engulf? If there are 2 monster cards of the same kind, the one with the rarer card can engulf the one that is a lower rarity and you'll get a random skill upgrade. Does that mean I can use Tyrant's card to engulf this monster card and get a skill upgrade? Arthur finally understood the reason why the notification came up. Yes. This is the first time you obtained a monster card of the same kind, so a reminder popped up. Would you like to continue with card engulf? Not at the moment. I would need him to keep watch over the tent at night for a few days. Arthur decided not to go ahead with the card engulf. Arthur did not even bother to give this new sand monster a new name as he would use it for the card engulf a few days later. A name seemed unnecessary. The new sand monster was much smaller than Tyrant as it was just 5 meters tall. You will be keeping watch outside the tent tonight. If you notice any monsters or humans, scream as loud as you can and wake me up. Arthur instructed. The sand monster nodded and sat outside the tent while Arthur went into the tent. He was exhausted and fell asleep straight away. The next day, he woke up from sleep and realized that it was morning. It was a peaceful night. He stood up and kept the tent. After washing up, he recalled the sand monster that was watching over the tent all night and summoned Tyrant. He sat on Tyrant's shoulder and frowned. He recalled the 2-hour-long torture that he had yesterday and the fact that his poor butt he would have to suffer another 10 hours today. He got down from Tyrant's shoulder and got it to lie on the ground before the sand got too hot from the scorching sun. He took his sword and began shaving the hair on Tyrant's shoulders. At first, it lied down quietly as it did not know what Arthur was up to. Once Arthur began shaving it, its expression changed. Arthur thought its expression was dumb, but it seemed really adorable. The hair on its body was a sign of masculinity for Tyrant, so naturally, it was quite unwilling when Arthur wanted to shave it all off. However, he could not disobey Arthur, so all it could do was to show a sad face. After the left side of its shoulder was shaved, Arthur, who was ready to sit on it, looked at the right side of Tyrant's shoulder. It would look better if they're symmetrical. He then shaved the right side. After half an hour, he finally took a seat on Tyrant's shoulder to start their journey. This is much better. Without the hair poking on his butt, Arthur felt infinitely more comfortable. Not long after they began their journey, Arthur saw traces of people who passed by the place. Just when he was about to get Tyrant to avoid the area to prevent conflicts, Tyrant's gigantic body attracted 5 people who promptly surrounded it. Seeing others approaching it, Tyrant was enraged at the people. "Tyrant, let me down." After Arthur's instructed it, Tyrant put him down on the ground in front of it. The 5 people who approached them realized that Arthur was sitting on Tyrant's shoulder. "How can I help you?" Arthur looked at the 5 of them with his guard up. "So, you're an Imperial censor. It's no wonder you even dared to join this assessment even though you're not at iron level." A tall, skinny guy who looked like he was 20 said with a cunning smile. "Just say what you want. If you've nothing to say, get out of my way." Arthur did not bother talking to him any further. "I seem to recall your name being Arthur, right?" A young man who looked like he was Arthur's age said with a smile. He dressed well, and when he talked, the rest held their tongue. Although he was young, he seemed like the leader of the group. "My name is George Kang. Don't be afraid. I'm harmless. The difficulty of this assessment is high. It'll be quite hard for you pass the assessment if you're alone, so we've teamed up. You are an Imperial censor, and although you're not bad at summoning monsters, you're quite lacking in the strength department. Especially the last part of the assessment where we're required to climb the Alps. With your strength, it would be quite impossible that you could make it. Although this sand monster is strong, it isn't that good at climbing. If you're willing to join us, we can help you to climb the Alps." George Kang smiled as he suggested to Arthur, "Thanks for the offer, but I'm a lone wolf. Now, will you step aside?" Arthur could see that this seemingly kind George Kang was actually very sly. None of them had any good intentions. "Bro, you should think about it," George Kang said with a smile. He did not plan to step aside at all. "No, now please, step aside," Arthur insisted. "Hey, how dare you? Do you really think that we care about you? All we really wanted is to use this sand monster to help us get to the Alps. If you get what I'm talking about, do as we say and just maybe, you'll reach the Alps alive with us. It's either that or we'll make you do what we say." The tall, skinny guy revealed their real intentions. "So, you're sure that you're not stepping aside?" Arthur did not even look at the tall, skinny guy. Instead, he shot a deadly glare at George Kang. Chapter 21 Arthur flipping out. George Kang saw the way Arthur was staring at him and felt a chill going down his spine, immediately planning his retreat. "What are you staring at? You think you're better than us just because you're an Imperial censor? George's family is royalty. You can't afford to offend him." The tall, skinny guy raised his voice at Arthur as he was ignored by him. Arthur frowned when he heard the guy mentioned royalty. In this world, only families that were higher than the gold rank could be approved as royalty by the Union government. Now he understood why this guy spoke for George Kang willingly. Meanwhile, George Kang, who thought Arthur was strange, began getting jealous of Arthur. What did he do to deserve to be an Imperial censor? He's 15 and he isn't even iron level. It's obvious that he's a poor kid without good background. What's so great about being an Imperial censor? I'm going to show you what I've got today. George Kang thought to himself. "Bro, we would not force you to do something that you don't want to do, but your attitude is humiliating. Since my brothers don't like you, there's nothing that I can do." George Kang was smart as he sensed Arthur was not the person that he should mess with, so he tried to get away from him. Although the reason that he argued was irrelevant, at least it was not awkward. That was one of the things that he learned from his family. A normal 15-year-old would really reflect on what he just said, but Arthur was not a kid. He knew what this guy was up to, where he attempted to avoid conflicts. If a fight was to happen, no matter which side won, it would be none of his business. However, it was not a good news to Arthur, as they were a gang. Although he was fearless, he did not want to offend the royalty for no reason. The tall and skilled guy did not understand what George Kang really meant. He thought he did not want to fight Arthur himself, and he wanted the rest of them to do it. Instead, he was willing to do anything for the young master of royalty. Regardless of how the results of the assessment turned out, as long as he managed to build a good relationship with royalty, he could always ask for job opportunities and work on their properties. The 4 of them were thinking about the same thing. George Kang took a few steps back while the 4 of them looked at each other. The 3 of them plunged towards the sand monster while the tall and skinny guy attacked Arthur. The easiest way to kill an Imperial censor was to kill him before he summoned his monsters. Now that Arthur had already summoned his monster, they thought of holding down the monster and killing Arthur as soon as they could. Arthur was not iron level, so he could not see their abilities. However, seeing the tall and skinny guy leading the charge, that meant his ability should be the most powerful possible, an iron level rank 3. Arthur did not hesitate, as he was stepping away fast. He held the Grey Eagle 17 on his hand and reloaded his remaining 5 armored bullets. Looking at the Grey Eagle 17 on Arthur's hand, the tall and scale guy grinned. A Grey Eagle 17, this weapon that isn't even considered to be an iron level weapon could probably be a threat to people on iron level rank 1 or 2. But I, Xji, am at iron level rank 3, such a garbage of a gun can do nothing to me. Seeing Xji approaching him without fear, Arthur aimed at his chest and pulled the trigger. Bang! The explosive bang scared everyone. Xji attempted to avoid the shot, but it was too late. The bullet hit his right shoulder. A hole that was the size of a fist was blown into his right shoulder, so deep that his bone could be seen. Xji pressed his palm against the wound. Blood was flowing out. He glared at Arthur and poured medication on the wound. Arthur looked at him from far away. He did not continue to attack. Without Tyrant or Bai's help, it was difficult for him to kill Xji. Xji's ability was much more powerful than the weakened vampire he killed earlier. His mind was not controlled by hunger. Moreover, Arthur was only left with 4 armored bullets. They were for emergency use only, and he did not want to waste the bullets. It was just a minor fight between them. They had not reached the point where they had to kill each other. Seeing Arthur's attack, George Kang's expression changed. He thought his hunch was right. This guy is dangerous. He could also see that Arthur showed mercy. If he was to aim his gun at Xji's head instead of chest, he would have been dead by now. Just when George Kang gave all his attention on Arthur, he heard a devastating groan not far away. The 3 guys who attempted to attack Tyrant were punched by it. Nobody knew if they were still alive. After settling the 3 of them, Tyrant ran towards Arthur and attempted to grab Xji. Xji saw what was happening and was terrified as he attempted to escape with his injured shoulder. As he ran, he screamed for help. "George, help me." George Kang was in a pickle. Although he did not want to be involved in this, he could not let Xji die here. If Xji was dead, he would be alone, and who knew if Arthur would kill him as well. He used his right hand and waved in the air. The black ring on his middle finger became a giant shield in front of Xji. Bang! Tyrant's giant claw landed on the giant shield and a spiderweb crack appeared on the shield. George Kang was shocked. He did not expect the sand monster's hit to create such cracks on his iron level equipment. He did not know that this sand monster's strength was near a bronze level monster. George Kang then called out to Arthur. "Arthur bro, please stop the violence. We can talk this out." Tyrant. Arthur then stopped Tyrant from attacking Xji. Tyrant was getting in the zone. It then stopped and looked at Arthur in confusion. "Stop for now." After Arthur gave out his instruction, he looked at George Kang and Xji. "I need a proper explanation." The duo was relieved when they saw Arthur asking Tyrant to stop. George Kang said loudly to Arthur from far away, "Arthur bro, it's our fault. We should not put you in trouble. We would like to apologize. George, this kid would not dare to kill us. Killing is prohibited in the assessment. If we were to die in the assessment, not only he would lose his eligibility, he would also be blacklisted by the Hunter Association and prohibited from all forms of Hunter assessment. You are a member of royalty. If you die in the assessment, the Hunter Association will definitely investigate the matter. Killing a member of royalty is considered a very serious matter to the Union government. Shut up. George Kang stopped Xji from talking. He could not believe that Xji was still picking a fight with Arthur. "Arthur bro, all my weapons that were over iron level were taken away. The most valuable thing I have with me is this black armor." George Kang then took off the black ring on his left ring finger and tossed on the ground in front of Tyrant. "Please take this as our apology. I hope we can forget about what happened today and be friends." Arthur kept quiet for a moment and said, "I accept your apology. You can take the 3 guys who are lying there, but he's not allowed to leave." Arthur pointed at Xji who was behind George Kang. Chapter 22 A Kill to Warn. Seeing Arthur pointing his finger at him, Xji turned pale. He thought that would be the end of the incident since George Kang had apologized and gave Arthur a gift. He did not expect Arthur to come after him. "Arthur, what do you want from me?" Xji did not think that he could defeat Tyrant. Moreover, Arthur was good in attacking from a distance. If they were to fight, he would definitely lose. "What do I want?" Arthur squinted while he looked at Xji. "It was you who picked a fight with me and it was you who attacked me. Do you really think that I'd let you go just like Xji? It was our fault. You should apologize." "Arthur bro, please let us know how we could remedy you. Let's not fight." George Kang did not leave without Xji. Instead, he turned around and looked at Arthur. "Arthur bro, I know you're mad, It makes sense that you are angry as Xji is a loudmouth. Let us know what kind of compensation we can give. Arthur was amazed at how smart this George Kang, as he seemed like a prudent person. He would become someone remarkable in the future. Since you have offered, I shall not embarrass you. I only have two requests. Firstly, I want a sincere apology from Xji. Secondly, I want every equipment that he has on him as well as all the things that's in his storage. Arthur, don't you dare push it. Xji was furious. Shut up, Xji, George Kang yelled at Xji. George Kang, now I finally understand why your family isn't fond of you. You're a bastard. Not only did you not help me, but you're helping an outsider. I wouldn't want to have a cousin like you. What Xji said upset George Kang. Arthur finally understood why George Kang did not choose to leave earlier and help Xji instead. You're such an idiot. I'm helping you to get out of the situation, George Kang yelled back at Xji. I don't need you. Go away. Xji spat on the ground. Arthur bro, I could give you all the iron level equipment that I have with me, as well as the things that I have in my storage. I will bring him away and guarantee that we will not give you trouble anymore, George Kang suggested. George, this has nothing to do with you. This is my business with him. I'll settle with him. If you can't stand to watch, please leave. Arthur rejected George Kang's offer. Tyrant, attack. Hearing Arthur's instruction, Tyrant, who was giddy, stood up and ran towards Xji. George Kang did not leave, but he took a few steps back away from Tyrant and Xji while he watched quietly. The Grey Eagle 17 remained on Arthur's hand. It was pointing at George Kang. Meanwhile, although Xji's ability was not that weak, his right shoulder was injured, leaving him with only his left arm. His speed seemed to be affected by the pain. With his fear of Tyrant after he saw his attack earlier, he was not even able to use 70% of his strength. Soon, Tyrant was near him. It then punched the iron-level long knife that Xji had on his arm and a crack was heard. There was blood on Tyrant's fist, but a strong impact was felt on Xji's left hand. He was pushed back from the bunch and the long knife fell from his grip. That hit fractured Xji's left hand. George Kang, who was watching from afar, was terrified. He did not have any hope left in Xji in this battle. Xji was an expert in using knives, and now that both his hands were useless, he did not have any moves anymore. Standing before a sand monster who was near a bronze level, he was like a helpless toy to it. Seeing that he had lost his power, Tyrant got even more excited. It then humiliated him like a cat toying with a mouse. After clumsy attempts of trying to dodge Tyrant's attacks, Xji was tired. Noticing that its prey was exhausted, Tyrant grinned and grabbed his arm. Xji struggled hard, but it was useless. He felt like his body was going to be crushed. Watching that, George Kang hesitated and said, Arthur bro, please spare his life for me. Take this instead. You can ask for 3 favors from our family in the future. George Kang then took out a token from his space storage. Arthur looked at him, although he did not know what that token was about. He got Tyrant to stop. Tyrant, put him down. Xji was on the brink of death, as he lay on the ground motionless. In Tyrant's arm, all the bones in his body were destroyed. Arthur walked towards him. Apologize or die. Arthur, I know that you don't have the guts to kill me. Xji smiled. I don't know where you get that confidence. Arthur bent down and shook his head with a smile. To the Hunter Association. You're just an ordinary person who is not even reserve hunter while I'm an Imperial censor. Do you think the Hunter Association would disqualify me just because I killed you? Even if I did kill you and I'm disqualified, with my status of being an Imperial censor, it's not difficult to join other organizations. Regarding your relationship with royalty, you're not even an important family member. If you're dead, do you really think George's family would avenge you? An Imperial censor is protected by many. Do you really think George's family would offend the Hunter Association for your sake? Let me tell you a secret. Arthur leaned in close to Xji's ear. Although I'm not even an iron level, I'm able to summon not 1 monster, but 3. There'll be more in the future. Xji's pupils shrunk. Although he did not know much about an Imperial censor, he knew that most of them would only blossom after they became an iron level. Those who could summon monsters before reaching iron level were considered to be geniuses. Those who could summon 3 monsters before reaching iron level, on the other hand, would be considered godlike. Even without the assessment, this fellow would be a catch for all. If he and George Kang were to be killed, the Hunter Association might have buried the incident. All right. Now that you know my secret, Bring it along when you leave this world. After whispering into Xji's ear, Arthur stood up and pointed his Grey Eagle 17 at Xji's forehead and slid it toward his left eye. The bullet would pass from your eyeball to your brain and explode. It won't be painful. Wait, please don't kill me. I'm begging you. Xji felt the threat of death, something he had never felt before, and begged for mercy. George Kang was amazed. He did not know what Arthur said to Xji to terrify him like that. Now that you know my secret, I can't let you live. Arthur grinned while he placed his finger on the trigger. I swear I will not reveal your secret to anyone. If I do, I curse that I will be stuck on iron level forever. Xji said immediately, and I'm sorry for what happened earlier. It was my fault. I will give you anything. Arthur seemed like he was hesitating, but he was enjoying it. Although Xji had a bad mouth, Arthur never planned to kill him. He just wanted to show this to George Kang as a warning, since the rich were scared of those who do not care to lose their lives. Arthur intentionally showed him his crazy side so George Kang would give up trying to take revenge on him. He knew very well that people from royalty would definitely seek revenge. I have 4 iron level equipment that I can give to you. As for the stuff in my storage, please help yourself. Xji gave up. Arthur could finally end his drama. Arthur bro, if you think that the stuff that my cousin offered is insufficient, please take mine as well. George Kang walked towards him and said. He was terrified by Arthur's actions and was afraid that he might really kill his cousin. All right, George, since he had already apologized, I shall not embarrass you. Arthur then took his gun away from Xji's head and stood up. After taking a few of his iron level equipment, Arthur searched through his storage. Apart from the iron level armor that was given by George Kang, he did not take any of his stuff. He even rejected the token that he offered. George Kang pressed the emergency button for Xji and the rest of his team. He then left, alone. Arthur grinned while he watched him leave. I didn't expect Xji to conform to me. This kill-to-warn technique was a success. Looking at George Kang, who couldn't wait to leave me alone, I don't think he'd ever look for trouble with me ever again. It seems that I've avoided the aftermath. Chapter 23 Meeting Fatch again. 5 iron level equipment, 2 pieces of armor and a battle sword. The remaining 2 were diving and investigation equipment. Arthur did not exactly know what they were. The 5 equipment were deactivated and he could not activate them at the current level of his abilities. Apart from the equipment, Arthur took all the life crystals in Xji's storage. There was a total of 30 years worth of life crystals which could be traded for more than 3 million credit points. It was a fortune for Arthur. The rest of Xji's properties seemed useless, so Arthur did not bother to take them with him. His storage was not that big anyway. It was only the size of 1 square. He planned to spend some of his credit points to expand the storage in his Emperor's Heart Ring after the assessment ended. He then sat on Tyrant's shoulder and instructed it to go on a route that was slightly different from George Kang. They both headed to the east. Though he was not afraid to fight someone, it would be quite troublesome for him. The incident with George Kang took more than half an hour. If he was to encounter a few similar incidents in a day, he would be spending most of his time on battles instead of proceeding with his journey. Less than 20 minutes after they ran towards the east, there was a sandstorm in the desert. Although it was not intense, Arthur had to get Tyrant to go at a slower pace while he used his shirt to cover his mouth and nose. Within a few minutes, Arthur saw someone in the sandstorm not far away. The person seemed plump. He was having difficulty walking with his short legs. Why does this person look so familiar? Arthur felt he had seen this person before. Tyrant ran towards the person in excitement. It was its instinct to go after a prey which could be its food. Tyrant, don't bother him. Let's just pass him by, Arthur instructed. Tyrant, who was excited, was calm again and gave up on running after the person. Yinhania, who was struggling in the desert, heard something coming up behind him. He turned round and saw a sand monster coming for him. He also saw a person sitting on top of the sand monster's left shoulder. Just when he was wondering what he was seeing, the sand monster walked past him and proceeded to run ahead. Yinhania was not shocked. Instead, he thought the guy who sat on the sand monster's shoulder looked familiar. The guy covered his mouth and nose. The only thing he could see on his face was his eyes. He tried to recall where he had seen the person before. A while later, he mumbled to himself, that pair of eyes looked like Arthur's. Could it really be Arthur? He then waved to the sand monster that had yet to run too far away and yelled, "Arthur, wait for me." "Arthur, I am Yin Haney." Hearing someone calling his name behind him, Arthur turned around to look. He could tell indistinctly who the person was. Arthur frowned as the fatty was over-friendly and talkative. If he was to walk with him, he would have to listen to him talking all day, but the fatty was deviating from the correct route. If the sandstorm did not stop, his direction would deviate even more and cause him to fail. He shook his head and smiled. Arthur decided to get the sand monster to stop. Yin Haney saw that the sand monster stopped. He ran fast to it. Arthur slid down from the sand monster's arm and Yin Haney let out an awkward smile as he said in relief, Bro, finally I bump into my family. I thought I'd really die in this desert if I didn't bump into you. Didn't you follow the rest? How did you deviate from the route?" Arthur ignored his friendliness and asked in curiosity. "Let's not talk about it. There was a sandstorm not long after we fell asleep in our tents. All of them ran away. I was lucky to find somewhere to hide for the night. I couldn't tell which direction I was at when I woke up in the morning." Looking at the fatty's face, Arthur felt he was telling the truth. "Bro, I didn't know you're an Imperial censor. It's so cool that you have this sand monster as your vehicle." The fatty gave a pitiful look. "Could you bring me along? You wouldn't want your bro to die in this shitty place, right?" "You won't die. You can always press the emergency button." Arthur responded seriously. "I can't do that. If I did, doesn't that mean I gave up on the assessment?" "Is the assessment more important than your life?" Arthur raised his eyebrow. "Of course the assessment is more important," the fatty said confidently. Seeing that the fatty insisted, there was nothing that Arthur could do. "I can bring you, but I have a request." Arthur raised his finger in all seriousness. "Sure, I will do anything, as long as it isn't having sex with you." "I'm still a virgin. I must save my virginity for my future wife," the fatty said seriously. "Damn you. Look at the fats on you. It's disgusting." Arthur gave him a kick. "What do you know? I'm voluptuous. Girls love me. I'm very huggable." The fatty avoided Arthur's kick while explaining, "All right, I won't be messing with you anymore. I'm short of time. My condition is simple. When I ask you to shut up, shut up." Arthur could not stand the fatty's exuberance. If he did not set this condition as a ground rule, he might be annoyed to death. "What's wrong with you? What gives you the right not to let me talk?" The fatty was annoyed. Even with the sand monster, the journey would take at least 3 days. He would die if he was not allowed to talk. "Never mind then." Arthur turned around and left, but the fatty grabbed his arm. "All right, I give up. I'll promise you that, okay?" "So, from now onwards." Arthur turned round and gestured to zip his mouth. The fatty was confused. "What does that mean?" "That means shut up." Arthur forgot that this was not Earth. It was normal for the fatty not to know what the gesture meant. The fatty covered his mouth and waved at Arthur. "Okay, Tyrant, put him on your right shoulder." Tyrant was not as gentle as it was with Arthur when it comes to the fatty. It picked the fatty up by holding the fatty's belt from the back. Meanwhile, it was much gentle to Arthur where it placed its palm on the ground, allowing him to step on its palm and placed him on its shoulder. Looking at the different treatment, the fatty yelled at Arthur, "I would like to protest the difference in treatment. I deserve equality." Arthur gestured to get him to shut up again. The fatty realized that he asked for a favor. He then covered his mouth and sat down quietly. After Arthur sat down, he patted the sand monster. "Let's go." The sand monster stood up and walked toward the east in big steps. Chapter 24. I want to be a food hunter. Sand monsters lived in the desert since young. They could survive even longer than camels could on Earth in the desert. When there was a lot of food, they would eat everything they could to store a massive amount of fat in their bodies. Without food and water, they could break down their bodily fats for energy and water. Sand monsters that had sufficient fats could live at least half a year without water. Without food, they could live at least 3 years. Their skin was thick and tough enough to defend themselves from sandstorms. Even their eyes and faces had a unique structure of 3 layers so that they would not be affected by a sandstorm. Due to their unique body structure, they became the top predators in the desert. The sand monsters had big feet that were more than 2 times the size of human feet. That made them move faster and have more agility than the rest of the giants. Tyrant's body size was more than 5 times bigger than a human, but his speed was not 5 times the speed of a human. Instead, it was 20 times faster than a human. For a human that was an iron level rank 3, The most one could travel in the desert was 20 kilometers per hour on average. While for Tyrant, at its normal running speed, it could travel more than 80 kilometers per hour, and at full speed, it could travel more than 100 kilometers per hour. As Arthur was sitting on Tyrant's shoulder, he controlled its speed to the normal 80 kilometers to avoid himself from falling down. On the first night, they managed to use only 2 hours to travel a distance that usually took a full day for ordinary people. With the sand monster's strength, the additional burden, who was the fatty sitting on its shoulder, made no difference. Its speed was not slowed down at all. Looking at the fatty feeling nauseous from the ride, Arthur was laughing inside. He was no different from the fatty yesterday aside from adapting himself to the feeling of riding on Tyrant. Recalling himself getting poked on his butt by Tyrant's rough hair, Arthur mumbled to himself, "Shouldn't have shaved the other side of its hair." The sand monster ran for more than 4 hours before the fatty started to complain. "Can we rest for a while?" "Oh my god. I feel like my butt cheeks are cracking." Arthur's butt was numb too. Seeing the fatty no longer able to take it anymore, he got Tyrant to stop. Tyrant then placed the both of them on the ground. The fatty walked towards Arthur while rubbing his butt. "Let's get some rest, eat something and drink some water before we go again." Arthur nodded. "Let's rest. I'll get Tyrant to hunt for food." "There's no need for that. I have food with me." Fatty took a few big sips of water from his bottle and said. After keeping his bottle back to his storage, the fatty took a set of tableware out and a slice of square meat that was the size of a basketball. "Where did you get the food? Didn't they confiscate your food yesterday?" Arthur asked curiously. "What are you thinking about?" "I didn't smuggle them in. I cut this from the armored pig that the team killed yesterday. It's the back of its leg." "Good stuff. I plan to keep this for myself, but I treat you as my own brother, else I wouldn't share this with you." The fatty then started to slice the meat. A while later, the slab of meat was sliced. "So you're a chef?" Seeing the fatty's good knife skills, Arthur figured out his occupation. "What? A chef? I want to be a food hunter." The fatty looked up and refuted. There were many categories in the Hunter Association. Besides many monster hunters who mainly hunted monsters, there were food hunters who cooked, treasure hunters who looked for treasures, and guardian hunters that protected rare species. The Hunter Association was an organization that offered freedom. They did not only cultivate talents but provide talents of all kinds to other organizations too. The Reserve Hunter Assessment was not restricted to any category. To be a food hunter that was recognized by the Hunter Association, Fatty first had to be a reserve hunter, and he would be required to choose a category when he was going for the Bronze Hunter Assessment. Through the Food Hunter Assessment, he would become a real hunter which recognized by the Hunter Association. In less than 20 minutes, Fatty had roasted all the meat. Arthur tasted a piece and his eyes lit up as he said, "Fatty, you don't look like you could cook." Fatty was a good cook. The roast meat was much better than the one Arthur cooked on the first day, although it was not comparable to the one he tasted at the stable residence. It was the second best roast meat he had ever had. Suddenly, they heard a rumbling sound around them. They then noticed that Tyrant was drooling while staring at the roast meat. "Fatty, cook a big slabs for it later," Arthur suggested after seeing Tyrant looking pitiful. "If we were to feed it, we would be hungry at night." Fatty was unwilling to cook the meat for Tyrant. "Just give him a slice for him to taste some." Of course, Arthur knew that it was impossible to satisfy Tyrant's appetite. With its size, it would need a ton of meat for it to turn them into fats. Although the fatty was unwilling, thinking that he would need to ride it later, he took out a big slab and started roasting it while he ate his food. Just as they were done eating, the meat was roasted. The fatty used a tongue to pass Tyrant the roast meat and said, "Big guy, this is for you." Tyrant looked at Arthur while it drooled. "Go ahead." After Arthur nodded, it took the roast meat and tossed it into its mouth. It swallowed the meat together with the bones. Damn! Why didn't it spit out the bones? It was the first time that Fatty saw a sand monster eat and he was shocked. The giant's stomach acid corrosion is more than 100 times more powerful than that of a human. They can digest bones completely. Whoever told you that giants spit out the bones when they eat? Arthur educated Fatty on some scientific facts. Right, the giants that I saw in videos also swallowed the bones. Fatty recalled the time when he watched some educational videos. All right, since we've eaten, let's clean up and go on the road. If we are fast enough we can reach the Alps tomorrow night. Then, we'll rest for a night and we can start climbing the day after tomorrow in the morning. Arthur had done his planning earlier. It would take them 2 days to reach the Alps if Tyrant was to travel for 10 hours per day. Yay! Fatty was excited when he heard that they could finish the journey in 2 days while ordinary people would take more than 10 days. The assessment could not get any easier than this. After cleaning up, they rode on Tyrant's shoulders and begun their journey. Chapter 25. Danger was close. After traveling for more than 6 hours on Tyrant, it was getting dark as stars lit up in the sky. The journey was smooth sailing. Arthur and Fatty were not attacked by any people. Perhaps Tyrant was the reason why. Pure Gold Desert was a Grade 1 wild zone and there would not be any monsters that were over iron level. Tyrant was an iron level rank 3. It was a creature on top of the food chain and other predators would try their best to avoid it. It was hot during the day and most of the predators would choose to hibernate or rest. When the sun sets, the temperature would drop and they would go out to hunt. It would be a dumb move if Arthur was to travel at night. With Tyrant, they had ample time to get to their destination so there was no need for them to travel at night. After he recalled Tyrant, Arthur summoned his second sand monster. Fatty saw that Arthur summoned another monster. He was stunned. Bro, how many monsters do you really have? That's a secret. Arthur did not even turn around when he answered Fatty while he built the tent. Why did you not buy a portable tent? It's so troublesome to build it from scratch. Fatty sat on a rock while watching Arthur build the tent. I'm poor. I can't afford that. What Arthur said was the truth. The portable tent that Fatty mentioned was inspired by an armored piece of equipment. Its price was nothing less than an iron-level equipment. A few days ago, Arthur could not afford that at all. But it sounded ridiculous to Fatty. I would believe you if you can't afford to trade your life crystals to get to iron level. But if you tell me you can't even afford a portable tent, that's nonsense. I must visit your house one day to see how poor you are. If you really can't afford a portable tent, I would spend all I have to help you to get to iron level. Fatty thought Arthur was exaggerating so he promised him that for a normal person to get to iron level, it would require more than 200 million credit points to activate all the gray columns in Life Wheel. 200 million credit points were a lot. That was the reason why most of the people in this world could not get to iron level. Arthur laughed when he heard what Fatty said. You don't need to look at my house. When we're done with the assessment, I'll bring you to the credit bureau to show you my bank book. You definitely believe me by then. What? You must be kidding. Are you really that poor? Fatty panicked when he heard what Arthur said. Arthur smiled without saying anything. Fatty got even more panicked when he saw Arthur smiling. I was just messing with you just now, please don't take it seriously. Arthur ignored him while he put all his attention on building the tent. When he was done, it was dark. Arthur turned round and saw the Fatty sat on the rock. Without bringing out his tent. Where is your portable tent? About that. It was blown away by the wind last night. Fatty scratched his head and avoided eye contact with Arthur. Oh, then let's prepare dinner. Arthur seemed to ignore Fatty who did not have a tent. He stretched his body and mumbled, I'll sleep after dinner. It had been a long day. I'm exhausted. That wouldn't be a problem for you, but what about me? Fatty looked at Arthur who just built the tent. He seemed troubled. How about we share a tent tonight? That's not happening. Settle your problem yourself. Arthur responded without even thinking. It's usually cold at night. Look at my delicate body. If I was to sleep outside tonight, I would be frozen to death. Do you really want that to happen to me? Fatty gave him puppy dog eyes. It wouldn't be a problem. If you're cold, you can cuddle with the sand monster. Arthur gave him a creative suggestion. He has more fats than you do. That's even sexier. Just your cup of tea. Then I'd rather die. Fatty looked at sand monster while it gave him a smile. Fatty shook his head and rejected the suggestion. Don't goof around. Make dinner now. Arthur changed the topic. I've lost my appetite. I can't eat anymore. I'm not cooking. Fatty turned his head round. He seemed to be throwing a tantrum. Cook first. I'll think of something for you after dinner. No, you give me the solution now or I'll not cook tonight. Fatty sat on the rock crossing his arms while waiting for Arthur to give him a solution. The solution is, I have a backup tent. Arthur laughed. Are you messing with me? Fatty was afraid that Arthur was not being serious. Arthur did not say anything as he took out a tent pole from his storage. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Fatty yelled at him while laughing. Unlike some people, I did my planning properly and brought a backup tent. Arthur said while he placed all the parts of the backup tent on the ground. You fix it yourself after dinner. I'm going to sleep now." Fatty then quietly took out his tableware and started to prepare dinner. After dinner, the sky was completely dark with stars. It looked like the ocean, sparkling above him. The heat on the sand faded and the wind was chillier. Arthur got the sand monster to watch over the night while he went into his tent. Fatty was fixing the tent clumsily. Half an hour later, Fatty built a distorted tent and there were still parts on the floor. He lost his tolerance and went into the incomplete tent anyway while he tried really hard to close the tent. Due to the sandstorm the night before, he did not get a good rest. Soon he fell asleep. Hearing Fatty's snore from not far away, Arthur smiled as he shook his head. This Fatty was such a naive guy, letting his guard down when he was with Arthur. He fell asleep immediately. This fella must be exhausted, as Arthur had a good rest last night. He was not sleepy even though he was tired. Sleepiness only kicked in the middle of the night. As the night went on, the desert became colder. Before dawn, there was a layer of frost on the ground. Under 2 full purple moons, the desert was calm. Suddenly, the sand monster who was sitting in front of the tent seemed to smell something. It started to sniff its surrounding and looked to the direction where it identified the source of the smell. Although it could not see clearly what it was because it was far away, it could see that something was approaching them at an alarming pace. It stood up immediately and screamed into the tent. "Awoo, awoo, awoo." Arthur managed to fall asleep for only 2 hours before hearing the sand monster's scream outside. He sat up immediately. He did not even remove his clothes and shoes as he was worried that there would be such incidents. He opened the tent and looked, shocked when he looked at the direction the sand monster was pointing at. He then walked to the Fatty's tent. After several failed attempts to open his tent, he took out his sword from storage and cut the tent open. He slapped the Fatty on his face. "Wake up, Fatty, we'll be dead if you continue sleeping." Chapter 26 The Terrifying Crows. Fatty woke up after he was slapped. He abruptly sat up in bed and subconsciously covered his body with a quilt as he saw his fat upper body. He was alert and asked Arthur, "What are you doing?" "Just follow me. I don't have time to explain to you now." Arthur tossed off his quilt, and Fatty was seen to be wearing red boxers only. "I need to put my clothes on. Please leave my room now." Fatty immediately covered his chest. "We're dying, and you still care about putting on your clothes." Arthur grabbed his arm and dragged him out of the tent. Although Fatty was reluctant to leave, still, he followed Arthur and walked out of the tent. Since Arthur did not sound like he was joking, he was startled as soon as he got out of the tent. The sky far away from him was completely dark. Half of the blue sky had turned black, and it was expanding quickly as if it was stained with black ink. The entire sky was now separated into 2 distinct colors, which was dark blue and black. "It's the crows. We're doomed." Fatty's face turned pale. "Keep your big mouth shut and get up." Arthur re-summoned his tyrant and sat above him. Tyrant pulled Fatty over and placed him on his shoulder. He glanced at the crows behind him and ran very quickly. This time, he was running at full speed, and his speed had exceeded 120 kilometers per hour. Arthur was still fine as he sat stably, holding Tyrant's spear tightly to prevent falls. On the other hand, Fatty did not sit properly from the beginning. In addition to he was holding his clothes, he fell after Tyrant began running. Arthur was taken aback as he saw him fall. Fortunately, Tyrant was able to hold him before he fell. However, Tyrant did not place him back to his shoulder but held Fatty in his arms instead and continued running. His arms would swing way more than his shoulder when he started running madly. Fatty felt like he was on a roller coaster that was at least 10 times faster. After a short while, he started to feel dizzy and eventually fainted. Arthur, who was initially laughing at Fatty, did not feel well then. Tyrant ran madly at full speed, and he swung at least 1 time faster. He felt like something moving across his stomach. Consequently, he vomited as he could not bear the feeling of uneasiness any longer. Tyrant's speed had exceeded 120 kilometers per hour. However, the distance between Arthur and the crows did grow further. Instead, they were getting closer to each other. These monsters were the undead. They were spirits without solid bodies and usually hunt spirits of the creatures. They flew in the sky, floated like clouds, but their speed was not slow at all. The crows were small and weak. Their abilities were merely at the iron level. Since they were souls without bodies, they could easily be destroyed. Therefore, through prolonged evolution, They had found a way around this, which was to hunt for prey in groups. When a large group of crows appeared, even the gold rank hunters had to avoid them. They resembled ants that were weak alone, but thousands of them could even threaten an elephant. This explained why the crows were so strong and powerful. There was a course called the Fundamental of Monster Guide offered by the Hunter Reserve College. A detailed explanation of the crows was provided. Arthur remembered there was a paragraph stated this: one must avoid any location where corpses without injuries can be found. It can either be in the desert or forests and is a remote and inaccessible place. This was usually a sign where flocks of crows would appear. They would only hunt for souls and would not harm their bodies. Arthur was sitting on Tyrant's shoulder, but he looked back at the crows from time to time, estimating the distance between them. As time passed, they grew closer to each other, and Arthur's face turned pale. He quickly pondered on these thoughts. These crows were creatures with no physical form. There's nowhere we could hide, as they could directly pass through any objects, including ground and mountains. Therefore, finding a place to hide would not work. The life power was capable of threatening the crows. However, even the gold rank hunters would not trigger them, as their efforts to kill would be in vain. I had not mastered the life power yet, and Fatty's ability was merely iron level. Despite having specific skills to stop spirits or supernatural powers, it would be rendered useless as he was too weak. Based on the distance between us, it was estimated that within half an hour they would be ahead of us. The only choice we had now was to ask for help from the examiner. If we had the examiner's dimensional relic, we definitely could survive. Arthur thought of it repeatedly, and this was the only way he could figure out. However, he hesitated, pressing on the help button, and they would be disqualified from the assessment. This was the rule mentioned by the main examiner in the first place. Even if they had reasonable reasons to request for help, but rules were rules. Arthur would usually not struggle like this, and he would give up the assessment without hesitation, since if he were disqualified as a candidate, there would be a second chance for the assessment. However, the reason he applied to become a reserve hunter was to fulfill the requirement of the mission related to the Goldfinger. Punishment for failing this mission was quite harsh. It stated that if Arthur could not complete the mission within a month, he would lose his Goldfinger and the items rewarded during the activation of Goldfinger. This indicated that he would not only lose his Goldfinger, Merlin, but also the monster cards, skill cards, as well as the life light gained from the kills. He would return to the condition he was in before his travels, or probably even worse. Arthur was upset. He was not sure if he could still look for another foothold to apply for the assessment and complete the assessment within the limited time if he were disqualified this round. He was so confident that he could pass the assessment, so he did not survey about the information of the assessment at another foothold. He had no access to the internet now to check these details. This gave Arthur a headache as he looked at Tyrant's right hand, which held the fainted Fat. If Fatty did not faint, he would convince him to give up the assessment and in turn compensate him with a few types of equipment. Unfortunately, Fatty had fainted, and his emergency communicator was at the locker, irretrievable at the moment. After struggling for a long time, he looked at the crows behind him and realized they were getting nearer and nearer. Arthur finally decided and thought, it was of the utmost importance to survive under such circumstances. I will think about the mission later. He had finally made up his mind and took out his emergency communicator. He then pressed the help button. Chapter 27: Escape from Danger. The destination of the assessment was Foothold No. 7D121. It was around 800 kilometers away from Arthur. In the imperial suite of a grand hotel, a woman was sound asleep in the spacious master bedroom. She was wearing a loose, white silk pajamas that covered her body only until her hip and exposed her long, slender legs. When the moonlight shone on it, ravishing colors were seen reflected, shimmering on the surface. All of a sudden, the woman's emperor's heart ring on her left index finger vibrated and a sound akin to a siren filled the atmosphere. She groaned modestly as she woke up to sit on the edge of her bed. She fluffed her hair and in an annoying tone said, "It's so late now and my sleep is disturbed." Yeayu was one of those who got irritated easily if they were sleep deprived. She pressed the connect button on the communicator. She looked ferocious even with a straight face. She said, "Let's see who dares disturb me at this hour while I'm sleeping." A three-dimensional map was suddenly projected from the ring. It was a complete map that showed the regions of assessment. A red, bright dot on the map constantly blinked while sounds of siren continued to echo her bedroom. This red dot was obviously the cry for help sent by Arthur. What the hell is this person doing? He did not stay there to be rescued after sending out a signal for help but ran so quickly. Yiyu was angry as her eyes tried to catch the flickering red dot that was constantly moving and changing its position on the map. After a while, her facial expression slightly changed. She noticed that it was strange and thought, there's something wrong with the speed. Even those on bronze level could not travel at such speeds in the desert. Yiyu spent some time and changed her clothes into a black suit. She was pissed and calculated the speed of motion of the red dot. She relocated the coordinates for delivering and summoned the relic. A green wooden door with the height of about 2 meters appeared abruptly in the hotel room. Yiyu pushed the door and strode out of the room. Yiyu then appeared in the assessment area through the green wooden door. She then crossed her hands in front of her chest. She looked toward the direction where the red dot appeared, unhappy. As the red dot got closer to her, she smiled coldly as she wanted to teach him a lesson. However, her face suddenly changed. She looked at the sky. It was covered by a dark shadow. The huge shadow was moving rapidly towards her. Her vision was clear. She was able to see a huge flock of crows. She recalled the terrifying speed of the red dot that appeared on the map and suddenly understood what was happening. She could not help but laugh and thought, who was the unfortunate, poor soul who got chased by the crows? It was not easy to survive this mishap. After a short while, she saw something was running madly, stirring up the sandy dust. She identified a gigantic sand monster running insanely. A sand monster? The crows would probably be ahead of it very soon. Where's the fellow who requested for help? Could it be that he's just behind the sand monster? Yiyu then looked behind the sand monster but saw nothing because the skies were dusty. At this moment, she heard a sound coming from far away. Dear Examiner, please help us to get out of this place. It was then that Yiyu realized a young man sitting on the shoulder of the sand monster, waving at her. Arthur did not notice Yiyu at the first instance. It was only when he saw the green wooden door that he noticed her standing beside it. How could this fellow be the Imperial Censor? Yiyu was surprised. She could remember this young man who almost missed the deadline for his application as he was the only candidate that was not an iron level. The crows were now so close to Arthur. They were not even a kilometer apart. It was visible to the naked eye that the distance between them reduced as time passed. He kept looking back and asked Tyrant to run faster. Tyrant ran recklessly toward Yiyu. He knew how scary the crows were. Yiyu felt a sense of urgency. She then quickly wove arcane symbols with both of her hands. The gold life power formed a strange insignia in the space in front of her. The insignia formed the shape after it was complete and was automatically imprinted on the green wooden door. The green wooden door, which was initially around 2 meters tall, expanded rapidly to about 10 meters within about 2 seconds. Escape through the door, Arthur commanded once the expansion was done. The distance between him and the crows was less than 300 meters now. Everyone including the examiner would die if Tyrant stopped for a second or two. This was an urgent matter and Yiyu knew it. Otherwise, she would not have expended her life power to trigger the change in form of the door. Tyrant did not stop at all. The moment right before he reached the door, he took a big leap and jumped over the door. The crows were surrounding them but Yiyu did not bother to look back at the crows. She followed after Tyrant and leapt through the door. Just when the crows were about to catch up to them, the green wooden door closed abruptly. They disappeared from the desert as if they have never appeared before. At the same time, a black torrent swept through the region, filling every nook and cranny with gloom as countless crows began to converge. Yiyu's bedroom was a mess. There was a big hole which penetrated through a few rooms on the ceiling of her room. When Tyrant advanced to the hotel through the green wooden door, it was already too late when Arthur reacted to recall Tyrant. Yiyu was upset. She took a seat on her bed while Fatty was lying on the ground, in a state of unconsciousness. "Your name is Arthur?" Yiyu could remember his name as she was the one who did the registration for him when he applied for the assessment. "Tell me the whole course of this incident." Arthur was slightly relieved to hear that she was at least interested to hear his side of the story. He was worried about having to compensate for the damages and loss of the hotel. He then calmed himself down and said, "Yesterday when Fatty and I were sleeping at around 2 o'clock in the morning, the night watcher woke me up. After I got out of the tent, I discovered the crows. I woke Fatty up at once. We sat on the sand monster's shoulder and fled. After running for some time, we then realized that we could not get rid of them. I had no choice but to request for help. In turn, Yeayu frowned and said, "It was approximately half an hour ago when you sent out the distress signal. Weren't the crows already chasing you at the time?" "Yes, otherwise, I would not have pressed the help button." Arthur looked puzzled. Tyrant was capable of escaping for half an hour, yet the crows did not overtake him? This speed could not be easily achieved by iron-level sand monsters. Was it a mutated sand monster? Earlier in the desert, Yeayu could vaguely sense that Tyrant exuded a strange aura. After listening to Arthur, she was sure about it. Mutated monsters were once they became mutants, their attributes would be significantly altered, they could produce new skills, and their skills could be further enhanced. Indeed, Tyrant did not use any advance cards to become a mutant. He was born like that. He had a green crystal card when Arthur found him. Arthur had no intention to hide it from Yeayu so that he might be allowed for the assessment once he reveals its strength. "Yes, it's a mutated monster," Arthur said underneath his breath. "All right, I know now." There was no expression on Yeayu's face. "Regarding the crow incident, I'll report to the person in charge. This issue will probably be settled before daybreak. I'll then send both of you back to continue with your assessment." "You're saying that I'm not disqualified from the assessment?" Arthur's tone lightened. "Do you prefer to be disqualified from the exam?" Yeayu said over her shoulder as she walked away from Arthur. "No. I never wanted to press the help button." "Something was wrong with the emergency communicator, and it had nothing to do with me," Arthur said shamelessly, waving his hand. "We only have a few Imperial sensors. An Imperial sensor is always welcome to join the Hunter Association. An Imperial sensor like you who possess the exceptional ability to summon mutants would be qualified to be recruited. However, I've used up 3 of my quota for special recruitments this month. The only thing you can do now is to pass the assessment and become a reserve hunter yourself." Yeayu explained in detail. "If you fail the assessment, you'll have to wait until next month to be recruited through the special recruitment. By the end of the month, you can register yourself at Foothold 7C87. Arthur never thought for a second that he could get valuable benefits from the identity of an Imperial sensor. Overall, he was happy to not be disqualified after all. The good news only lasted 3 seconds before he was bombarded with the inevitable bad news. "I'll pay the damages and loss of the hotel for you. Repay the money back to me when you have it." Yeayu added. "The hotel damage costs." "All right, you can now leave my room along with Fatty. We'll meet in the hotel's lobby at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The crows incident should be settled by then, and I'll send both of you back to continue your assessment." Arthur carried Fatty on his back as he struggled to walk out of her room. As soon as the door closed, Yeayu thought with a grin, "I guess I'm too lucky. I've recruited an Imperial sensor with the ability to summon mutated monsters. Let's see who dare say that the newbie I've recruited is weak." However, she did not know that the comments they always had about Arthur were that he was extremely weak. Chapter 28 Chemistry. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Arthur was awake from his sleep. He was escaping from danger throughout the night and he was very exhausted. However, he did not sleep well in the hotel. He felt insecure as he had nightmares about crows in the sky. Fatty never woke up but was still snoring loudly. Arthur originally requested a room with twin beds, but because he could not stand the snoring, he requested to be switched to another room of his own. He woke Fatty up and roughly told him what happened last night when they were having their breakfast. At 9 o'clock sharp, Yeayu came dressed in a purple lady suit, wearing a pair of black stilettos that were 20 centimeters high. Her appearance caught many people's attention. To the men, she was attractive. "Have you settled the crows?" Arthur could not help but ask as he saw Yeayu walking towards him. "Yes, I have. I informed the association last night after you left. According to the association, they sent a transcendent hunter to kill the crows in less than 1 minute." Yeayu said proudly. "That person killed such a huge group of crows within a minute?" Arthur could not believe it. Until now, He had no idea what the strongest man in the could do. From what he heard, the Transcendents had abilities beyond the existing humans' abilities. You can hardly imagine how powerful a Transcendent hunter is. Don't aim too high. What you should do now is to think of how you can pass the assessment and upgrade to iron level. She then added, you should also think of how you can return me my money. As he heard the last sentence, Arthur kept quiet so that she would not be reminded about this too often. The crows have been killed, and the area where the exam takes place should be safe now. Follow me, and I'll send you back to where you were yesterday to proceed with the assessment. Ye said and pointed both of them to her room. When they were in front of the door, Arthur took a glance at the room's number. He had a strange expression and asked, didn't you change your room? The boss of the hotel did not allow me to change. He was afraid that I might cause more damage to his room. Ye answered. Three of them entered the room. Fatty looked at the large hole in the ceiling and said, damn. Sister, what have you done here and why did you blow up the ceiling? You have to ask him about this. Ye pointed at Arthur. Arthur looked uncomfortable yet apologetic. How could it be? Last night both of you were together in the room. Fatty immediately grasped the meaning of their conversation and smiled wryly. Is there chemistry between the both of you? This is bullshit. You were here last night. Arthur knew that Fatty was trying to insinuate something dirty. I was here too? Did you do something to me that I was not aware of? I'm still a virgin. Shut up. Arthur and Ye shouted unanimously. Both of you may leave now if you don't have anything else to ask. Ye asked, looking at both of them, and they shook their heads. Ye summoned the big wooden door and pushed against it. Arthur and Fatty strode out the door. The other side of the big wooden door was the location Tyrant entered the door to escape at midnight. Where is this place? Fatty looked lost because when they were escaping from the crows at midnight, he fainted. He was clueless as to what had taken place. Arthur looked around him. However, nothing was familiar to him. Tyrant carried both of them and ran very quickly at midnight. Arthur was not aware of the surrounding at all as he was busy estimating the distance between them and the crows. He somehow made a quick guess and said, the crows were coming from the south region yesterday, and we escaped for half an hour towards the north. We should be now around 60 kilometers away from our tent. Then where should we go now? Should we proceed towards the north? Asked Fatty. Let's get back our tent first. Otherwise, we won't have a place to sleep tonight. Arthur wisely remarked. All right. Thanks to Tyrant's speed, we would only need to spend half an hour to go back. If we had to walk, it would take at least half a day to reach. Fatty reasoned. They summoned Tyrant, and both of them sat on his shoulder once again. They then departed. After half an hour, Tyrant brought them back to the station where they set up camp yesterday. Fatty's tent was more eye-catching. It was not because of its color, but because of its funky shape. Thank God the tent was still in good shape. The crows only hunt for souls and were not interested in inanimate objects. Read latest chapters at novembereelbin.com only. You made such a long cut on my tent. Can I still use it? Fatty asked, visibly displeased. Where else will you sleep tonight? Arthur did not want to share a tent with Fatty and began folding his tent. Fatty knew that Arthur did not want to stay in the same tent with him. He was forced to take down his tent, and he mumbled, I should have woken up earlier just now to buy a new tent before meeting the lady. What have you done with her? Why can't you tell me? Why did the room become like that? Also, why did she say you owed her money? Fatty asked in one breath. Arthur did not bother to answer him and continued folding his tent. He was not in a good mood because he was in debt for no reason. He thought in his heart that he would never summon Tyrant in the hotel ever again. Say something. Fatty threw a screw at him to break the silence. Don't you have anything better to do? Arthur asked impatiently. After a while, Fatty threw another screw at him. You look upset. Did you lose your virginity to her? Don't bother me. Do your own thing. Arthur was beginning to get annoyed. After a moment of silence, he started talking again. I somehow feel that Yeyu's attitude toward you is sort of weird. You're thinking too much. Still, Arthur's back faced Fatty. Fatty found Arthur's reaction uninteresting. He then focused on taking down his tent. Arthur felt a wave of peace and he was thankful for that. Chapter 29 Monster from the Sandy Bottom. After folding their tents, both of them sat on Tyrant's shoulder and headed toward the east. They were attacked by several monsters while on their journey to the east. Thankfully, Tyrant's powerful abilities killed those monsters in an instant, so there was no delay in their journey. Monsters would usually avoid Tyrant by hiding. This time around, In only a matter of few hours, they were attacked by 4 monsters. These monsters were much weaker than Tyrant, and because of that, all the monsters perished. Logically, the monsters would never place themselves in danger because monsters are equipped with instinctive responses to avoid danger. It was indeed unusual to see them charging at the face of death. Tyrant. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the desert temperature peaked. Arthur and Fatty found an abandoned house where they stopped so that Tyrant could rest. This house was used as a supply depot and utilized by the Hunter Association. Tyrant moved towards the supply depot. By the looks of the house's structure, it must have existed for a long time. The supply depot was not specifically built for the assessment. The Hunter Association would always build all types of supply depots for passerbys' convenience. Looking at the weathered house, this supply depot must have been around for at least 30 years. It doesn't look abandoned, said Fatty. Even if it was an abandoned supply depot, there's a high probability of being utilized as a part of the assessment since it's on the way to our final destination. The strategic location of the supply depot caused the weak to be eliminated, and those who managed to reach the supply depot would have already passed the assessment by completing the first half of the journey. Arthur was 80% sure that there would be supplies in it. Let's go in and have a look. Indeed, it was a storehouse with barrels of water and some high-energy snacks. Fatty was happy and quickly walked towards the food. He took a packet of food and began to eat. Arthur took a barrel of water from the storage space and walked toward Fatty asking, "Are you hungry?" "Yes, and this brand of the potato chips are my favorite." Fatty sucked his thumb in a gesture to disgust Arthur. "If you're hungry, you can cook up a meal, but you can only eat 1 packet. You know the rules, right?" Arthur referred to the unwritten rule which every hunter should know. Items from the supply depot should be taken in moderation. The items provided by supply depot were actually for the needy. Sometimes, a glass of water or even leftover food could be a lifesaver. Therefore, those who could do without the water and food should not be greedy. Fatty was nonetheless shameless. He couldn't care less about these unspoken rules. After finishing that initial pack of chips, he took another packet and kept it in his storage space. He then took another barrel of water and walked out of the house. Arthur was drinking some water as he sat in the shaded corridor. He reminded Fatty, "Before you cook, make sure your hands are clean." In all honesty, Fatty cooked very well. The only complaint Arthur had was that he had poor personal hygiene. Fatty grilled some meat, and after he was done, both of them sat at the shaded corridor, eating. "I brought some Pilsner over. I thought I could enjoy some drinks during the journey. Unfortunately, it was confiscated before the assessment even started." Fatty grumbled, "It's an assessment. Did you think that you were here for a holiday?" Arthur was sarcastic. "It's a must to have some alcohol at a barbecue." "Plain water at a barbecue is just not right," Fatty responded, so sure of himself. Arthur agreed that it was indeed weird to drink plain water at a barbecue. "All right, stop grumbling. We have to continue with our journey. After having our meals, we must try our best to reach the foot of the snowy mountains before dark," Arthur said as he thought about the schedule he planned for the journey. Based on the speed of Tyrant, he estimated the remaining journey to be 7 hours. Fatty cleaned the cooking utensils and both of them resumed their journey. Tyrant ran under the scorching sun. However, the sand reflected a golden gleam. Arthur and Fatty wore sunglasses and they looked like they were on vacation. After a short while, Arthur felt something stirring up from beneath the sand. He took off his sunglasses for a better view and stared at the sand, but there was nothing there. Arthur seemed confused. He then pointed at the direction of the sand and shouted, "Hey, did you see something move underneath the sand just now?" "No, I didn't. It is not windy now, and so it will be easy to notice if anything moved either on or under the desert sand," Fatty replied while waving his hand. The sand began to roll again, and this time, in the direction of the sand monster. "There's something there," Arthur yelled. The sand monster smelled something strange and started to be uncomfortable. Arthur was more sensitive to Tyrant and he noticed its unusual reaction. This indicated that something frightening was about to happen. Arthur prepared for the worst as he held Tyrant's spear tightly with one hand, and in his other hand, he took out his Grey Eagle 17. "Tyrant, stop!" Arthur commanded because he noticed that the unknown object was moving way faster than Tyrant. They would not escape in time. They waited instead for the unknown creature to charge at them. "Fatty, get ready. It may not be an easy feat this time, Arthur shouted. Tyrant stopped. Arthur could feel his heart pounding. He aimed at the sand with his Grey Eagle 17 and in a split second, pulled the trigger. They did not have with them many explosive shells, so Arthur used bullets specially made for Grey Eagle 17. However, the bullets had no impact. It did nothing to the creature because the unknown object kept moving forward, and when the shot was fired, a sharp metal plate sound rang instead of a painful groan. The Grey Eagle 17 was not unfamiliar to Fatty. His face turned pale as he witnessed the bullets deflecting into various directions. Tyrant roared profusely. Chapter 30 The Undead Worm. After Tyrant stopped running, the sands rolled to him in just a few breaths. A strong sandstorm stirred up the sand and dust, and the monster from beneath attempted to kill Tyrant. Tyrant bounced on the ground and retreated about 10 meters away, dodging the attack. Arthur and the rest of them could see the unknown object now. It was a gigantic creature that looked like a python. It had blood-red scales and scales on its body that was around 20 meters long. It was a lot taller than Tyrant when it erected its body upright. There was merely a mouth on its head. It did not even have eyes. Looking at Tyrant, it opened its mouth slightly. It was visible to Arthur and the rest of them that there were many sharp teeth that resembled barbs wriggling in its mouth. Both of their facial expression changed when they saw the monster's features. What should we do? This is an undead worm, Fatty cried. The undead worm was identified as a type of demon. They were the scariest predators on the desert. They were rare, and the worst part is that they do not have natural enemies here. They preyed on all the creatures in the desert. All demons are vicious when they hunt for food. An undead worm was no different. Once the prey was in its mouth, the barbs inside its mouth would wriggle, crushing and slicing the victim. It resembled a meat grinder. It was a known myth that they had a smaller mouth inside their big mouth. It would pierce the ground to the creature's skull and absorb its brain. The undead worm in front of them was around 20 meters long. Similar to Tyrant, they were on iron level. However, these monsters were the sand monster's enemy. It would have a much higher probability of defeating Tyrant. This was also the monster that Arthur wished not to encounter the most. However, he was forced to conquer his fears now. We can't escape this anymore. Just scrap it. Arthur knew exactly what the situation was now. He shouted back at Fatty, but his gaze never left the undead worm. The undead worm erected upright, but it had not launched an attack. It kept its huge mouth open, looking like a freak that was sizing up Arthur and the rest of them. It was how predators looked down on their prey. The sand monster obeyed Arthur's command to not be reckless. Arthur and Fatty did not react. They were stunned, looking at the undead worm that had yet to trigger an attack. Arthur made a guess and asked, could it be that this monster only attacks moving objects? You asked the wrong person. I have not mastered the monster guide. I was able to recognize this monster because I've seen it before on the news. Fatty swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued. The news was about a reserve hunter team that encountered the undead worm in the desert. A team of 5 were killed by this monster in less than 10 minutes. When the rescue team for the monster hunters arrived, the undead worm had bitten off the top half of the last reserve hunter. You don't need to tell me the content of the news. Their conversation lasted for a while and the undead worm was still ignorant to their existence. Why is it still moving now? Did we encounter a fake undead worm instead? Fatty asked, hoping that the answer to that was positive. Is there anything in your storage that you're not going to use? Let me see. Fatty knew what Arthur was thinking. At that moment, the undead worm moved and pounced on Fatty. Damn, it's coming at me, Fatty shouted, his voice shaky. Tyrant's body was short and he used that advantage to roll away, avoiding the kill. Fatty was not aware of his surroundings and was caught in between the heated battle. He was flung across the air and fell beside the undead worm, about 2 meters from each other. It seemed like he felt a stir around. The undead worm's mouth immediately turned to Fatty's position and slowly walked towards him. Its mouth was getting closer to him. His heart felt like protruding out of his body. His mind repeatedly told him to run, but his conscience warned him to stand his ground because if he ran, he would most certainly die. Fatty, don't move. I'll distract the undead worm, Arthur said, looking at the undead worm's mouth gradually moving toward Fatty. They were less than 3 meters apart. Arthur knew that Fatty would be killed if he did not move to distract it. Tyrant, run, Arthur ordered. As Tyrant heard this, he made off and ran away from the undead worm like an arrow leaving the bow. The undead worm immediately turned his head back as it noticed Tyrant was trying to escape from it. It seemed like it was targeting Tyrant's direction. He then chased after him at a faster speed. Fatty was relieved when he saw the undead worm changing its target. There was a moment where he actually thought that he would die. His legs trembled as he sat on the surface of the sand. Fatty then realized that he was sweating and his body was all wet. It was not because of the hot weather, but it was due to anxiety and fear. He rested for a while but hesitated. He then stood up and ran in the direction of Tyrant and the undead worm. He mumbled as he ran, "Arthur, please don't die. If you sacrifice your life to save me, there's no way for me to return the favor to you in my entire life." On the golden sand, the giant sand monster did not stop running, and a trail of sand could be seen behind him as they got closer to each other. Just when the undead worm wriggled through the sand and was about to pounce on the sand monster, it disappeared from the ground. At the dunes far away from them, Arthur smiled. He had another green monster card with him right now. A few minutes ago, before the undead worm was able to catch up with Tyrant, he left Arthur at the dunes nearby. He then left Tyrant to distract the undead worm while he observed the distance between them at the dunes. When the undead worm tried catching up to Tyrant, Arthur turned Tyrant back into a monster card which ruined the undead worm's plan. It stood still and kept looking around for Tyrant. Arthur crashed the green monster card and re-summoned Tyrant. He then said, "Let's go. We've to go back and look for Fatty." Chapter 31 White Little Monster. He sat back on Tyrant's shoulder and they retreated. Arthur noticed that Fatty was missing. "What the hell is Fatty doing? Please don't tell me that he was looking for me." The footprints on the ground were covered by sand. It was almost impossible to trace where Fatty had disappeared to. Arthur turned his head toward the direction of the undead worm. Arthur recalled the sand monster when they reached the sand dunes. He then climbed to the dune's crest with his head jutting outward, looking in the direction of the undead worm, but it was no longer there and Fatty was nowhere in sight too. The undead worm disappeared. Arthur frowned. He did not know what happened. It would be impossible for Fatty to reach here in 10 minutes. Perhaps he escaped somewhere else. Arthur summoned Tyrant again and they looked around. However, he still could not find Fatty and eventually, he gave up. Tyrant and Arthur ran towards the north. Arthur was heavy-hearted, worried that Fatty might have died and his body may never be found. In the following hours, they encountered a few monsters during their journey to the north. However, Tyrant was able to defeat all of them and they finally arrived at the foot of the snowy mountains before sunset. Arthur set his tent up and proceeded to sit quietly on the sandy ground. He leaned against a large rock and took out some dried meat to eat from his storage space. Fatty cooked the smoked meat during the barbecue they had a couple of nights before and insisted that Arthur took some with him for the journey since it would be inconvenient to cook near the iceberg once they began their climb. Arthur then ate the dried meat and drank plain water for dinner. At night, the sky turned dark. The sky was full of stars. Suddenly, Arthur saw meteors shooting across the sky. He thought of a common saying, "Everyone has a star that represents their life. When it falls, they die. They'll become a meteor and shine one last time." "Fatty, if you're no longer with us, when I'm stronger, I'll take my revenge on all the monsters in this desert for killing you." As soon as Arthur finished his sentence, he poured libations of plain water from the jug on the ground in front of him. "Let's drink plain water first. I'll buy you some liquor after the assessment ends." Arthur then took a look at the sky and saw another meteor passing through the sky. As the meteor faded into the clouds, Arthur summoned Tyrant to keep watch beside his tent. Finally, he entered the tent to go to bed. "I need a good rest tonight to energize myself. I'll start my climb tomorrow morning." Arthur slept without taking off his clothes and shoes. It was a peaceful night. When Arthur woke up, it was only 7 o'clock in the morning. He washed up and prepared himself for the journey ahead of him. At the foot of the snowy mountains, the slopes were gentle. It was not covered in a thick layer of snow. Tyrant carried Arthur and this allowed him to conserve his physical strength. "Don't worry. Take your time." Tyrant's body size was not suitable for climbing mountains. Arthur could only take a ride on flat terrains. When the hill got steeper with regions that were covered by snow, Tyrant's weight caused the mountain to crack. Tyrant carried Arthur and walked for less than an hour before reaching a height of 3,000 meters above sea level. If they climbed any further upwards, they would reach the regions covered in snow. Lin Hung then summoned Bai and Tyrant was recalled. Bai had silver hair, It had been waiting patiently for instructions. "Let's climb together. When I get stuck, help me a little through the hard parts." Arthur knew that climbing the snowy mountains was the toughest task in this assessment. The snowy mountains were elevated 6,000 meters above sea level at its lowest point. At the mountain peak, it was 12,000 meters above sea level. The route set by the Hunter Association was one that led to one of the main peaks of the snowy mountain. It was around 8,000 meters above sea level. Arthur had never climbed the snowy mountains before. This was a huge challenge for him, and to make it worse, he was the only candidate that had not achieved iron level, whichever it was, either physical capabilities or stamina. He was definitely weaker than the rest of the candidates. If he had not acquired the robust passive skill that allowed a 2-time increment in his physique, Arthur would absolutely have no confidence to pass this stage. Arthur was considering transforming Bai by wrapping its blood power around him so it could pull him up. In the end, he reasoned with himself that perhaps the challenge might be good for him. Upon receiving Arthur's instruction, Bai nodded its head. Bai turned its body and headed toward the rock wall that was covered by snow and used its bare hands to climb it. At the start of the journey, it seemed doable as it was only a height of just 2 meters. Arthur put on his gloves and followed behind Bai. Bai was a quick climber, but Arthur was not, and so Bai had to constantly wait for Arthur every 2 meters. Arthur thought that it was easier to climb behind Bai as he would leave movement trails on its pathway for Arthur to follow. Both of them were almost similar body size, so anywhere Bai could climb to, Arthur could do so as well. In the afternoon, Arthur and Bai only managed to climb around 600 meters before stopping. If it were a distance on flat land, they would have reached their location in less than 10 minutes with a consistent walking speed, but unfortunately, both of them spent more than 5 hours to reach this height. Arthur was exhausted and suggested, "Let's find a resting place to energize ourselves." Bai nodded its head and quickly transformed. Its blood-powered wings were transformed into blades, cutting through the rock walls as it grazed the surface. It cut out rocks that were 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. The blood-powered blades continued to pierce through, and in the process, it dug out a rock wall with a layer of ice on it before both of them slid into the hole. The hole was deep, its depth around 10 meters. The wind outside the hole howled and grew louder. Fortunately, it was still warm inside the hole. Arthur leaned against the wall and sat down. He then ate the dried meat for lunch once again. He was about to share with Bai, but then remembered that it only drank blood. He ate another fist-sized piece of dried meat and drank some water. After getting enough rest, he gave Bai a signal, waving to it that it was time for the both of them to set off again. Bai led the way, and together, they climbed 700 meters within 5 hours. This time, they had arrived at a safer place compared to the first phase of their climbing journey. He looked at the sky. Even though the sun had not set yet, Arthur refused to continue the journey. They set up camp on the mountain, preparing for a good rest so they were able to continue their journey early the next morning. He was now at around 4,800 meters above sea level. After the tents were set up, he started a fire to cook dinner. The sky got darker and the flames were burning bright. Arthur could not help but miss Fatty's cooking skills as he smelled the smell of raw meat. There was soup boiling in the pot. After a few hours, a meaty fragrance filled their surroundings, and that was the signal for Arthur to have dinner. He used a ladle to scoop the meat from the pot and onto his plate. After a few bites of the juicy meat, Bai moved abruptly and returned with a furry, little white monster in its palm. Chapter 32 Snow Giant. The little white monster was as small as a basketball and its body looked like a fuzzy ball. It had a pair of bright, black eyes and a huge mouth that took up almost half of its face. That was all there was to its body. Arthur could recognize that it was a snowball monster. The snowball monster was a mutated species. To most humans, it was harmless. Though they had sharp teeth, they were cowards. They would prefer to flee when faced with creatures bigger than they were. They hated fights. They looked cute and many girls loved them. People then took advantage of its adorable traits and turned it into a business opportunity. The price of a snowball monster was even higher than bronze-level firearms. They were kept as ornamental pets or sold to rich ladies as companions wherever they traveled. Slowly, this became a trend. They were omnivores but were not choosy with their meals. Therefore, it was rather easy to keep a snowball monster fed. They were a rare species that oftentimes hid in cold places. Arthur took a thorough look at it. It must have been attracted by the fragrance of the meat. Even as Bai held onto the snow monster, it did not seem to move or struggle to escape. It was staring at the pot of soup for a long time, and eventually, its tongue began to show. It was such a glutton. Arthur tempted it by waving a piece of meat in front of it. Its eyes immediately lit up and its gaze was locked onto that slab of meat in front of him, following the movement of Arthur's arm that was swinging the meat. After a short while, it noticed that Arthur did not put the meat into its mouth. It attempted to snatch the food, but Bai was quick to hold on to it tighter. Knowing that its efforts to break free were in vain, it raised its head and looked at Arthur with pain in its eyes as Arthur chewed on the meat. No wonder the girls would like them. They give pitiful looks to seek for attention and sympathy. Arthur was taken aback at the snowball monster's sad expression. He then fed the snowball monster some meat. It gobbled up the meat within seconds. It then went back to showing him a sad look. This time, Arthur did not entertain it and continued eating his dinner. After a long time of staring at him, the snowball monster began to cry when it realized it was being ignored. "You're a good actor," Arthur chuckled, continued ignoring the monster. The snowball monster started its acting with only a few tears, but the moment it realized that Arthur could not care less, it began sobbing to catch Arthur's attention. "This fellow is so dramatic," Arthur said, not turning to even look at the monster. Arthur ladled out the leftovers into a bowl and placed it on the floor. He then grabbed the monster from Bai and sat it down beside that bowl. Without wasting time, the snowball monster tilted the bowl upwards and swallowed the leftovers. It then licked its lips and raised its head at Arthur. "You won't get anything by staring at me." "There's no more food left," Arthur said, shaking his palm. The snowball monster knew that the food had finished. It then hugged Arthur's leg and rubbed its head against his pants. It looked like an expression of gratitude. Arthur lifted it up and reciprocated. "It feels like a stuffed plush toy. It feels even better to touch because of its warmth." The snowball monster seemed to enjoy it as Arthur saw it smiling with its eyes shut. "You're enjoying the good life," Arthur said as he shook his head and laughed. As the skies became darker, Arthur signaled that he wanted to sleep by pulling his leg from its hug. He needed sufficient rest as their journey to climb the snowy mountains would continue tomorrow morning. When he was about to call for Bai and summon the sand monster to keep watch outside his tent, he saw the snowball monster rushing to the edge of his pants and began nibbling at it, pulling him toward a specific direction. "You small little thing, where are you taking me?" Arthur gasped. The snowball monster nodded its head and hopped a few steps in the opposite direction. When it turned back, Arthur waved his hand and began following it. The snowball monster hopped along a gentle slope with Arthur and Bai following closely after it. It stood still when it reached an ice wall and waited for the both of them to arrive. It then leapt over the ice wall. It was peculiar that the snowball monster disappeared once they reached the ice wall. "Could this be a cover-up?" Arthur said while taking a look at the ice wall. Unfortunately, there was nothing there. It was a completely empty space. He went deeper, and as he moved a step forward, it was a huge snow valley. It was like a hidden world within the snowy mountains. He was so stunned to the extent that he lost support and lost his balance. As soon as he regained his senses, he realized that Bai did not follow after him. "You don't have to wait anymore. Only humans that I approve of can enter. Any other monsters are not allowed to enter." A deep, thick voice echoed. "Who are you?" Arthur looked around but he did not see the snowball monster. "It's me." He heard the voice once again, but it really was coming from the snowball monster. "You can speak." Arthur was shocked as he could not believe that a snowball monster could speak, and better yet, it could speak in a human language. The voice was obviously the voice of a man. "Yes, you're right." As soon as the snowball monster finished its sentence, it expanded like a balloon with hands and legs. In just a few seconds, the once cute monster that was only the size of a basketball now was a giant. That was a yeti, with a height close to 100 meters. It was covered in a thick white fur. He had a face structure that resembled humans. The only difference was that he grew a beard as white as snow. A yeti was a type of snow monster. They were naturally born to be extremely strong and were extraordinary. The abilities of an adult yeti far exceeded normal monsters that were of the same rank. Arthur could imagine exactly how strong the yeti really was. "Young boy, I have no bad intention in bringing you here. I need your help." Chapter 33 Protos. "What do you want me to do?" Arthur asked after seeing the desperation in the yeti's eyes. It would not be an exaggeration to think that a Yeti with that body size could kill him with just the touch of a finger. "Follow me." The Yeti extended his arm. A gush of wind pushed Arthur forward and he fell into the Yeti's palm. After Arthur was able to find his balance, the Yeti led Arthur to the inner part of the valley. There seemed to be an invisible protective layer surrounding the Yetis, as any snow that touched its skin would automatically disappear. Arthur realized that this world was indeed mysterious. The snow valley had a windy path. The Yeti spoke stories about his past while they walked. "I could still clearly remember 700 years ago. I met a beautiful lady on a snowy day. I became her favorite monster. I was a snowball monster that knew nothing and had a muddled memory. I could only remember that she was a very gentle lady and she treated me well. Since I've become a mutated snowball monster, I slowly regained my memory. At that moment, I knew that she was not human but a monster like me. She was powerful to the point where she could not be identified by human knowledge and experience. She yearned to live as a human. Therefore, she tried to live amongst the humans in their world for a long time. One day, she told me that she fell in love with a man. I could still remember how happy she was, and from that day onwards, she barely visited me. However, one day when she returned, she was covered with bloodstains all over her body. She confided in me. She told me that the human, her lover, had discovered her identity. They fell out of love and he betrayed her. He led a group of hunters to kill her, but because she was powerful, she killed them all in anger except for that man. Ever since then, she stayed in the valley and never left. Sometimes, she would carve the man's face on the ice. There were big and small ice sculptures with different facial expressions. She oftentimes stared blankly at them the whole day, reminiscing everything. She had also carved sculptures that gave her happy thoughts and had placed her favorite ice sculptures beside the lakes while she danced by the lake. It made her happy as she recalled that the man loved to see her dance. Soon after, the man arrived at the valley, alone. She thought that the man had returned to look for her. As the man entered, he told her, "I know who you are. You're the most precious Protoss in the monster world. That was why you had a perfect human figure. Each Protoss has a divine fire in their body. Now, if you truly love me, give it to me." "And do you know what her response was?" the Yeti asked. Arthur shook his head. "It was either a love story with either a happy or tragic ending." She said, "I will give it to you, for I am not trying to prove anything." She tore her body apart and crumbled her own heart. She took the ice blue ember out from within and threw it to the ground in front of the man's feet. He did not even bother to look at her or thank her. He instantly picked it up and left. He knew that without the ember of divinity, she was bound to die soon. Her body got weaker by each passing day. In less than a month, she could not get out of bed. After she died, she was buried in front of a small house by the lake. Her death caused the entire valley to turn into frozen, snow-covered land. If the love of her life dripped his or her blood onto the lake, the ice and snow covering the valley would melt and she would come back to life. She sank to the bottom of the lake. Her blood spread throughout the lake and entered my body. I mutated for the second time and I became a Yeti ever since. After the mutation was complete, I regained my consciousness and saw that the whole valley had turned into this. Arthur saw a small house covered in snow at the end of the valley. "So you wanted to use my blood to see if I could bring her back to life." Arthur finally guessed the reason he was brought there. "Yes, you're right." "Why did you choose me?" Arthur hesitated. "It's because you have a good character. Not many people make it past the ice walls." "You are the third person in 700 years," the Yeti answered. "How much of my blood do you need?" "1 drop would suffice," the Yeti said before adding, "Once the process is complete, I will let you go, and if your blood is able to break the curse, I'll erase your memories of ever meeting me. Let's begin." Arthur was certain that probability of success was almost zero. "Thank you." The Yeti thanked him and led him toward the direction of the ice lake. Once at the lake, the Yeti stretched out his hand and Arthur stood onto it. The Yeti then placed him in the middle of the lake. Arthur took out a pocket knife and made a slight cut on his left index finger and a drop of blood oozed out. Nothing happened after the drop of blood fell into the lake. He then looked up at the Yeti and gave an apologetic head shake. "I'm sorry. I'm not the man of destiny that you're looking for." Soon, the Yeti looked worried. There was a cracking sound beneath his feet and within a split second, the ice layer began to crack. It immediately took Arthur into its palm and retreated a few steps backward. The speed at which the ice cracked became faster. The ice began to melt and within a minute or so, The lake returned to its initial state with blue water from left to right. Soon, the snow covering the whole valley subsided and the thick clouds dispersed themselves, revealing the crescent moons that had not appeared for a long time. There were plants and flowers that began to grow. The snowy white world now turned into the rich greenery. Was my blood so nutritious? Arthur sucked his wounded finger. In less than 10 minutes, the glacier valley regained its liveliness. The plants were flourishing and the scent of flowers was breathtaking. After observing the valley, Arthur noticed a crystal-clear coffin floating to the surface of the lake from the bottom. Once it was at the surface, the coffin began to melt and a beautiful lady in a white dress emerged. Her face was still as if she was sleeping on the surface of the water. Slowly, her eyes opened and she slowly stood up on the lake. From afar, she saw Arthur and the Yeti. She smiled and walked towards them, her eyes assuring and her lips smiling. Chapter 34 Xluo. As she walked over to them, she nodded at the Yeti and said, Xiaobing, thank you, Madame. Protecting you is my responsibility. The Yeti said excitedly. Let us first take care of the guest we have. She then shifted her gaze to Arthur. Hi, my man of destiny. Hi, Arthur said awkwardly. She was beautiful, like a fairy from a painting, demure and pure-looking. Arthur was obviously nervous, fidgeting with his fingers and shirt. My birth name is Xlinga, but now she is dead, and as the man of destiny, you may call me Xluo. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bing Wang. The Yeti quickly interrupted. I'm Arthur. Arthur said for formality's sake. Mr. Arthur, thank you for resurrecting me and transforming the valley to its beautiful, original state. She was frowning though. She lowered her eyes to Arthur's lower abdomen and asked, is there something wrong with your life wheel? Yes, I was born with a broken life wheel. The speed of lifespan I lose is 10 times faster than most people. Arthur admitted. Show me, Xlinga demanded. Arthur stepped forward and Xluo pressed against his lower abdomen with her smooth, soft hands. Arthur felt hot inside. Xluo was healing his broken life wheel. In a matter of minutes, when he looked again, there were no wounds to be seen and the speed of his lifespan loss returned to normal. Xluo then withdrew her hand. Arthur was in disbelief. His life's struggle was now solved. It was a miracle. Thank you, Ms. Xluo. It's just a small matter. I should be the one thanking you. Xluo smiled. Xiaobing, please go ahead and prepare some drinks. I'll chat with Arthur for a while. Xluo told Bing Wang. As soon as Bing Wang left, Xluo said to Arthur, let's go to the snow house. Both of them headed towards the small bamboo hut where the snow house was situated in. Both of them sat in the hall, facing each other, separated by a tea table made of bamboo. Arthur could smell an exquisite floral scent coming from somewhere near the door. This is my house. I designed it and Xiaobing built it accordingly. What do you think? Xluo asked since she noticed Arthur looking at every corner of the house. It's lovely. I am actually even more envious by the fact that your garden is the entire valley. Arthur admitted finally while giggling. Xluo covered her mouth as she laughed. I wasn't told that you were a humorous man. It was the first time Arthur received such a compliment. He was shy. Bing Wang then appeared with some boiling water and a tea set, but he was not holding them. There seemed to be an invisible force that lifted the items and they were placed gently in the middle of the tea table. Xluo began to brew tea. He had seen tea art before on Earth, but this was different. There was something about her poise and elegance. She was very meticulous with each and every step of the brewing process. He could not shift his gaze elsewhere. Arthur was so attracted by Xluo that he ignored Merlin's messages. Host watched Virtual God Tales, entering the state of being an epiphany. You have gained a skill card. The Great Sword Scripture Pieces X1. You have gained a skill card. The Great Sword Scripture Pieces X1. You have gained a skill card. The Great Sword Scripture Pieces X1. Once Xluo served Arthur with some tea, he finally escaped from his fantasy and realized the numerous notifications from Merlin. You have gained an epic skill card. The Great Sword Scripture Pieces X700. It can be integrated into the rare monster card of the Great Sword Scripture Part 1. You have gained the complete set of the Great Sword Scripture. Are you sure you would like to integrate the cards? Arthur never knew that he could gain so many the Great Sword Scripture pieces by just watching Xluo brew tea. It was enough for him to have a complete set of the Great Sword Scripture. Arthur chose to integrate them at once. After a short while, the same notifications from Merlin sounded once again. Congratulations, integration of cards is now complete. You have gained an epic skill card, the Great Sword Scripture. Arthur looked closely at the life wheel in his body and checked the skill card. The skill card of the Great Sword Scripture had become blue. The picture at the front remained the same but the message behind the card changed. Skill card. Name of skill, Great Sword Scripture. Rarity, epic. Type of skill, sword. Skill level, unavailable. Status, available. Remarks, this skill is a special skill and there is no rank limit. The power changes according to the user. Card remarks, passable. I've not brewed tea for many years. I'm unfamiliar with it now, Liu Ogs said sheepishly. Ms. Xluo, your brewing tea skills are excellent. I have learned a lot from you. Arthur was able to gain skill card pieces by simply watching her make tea. This woman was amazing. Xluo instinctively poured Arthur another cup once he was done with the first. The glacier valley must have been formed used spatial manipulation? Arthur asked. Yes, it's nothing. Xluo nodded. Arthur was actually quite curious about the Protoss but he felt that it would be too soon to ask and decided to keep it for another time. Xluo sensed that Arthur was doubtful. She then said, Mister, if there's anything you would like to ask, you can. I'll try my best to answer. I heard that you're the Protoss. According to historical records, there was a monster that opened 3,000 virtual eyes 800 years ago and everyone called him a Protoss too. Can you tell me more about this? Arthur referred to an incident that happened 800 years ago. Oh him. He was strong but was not considered a Protoss. At most, he was a servant of God bestowed with the blood of the Protoss. Xluo snorted. We Protoss were the true future generation of gods. The Protoss were born with perfect human figures and had the blood of God flowing in their veins. The fellow claimed himself to be the Protoss but he did not have a perfect human figure. I can't reveal much about the Protoss though. Do you have any other questions besides this? Arthur then began asking random questions about the past and Xluo did her best to assist with every one of his questions. Soon, Arthur had nothing more to ask. The living room became quiet. Xluo then took the initiative to start a new conversation. Mister, please don't stay in the mountains for too long because I fear monsters may attack you. I do realize that monsters here are quite furious. Is there a specific reason for this? Arthur asked. I just discovered that there was a transcendent monster in the underground desert. It seemed to be able to possess the mind of other monsters to hunt food for itself. Xluo explained. Oh, I see. It's okay. I'll reach my destination after passing through the mountain. Arthur said with relief. After you leave, we'll also be returning back to our world. Xluo sighed. Her eyes seemed sad. Bing Wang added, yes, there's no need to stay in the human world anymore. Arthur was disappointed as they might never see each other again. I'll dance for you as a gift before you leave, Xluo suggested. Mister, please follow me. She led Arthur and Bing Wang, levitating them in the sky. She slowly landed them beside the lake while she went to stand alone in the middle of the lake. Under the moonlight, her white dress was impossibly clean and pure. She looked like a fairy descended from heaven. It began to snow. Ripples began forming on the lake. A thin layer of ice condensed beneath her feet and it looked like she stood on a white ring. It was indeed a breathtaking scene as she began moving her body in perfect harmony to the sounds of the wind howling. Perhaps this was true. She was the goddess of the Alps. Arthur thought. It was no secret that he had a deep affection for her. Arthur had learned a lot from the dance. Her love, hatred, and all sorts of emotions she felt. The coldness and cruelty of death, as well as the hidden feeling of loneliness. Xluo took slow steps towards Arthur when she finished her final scene. She looked pitiful. He did not see her as a Protoss but instead, as an ordinary woman with a burst of emotions. He could not stop himself from saying, I believe that one day, you'll find your own happiness. Thank you. Xluo's eyes brightened. After saying goodbye to Xluo, Bing Wang sent Arthur out of the valley. It was now late at night. Arthur recalled Bai and summoned the sand monster. He then went back to his tent to rest. Chapter 35 Blocked by a flock of geese. Arthur was tossing and turning the night before. Perhaps it was the tea that kept him awake. The next day, it was 9 o'clock in the morning when he woke up. Arthur tidied up his things and ate breakfast. He then summoned Bai and continued with their journey. Xluo healed the broken life wheel. Arthur could feel the speed of lifespan loss significantly reduced and there was also a certain degree of improvement in his physique as well. Taking into account the improvement from his robust skill, Arthur felt that his physique was no longer weaker than other reserve hunters on iron level. He was able to move a much faster speed than before. Within 4 hours, he had reached the height of 700 meters, which was 5,500 meters above sea level. Just before Arthur was able to take a rest, a flock of white big birds flew in their direction. Arthur could recognize them from far away. They were the white-feathered goose. They were also a type of mutant. They would hunt for fishes as their main sources of food and would never provoke creatures bigger in size. However, they were not afraid of humans. Under normal circumstances, Arthur would have brushed their presence aside, but because Xluo had told them to be careful, his guard was up. The white-feathered goose was huge. It was around 5 meters wide when they expanded their wings. They were strong enough to snatch humans with their claws. They were probably controlled by the transcendent monster Xluo talked about, the monster that manipulated their minds to hunt for food. Bai, quickly, dig a hole, Arthur shouted. The flock of geese approaching them looked furious. He had to get himself a safe shelter. They were at a height around 5,000 meters above sea level, but Arthur did not have wings to jump anywhere, and if he lost balance and fell, he would most certainly die. As soon as Bai dug out a cave, Arthur stretched out his left hand to hang over the cliff while he held his Grey Eagle 17 in his right hand. He turned his body to attack the geese when they came close to him. Most of the white-feathered goose were iron-level monsters. The specially made bullets for the Grey Eagle 17 only had an impact on their feathers. It failed to penetrate through to their bodies. After several shots, some of the white-feathered goose groaned in pain but realized that the bullets could not injure them, and so they pounced on Arthur again. Bai already went into the hole, but it was still a few meters away from Arthur. The hole was not deep and Bai could not dig any further. A few from the flock of white-feathered goose fluttered their wings, getting into a position to catch Arthur. Arthur had nowhere to dodge and he watched helplessly as the claws emerged from their feet as they grabbed him. At that moment, blood splashed in the air. The white-feathered goose that grabbed him had its head chopped in half, rolling over the cliff. Arthur felt something grabbing onto his waist tightly. As he looked down, he saw Bai's blood power layer pulling him toward the hole. Arthur tried to free himself but chose to trust Bai instead. He released his left hand, which he used to hang from the cliff when he shot at the geese. As soon as he released his hand, he felt a strong force dragging him back into the cave. Arthur felt safe as soon as his body touched the ground of the cave. "Thanks," he said while he stood up in the cave and thanked Bai, nodding his head. He then walked out of the cave. The flock of white-feathered goose had not left yet. They were all trying to squeeze into the cave as they saw Arthur. When they saw Arthur's head pop out into the entrance of the cave, Arthur retreated a few steps back as it was not safe. Bai dug 2 meters wide and 2 meters long in the cave. It would be impossible for them to enter in with their huge body. However, the white-feathered goose seemed to enjoy the torture because the more they pushed themselves in, the more they were injured by the sharp cave edges. The geese were persistent. Even after 2 to 3 hours, they remained outside the cave, and as time passed by, the number of geese increased. "Damn, are they blocking my way out?" Arthur was suddenly struck by the thought. There were incidents about humans being bullied by geese. There were many videos uploaded online, and though they were funny at the time, he had never expected this to happen to him on a cliff in a dire situation, instead of a funny one. Arthur had a slight headache. The Grey Eagle 17 was ineffective against the flock of white-feathered goose, and to make matters worse, he was down to his last 4 bullets. It was not enough to kill the geese. Though Bai was capable of upgrading itself to use its blood power to kill them, its blood power could only reach a distance of fewer than 20 meters, which was not far enough to reach the outside of the cave. They waited for another 3 hours, and as the skies outside became darker, Arthur took a glance outside the cave to check on the flock of white-feathered goose. Unfortunately, his initial predictions were right. They were still there. It seemed like they were not going anywhere. "If they are blocking my way, how am I going to complete my assessment?" Arthur pondered. All of a sudden, he shifted his gaze to the inner parts of the cave. Foothold No. 7D121 is located at the other side at the foot of the Alps. Does this mean that if we dig deeper to the other side of the Alps, we could eventually reach the foothold using the pathway through this cave? A growling sound came from the direction of the flock of white-feathered goose, interrupting Arthur's thoughts. Arthur popped his head silently out of the cave to catch a glimpse of what was happening. Over hundreds of geese escaped once a black giant bird flying began approaching them. Arthur recognized it. It was a giant known as the black cliff sparrow. Its body was around 30 meters long and its wings were 50 meters wide, fully open. It was a gigantic monster that was much bigger than Tyrant. Based on its size alone, it almost reached bronze level. The flock of white-feathered goose was no longer in sight. The black cliff sparrow did not attack but instead used its sharp claws to hold onto the upper part of the cave entrance before taking a peek into the cave. Read latest chapters at novembereelbin.com only. Arthur and the black cliff sparrow came face to face. Chapter 36. Atop the snowy mountains, a screeching bird cry scared many birds in the snowy mountains region and they began to fly away. This black cliff sparrow was considered the top predator in this Grade 1 wild zone. It opened its mouth and attempted to peck at Arthur's eyes as they locked eyes earlier. Arthur retreated immediately to the center of the cave and immediately reloaded armored bullets into his Grey Eagle 17. He pointed the gun at the cave entrance, waiting to open fire. The black cliff sparrow's tough beak hit hard on top of the cliff and a small part of the cliff collapsed, causing the top of the cave entrance to be exposed. Arthur could feel the entire cave shaking. When the sparrow approaches, lock onto on its head and aim at its eyes. Arthur had a plan. Its eyes were the weakest part of its body but it was covered in feathers and so, it was difficult to hit its eyes accurately. The possibility of killing it with only one armored bullet was slim but Arthur wanted to shoot at its eyes with his remaining 4 bullets at one go for maximum impact. The black cliff sparrow realized that the cave was not so tough as it managed to crack a hole with one hit and so it started to peck at it continuously. After several pecks at the top of the cave, almost half of the wall collapsed. Although Arthur and Bai had retreated into the cave, the black cliff sparrow could see them from where it stood and began to peck even faster. Suddenly, just when it got a chance to move closer, 2 strings blood power shot out from the cave. They resembled 2 ropes strangling the sparrow's neck while bashing its head into the wall. The black cliff sparrow struggled and Arthur took that opportunity to quickly step forward before it could run away. Arthur aimed his gun at its left eye and fired 4 shots continuously. Bang, 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 bang. The black cliff sparrow's left eye exploded. It stopped fighting back and collapsed. The strings of blood power were then released from its neck and the black cliff sparrow slowly fell from the cliff. Merlin's notification popped up in front of Arthur. Congratulations. You have received Black Cliff Sparrow Monster Card Pieces X1. You have completed a cross-ranking kill. You are awarded with a double card. There's no advance card for the cross-ranking kill this time. Arthur recalled that he was rewarded advance card for the previous 2 cross-ranking kills. Reward cards are usually randomly given. It was rather peculiar that you received advance cards twice in a row. It would be great if I could get a few more advance cards to upgrade both Bai and Tyrant into mythical brings. Bing Wang only mutated twice and he was so powerful. Bai and Tyrant would be invincible if they were to be upgraded 4 times. The ability of summon cards are limited by the host. If the host's ability remained the same, no matter how rare the card is, the upgraded monster's ability would be limited as well. What Merlin indirectly meant was the weakness of Arthur's monsters were actually caused by him. Arthur ignored Merlin and looked at the double card that he just received. Images of 2 piles of gold coins were at the top of the card. Arthur frowned and flipped the card over. Double card. Within an hour this card's activation, the reward for killing monsters will double. Nothing great about this card but perhaps I could use this card to collect more card pieces when I meet some monster that I like. Arthur mumbled to himself. He then took out the clip from his Grey Eagle 17. It was empty. I should have bought more bullets. After he reloaded the gun with regular bullets, he then kept the gun in his space storage. The sky was getting dark. Bai began to dig deeper into the cave so that they could stay the night. As the cave was too small, Arthur could not summon the sand monster, and Bai would have to watch the night. Arthur had a good night's sleep and woke up around 7 o'clock in the morning. Their journey was delayed due to their encounter with the flock of white-feathered goose yesterday afternoon. He had dried meat and some water in the morning before starting the journey with Bai. Arthur had good stamina this morning and managed to climb 800 meters within 5 hours. After a short rest, he continued his journey before noon. 6 hours later, he managed to climb more than 900 meters. He had already traveled 7,200 meters, and now, he was only 1,000 meters away from the top. Arthur rested for a night before his last push. Finally, after 8 hours, he arrived at the top. which was 8,800 meters above sea level. "Ah, I'm finally here on top," Arthur shouted on top of the snowy mountains. Just when he was at the peak of his excitement, he was greeted by a voice that came from behind him. "It's just the snowy mountains. Do you need to shout?" Arthur turned round and saw a young man with short hair in trench coat stood behind him. He looked the same age as Arthur, but taller. "Who are you?" Arthur wondered before he asked. "Are you from the Hunter Association? I joined the assessment just like you." The short-haired man answered, expressionless. "Were you the one who opened fire down there 2 days ago?" "Yes, it's me," Arthur admitted and curiously asked. "How is it possible that you're faster than me? How did you get here?" "I arrived here on the first day by riding the Black Cliff Sparrow. It only took 2 hours." The short-haired man looked at Arthur and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you killed the Black Cliff Sparrow. Is that true?" "You're an Imperial censor as well? Why do you want to attack me?" Arthur grew anxious. "It's simple. I don't want anyone else to pass this assessment apart from myself. That's why I have been waiting here to get the Black Cliff Sparrow to attack everyone who attempted to climb the snowy mountains so that you guys would give up. But since you're already up here, it doesn't make sense for me to wait here anymore." The man then turned around and walked to a tent that was not too far away. He proceeded to say solemnly, "I will take revenge for the Black Cliff Sparrow. But now is not the time. You have cultivated a great vampire, but you're too weak. You don't deserve to be attacked by me yet." The man then kept his tent, waved his hand, and a blood-colored giant bird appeared out of thin air. Arthur was envious. It was a crimson eagle, a bronze-level mutated monster. The short-haired man leapt onto the back of the crimson eagle. It flapped its wings and dove towards the bottom of the cliff. Chapter 37. First to complete the assessment. Seeing the short-haired man leave, Arthur did not stay too long on top of the snowy mountains. Climbing to the top may have been difficult, but going down was much easier. Although Bai's blood power wings could not fly, he most certainly could glide. Now that his blood power was at level 2, his wings were 5 meters long on each side, and they would expand to a maximum of 20 meters in combat mode. They were not heavy. Both of them were slightly over 100 kilograms put together. Arthur spent some time to fold his tent into a strip of cloth and strapped himself in front of Bai. He then activated Bai's combat mode, walked towards the cliff and leaned forward, falling off the cliff. The blood power wings on Bai's spread open. Arthur felt the pull of gravity, but within a few moments, they began to glide. As he looked down, all he saw were layers of clouds. Soon they passed through the clouds and Arthur could see the snowy mountains from beyond the horizon. The mountains and rivers beneath him seemed so much smaller from the top. Even the foothold was the size of his palm. "This is what I'm talking about." Although he looked ridiculous as a passenger strapped onto Bai, Arthur screamed at the top of his lungs because he was extremely excited. He had always wanted to try extreme sports like parachuting when he was on Earth, but he never got the opportunity to do so. He finally got the chance to experience it in this world instead. As they got closer to the ground, he could feel his adrenaline skyrocket. "Now, I finally understand why people love flying in the air. This feels amazing." They did not glide for too long. Within 10 minutes, both of them arrived in the vicinity of foothold No. 7D121. Bai wrapped his wings above them to form an umbrella and they slowed down as they gently landed. Pedestrians were frightened by the blood power wings on Bai's back because they could recognize he was a vampire. "You can leave now. I'll report to the Hunter Association." Arthur did not want to upset people, so he recalled Bai. The cloth that strapped him to Bai was automatically removed. He then picked the piece of cloth up and threw it into the dustbin beside him. He then activated his Emperor's Heart Ring. The ring's function was restored as promised. Arthur opened the map and found the hotel where Yi was at and proceeded to walk in the direction of the hotel. 10 minutes later, Arthur arrived at the entrance of the hotel and walked to the reception. The receptionist was a tall and beautiful lady. Seeing Arthur walk in, she professionally asked, "Hi sir, how may I help you? I'm looking for Miss Yi. Could you get her for me please?" "Sure, please give me a minute." The lady receptionist tried to reach Yi's Emperor's Heart Ring at once. She then informed Arthur, "You can look for her in room 308. "All right, thank you." Arthur thought it was strange that she was in room 308. It was the same room Tyrant destroyed. He went directly to room 308 and saw that the door was already opened. Arthur closed the door after himself and noticed the same big hole in the room's ceiling. He asked, "Why didn't you change to another room?" "That's too much trouble. I'm leaving in a few days anyway." The hole in the ceiling did not bother Yu at all. Instead, she was looking at Arthur. "I didn't expect you to be the first one to complete the assessment. Although it took you a good 7 days with your physique, I'm impressed. I thought you'd take more than a week to climb the snowy mountains." "I'm the first one who completed the assessment?" Arthur asked in confusion. "Wasn't there another guy who passed the assessment before I did?" "He hasn't reported to you?" "No, you're the first one." Yu shook her head. "That can't be. That guy got down from the snowy mountains before I did. The guy wore a red trench coat, had short hair and was very arrogant." "Oh, he's also an Imperial censor just like me." "The monster he summoned was a bronze-level Crimson Eagle." Arthur described the guy for Yu. "Oh, I know who you are talking about." Yu nodded and explained. "The guy you're talking about is Bai-Yan. He's special. He does not have to participate in the assessment but instead, he chose to. He would be a copper hunter after he registers with Hunter Association." "Has Bai-Yan arrived at this foothold? Did you see him just now?" Yu asked Arthur. "I met him on top of the snowy mountains. He rode on the monster he summoned down the snowy mountains. Then I have no idea where he is. He didn't report to me." "You're the first one." Yu shook her head. "Oh yay, Miss Head Examiner. Do you know what happened to Fatty, the other guy who was with me the other day?" Arthur was worried when he asked the question. He was worried that the answer was not what he wanted to hear. "Oh, Fatty quit." Yu rolled her eyes and told Arthur what happened. "I received a rescue alert on that day and saw him crying on the ground when I followed the signal to his location. I asked him what happened. He said you were eaten by an undead worm for saving his life and he begged me to kill the undead worm to avenge you. After I brought him back to the foothold, he rode an eagle and left on that day itself." Arthur was relieved after hearing that Fatty was still alive. "That's great. I thought he was dead. We have his contact information. If you'd like to contact him, you can have his contact details." Yu was searching for Fatty's contact details as she spoke. "Oh, his name is Yin. I kept calling him Fatty and forgot his real name." Arthur tapped open his detailed information and added his contact number to his Emperor's heart ring. "There's still one more week until the assessment ends. You can leave if you're occupied. Just remember to register yourself at the Hunter Association at Foothold No. 7C87. You'll have to register by this year or else you'll have to get reassessed next year. If you don't have urgent matters to attend to, you can stay in this foothold temporarily. When the assessment ends, I'll bring you to Foothold No. 7C87 to register. Your stay and food will be covered by the Hunter Association." "I'll stay." He decided to stay because he had told Eva that the assessment would take half a month and everything at home had been arranged. He also wanted to kill more monsters in the Wild Zone to accumulate more monster card pieces and life light. Chapter 38 Weird Old Jang. Arthur went back to his hotel room after dinner as the sky was getting dark. He spent some time listing down the items he wanted to purchase the next day. He then started to read about the Grade 1 Wild Zone that was near Foothold No. 7D121 on the Heart Network. Foothold No. 7D121 was known as the Snowy Mountain Town by locals. The entire foothold was located in the west with a gigantic pathway to the snowy mountain at the back that looked like a bowl broken in half which surrounded the bottom of the foothold. The east side was filled with huge canyons and they were semicircular. The widest one faced the north-south and was a few hundred kilometers long. East of these canyons were vast grasslands surrounded by mountains and 3,000 meters below sea level was a Grade 1 Wild Zone. This was a people-prone area and therefore there were very few monsters for fear that they will be killed by humans. Arthur looked at the categories of monsters in each area one by one. The Wild Zone further away from the snowy mountain housed bird monsters. There were fewer flatlands there though which were not suitable for me to train to prepare for real battles. Meanwhile, the monsters in the canyons came from the grassland and snowy mountains but were killed by people passing by and because of that, I can't collect more monster card pieces. It seems like the grassland on the east side is most suitable for me. Warrior Wolf would be a great prey. I could obtain monster card pieces faster from monsters that live in a pack. It would look so much cooler and comfortable if I rode on it instead of the sand monster. The lion-headed troll too. It was such a majestic monster. The ox devil isn't too bad. It's muscular and huge enough that its appearance alone was sufficient to scare people away. Skill-wise, the warrior wolf's blood battle, the lion-headed troll's magic eye deterrence and ox devil's champion strength are all good. After some analysis, Arthur had decided which area was most suitable for him. The next morning, Arthur went to the credit bureau. It belonged to the government. It only opened at 9 o'clock in the morning, so there was no need for him to rush. He took a stroll in the garden at the bureau's entrance since it was not time yet. When it did open, Arthur walked right in and traded all his life crystals into credit points. Now he had more than 3.5 million credit points. The life crystals were taken from Xji earlier. After that, Arthur headed to the flea market. The flea market in the snowy mountain town was located at the center of the foothold. It was not big, but there were many shops, up to 1,000 of them. They had almost everything there, including food ingredients, daily necessities, guns and ammunition and swords. Perhaps the area was surrounded by a wild zone. There were more than 30 shops here that were selling battle equipment, while the foothold that Arthur stayed only had 3 of them. Ling Huang's purpose here was mainly to look for the exclusive bullets for his Grey Eagle 17, armored bullets, and equipment to survive the wilderness, since he planned to stay in the wild zone for a week. After asking around, he was told that none of the 7 to 8 shops were selling exclusive bullets and armored bullets for his Grey Eagle 17. This new royalty gun was not used by many ordinary people, so this small foothold would not have the right stock of bullets for such a gun. Especially the armored bullets. They were expensive, and so it did not make sense for the shops to keep stocks. We don't have the bullets that you're looking for. In a small area like this, we don't see anyone who carries Grey Eagle 17 in a year. You can try old Zhang's grocery store at the west side of the city. That fella collects strange things. If there's none at his store, then you won't be able to find it anywhere else. But be careful, that fella is sly and he would double or triple the original price. A shop owner reminded Arthur. He gave Arthur valuable advice because he thought Arthur was rich, as he could afford a Grey Eagle 17. After purchasing everything he needed at the flea market, Arthur asked around a few more times for the bullets, and finally, he gave up. He hesitated for a while and headed to the west of the city. Old Zhang's store was located in an alley where nobody visited. Theoretically, even a shop in the flea market could not make much money in this small foothold, and yet, old Zhang opened his shop in such a secluded area. He must be weird. After asking a couple of people, Arthur finally found the exact location of the store. The plaque with a bright neon light on the outside of the door had the words "Clouds" and written on it. Arthur laughed. This weird old man must be full of himself. He stepped into the shop. It was not as messy as he imagined. On the contrary, it was very organized. All the items were placed accordingly on the shelves. Even the decorations were tasteful. Arthur was stunned. Is the owner in? Arthur did not call the owner's name, as that seen as rude. He considered himself a good, respectful kid to never call an elder by their first name. If you need anything, look on the shelves yourselves. When you are done, bring it over here and call me. Arthur heard someone talking, but he did not see anyone. The voice sounded more like a middle-aged man than an old man's voice. This feels like markets on Earth, Arthur mumbled. Sensing that old Zhang did not want to be bothered, Arthur did not ask further and walked to the shelf where the firearms were placed. He frowned while he glanced through the guns on the shelf. There was equipment from iron level to gold level, and all of them were pricey and limited edition stuff. It seems to me that this old Zhang is rich. After glancing through, Arthur did not waste any more time. He looked towards the bullets placed under the guns and found the exclusive bullets and armored bullets for his Grey Eagle 17. There was only a sample box. Arthur took one box each for both bullets and went to the counter at the entrance. Boss, I've taken what I wanted, but it's not enough. Let me take a look. A middle-aged bald man with a beard walked in. He was tan, and he looked like he was in his 40s, but he may look much younger if he shaved his beard. Arthur did not doubt that he was the shop owner. Although he looked ordinary, his vibe matched the shop very well. What Arthur did not understand was why people would call him old when he was not old. Old Zhang glanced at Arthur and looked at the bullets that he selected. His eyes lightened up. Oh, you're from a rich family. How much do you want? I'm not rich, this gun is a gift. Arthur did not wish to be ripped off by him, so he explained. How much are these bullets? The same prices as you see on the Heart Network. Old Jang smiled. Arthur was confused. He heard that Old Jang was a rip-off because he doubled or even tripled the original price. Now that he offered the original price, he started to think that the bullets might be pirated. These bullets are original, right? Why, did you hear somebody saying that I am a rip-off where I double or triple the original price? Old Jang smiled and looked at Arthur. Arthur was stunned, but he did not want to hide. Someone did say that. No matter who told you that. It's true. I love doing that, but it depends on my mood. I like you, so I'm selling them to you at the original price. It's that simple. After that, Old Jang added, the bullets are original. It's up to you if you want to buy them. Arthur looked into Old Jang's eyes. They locked eyes for a moment. He could sense that the old man was not lying, so he nodded and said, okay, I trust you. I want 3,000 exclusive bullets for my Grey Eagle 17 and 300 armored bullets. Are you planning a massacre? Old Jang was shocked and he gave him a price. That'll be a total of 650,000 credit points. Do you have enough stock here? Arthur could not help but ask. Don't worry, I have plenty. No matter what you want and how much you want, I have them. As long as you have the money, I can get you whatever relics you want. Old Jang grinned. If that came from someone else, Arthur would not believe. But after browsing through Old Jang's collection, he believed that Old Jang could get whatever he wanted, although he sounded boastful. Sure, if I need any relics in the future, I'll look for you. Arthur returned the grin. Chapter 39. What's being kind to women? Arthur walked out of Old Jang's shop. He had everything he needed on the list. It was nearing noon, so he had a bowl of ramen at a noodle store nearby and headed to the wild zone. Just when he was near the exit of the foothold, his emperor's heart ring vibrated. Someone was calling him. It was a number that he did not recognize. He hesitated before picking up. Is this Arthur? I am Yi Yayu. Where are you now? Yi Yayu's voice came from the communication page. I'm still in the foothold and ready to head off to the grassland for some battle training. Arthur was in doubt. Why would Yi Yayu call him? Is there anything that I could help you? Please stay in the foothold for these few days. According to some hunters who just came back to the foothold, the monsters outside of the foothold were oddly furious. The same thing happened to the monsters in the desert. Many people who participated in the assessment were attacked by the monsters. I have been receiving more and more rescue alerts. If the situation gets worse, we might need to end the assessment early. Hearing what Yi Yayu said, Arthur recalled what Xuo said earlier. There was a new transcendent monster that was an expert in the wilderness. He could not tell Yi Yayu that, as he could not reveal the source. After some thought, he said, actually I encountered similar attacks before I climbed the snowy mountains a few days back. You know that my monster is an iron level rank 3 and a sand monster that's at the edge of a breakthrough. Most of the monsters in the desert would stay far away from us. However, the day before I climbed the snowy mountains, there were monsters that plunged towards me and my sand monster along the journey. They were angry and restless. We encountered the situation a couple of times. I think the monsters were either hypnotized or bewildered. Although he could not tell the truth directly, Arthur attempted to guide Yi Yayu to get the gist of it. You're saying that there's a high-level monster which is the mastermind behind all this? Yi Yayu thought what Arthur said made sense, but she was puzzled. It's possible if one area of the wild zone is affected. But the desert the assessment was conducted in was more than 1,000 kilometers away from the grassland on the east side. Even if it was a gold rank charm class monster, it's impossible that it could be able to cover such distance. What if it was a charm class monster that's more than gold rank? Arthur told the truth. Yi Yayu was stunned when she heard what Arthur. She took a while and said, do you mean transcendent? That could be possible, Arthur said. Yi Yayu kept quiet for some time and said, all right, I believe you this time. I will report to the management and see what they say. After Arthur hung up the phone, he decided to go back to the hotel to wait for a response. If the management of Hunter Association did not take this seriously, the transcendent monster would do whatever it wanted to and there would be more and more prey falling into its trap. By then, there would be unimaginable damage to the footholds nearby. He then headed back to the hotel. Just when he was at the hotel's entrance, Yi Yayu called again. I'm at the hotel's entrance. We'll talk soon. Arthur hung up the phone and went straight to Yi Yayu's room. Yi Yayu stood at the living room. She looked upset. She was slightly relieved when she saw Arthur. I have reported the situation to the management. They said there is a high possibility that it was done by a transcendent charm class monster. However, the Transcendent who was guarding Foothold No. 7C87 was not there at the moment. The association would need at least 3 days to transfer another Transcendent here. I have informed all the members that the assessment is temporarily suspended and got all of them to activate their location while waiting for support whenever they are. The problem is that we are lacking assistance now. What do you need me to do? Arthur asked instantly. I will need you to stay in the hotel lobby. When we bring people over, I'll need your help to arrange for their accommodation and make sure things are okay. Don't let them leave the Foothold. Even riding the Eagle might not be safe right now. If they have any questions, don't tell them the truth as we want to avoid an uproar. I'll talk to them when I'm back. Yeayu could not find anyone else to help, so she asked Arthur. Sure, I will make sure everything is well. Arthur answered straight away. Is there anything else? Not at the moment. I'll look for you again if I need further assistance. Yeayu said and summoned the green wooden door. I'm going to bring the people back. Please go to the lobby. Looking at Yeayu entering the green wooden door, Arthur turned around and left. Not long later, Yeayu was already with a tall lady at the lobby. She entered the green wooden door and disappeared without saying anything. The lady was slightly taller than Arthur. She looked to be 16 or 17 and was quite matured. She dressed like a hippie, wearing a white t-shirt with a short denim skirt and a pair of white sneakers. Hi, my name is Arthur. I'm the temporary receptionist. Arthur said to the lady. I recognize you. You're the fella who joined the assessment, and you're not even an iron level. The tall lady could recognize Arthur. I'll bring you to register your room. Arthur changed the topic. He did not expect her to recognize him. I'm not staying. Since the assessment has been suspended, I should not waste my time here. I'm going to Foothold No. 7C65 to join the next assessment. The lady was on her way to the hotel exit. Arthur blocked her way using his hand. You cannot leave. What's wrong with you? I'm leaving. What can you do about it? The lady placed her hands on her hips and stared at Arthur. No, you can't. Arthur stood where he was. What's wrong with you? Who do you think you are? The lady raised her voice. Many people in the lobby looked at the both of them. Say whatever you want to say. You're not allowed to leave. Arthur did not move at all. Wow, you're saying like you can stop me from leaving. The lady was mad. Scoot. If you don't blame me for being rude. You can try. Arthur had Grey Eagle 17 on his hand. Do you think having a gun is everything? The lady scoffed and attempted to grab his gun. Arthur was faster than her, so he pointed the muzzle at her head. You dare shoot me? The human body was incomparable with the monster. The lady was only an iron level rank 2. If she were to be shot by his Grey Eagle 17 at such a short distance, her head would explode. However, she remained stubborn. Arthur shifted his target slightly to the right and pulled the trigger. The bullet flew by her ear and hit the vase in the hotel lobby. The case exploded. Before the lady could respond, he shifted aim back at the lady's head. The lady turned pale and dared not say a word. Chapter 40 Meeting Bai-Yan again. In the hotel lobby, many were shocked to see what happened. A young man pointing his gun at a young lady's head. People started to talk about what they were seeing, but none of them dared to step up. It was awkward. Soon a young man walked out of the crowd. Hey man, it's rude to treat a girl like that. Arthur did not look at him. Hey, I'm talking to you. The man saw that Arthur ignored him and started to get mad. This is none of your business. Arthur stared at the young man. He looked irritated. He then realized that the man was not a real hero, but he wanted to impress the pretty lady that Arthur had his gun pointed at. If it were an ugly lady, he would not pretend to be a hero. You're committing a crime in public. That's my business, the young man said as he meant it. The crowd that was watching nodded and agreed with what the young man said. Look at you sugarcoating your act just because she's pretty. If she was ugly, I bet you wouldn't step up to me. Arthur revealed what the man was really up to. Busted. The man's cheeks were flushing. He denied, I'm doing this for justice. I would step up no matter who it is. You can stand whenever you want to stand, as long as you're not bothering me. Arthur ignored him. Wow, you sure are arrogant. Suddenly, a person walked out of the crowd. He was handsome with distinct features. He wore a red trench coat. Hearing that voice, Arthur turned around and looked at the person. He was the guy, Bai-Yan, that he met on top of the snowy mountains. Arthur did not have a good impression of him. They locked eyes. He did not want to give up. What? Do you have something to say? You don't deserve a fight from me. Bai-Yan grinned. He waved his hand. 5 meters tall lion-headed troll was summoned. It looked majestic where the male lion's head almost touched the hotel hall's ceiling. The golden mane on its neck was shining in the yellow light. It was extraordinary. It held a giant blade in its right hand. Its body was releasing a bloody smell. Lion head, toss him out, Bai-Yan instructed while pointing at Arthur. Arthur was admiring the troll, but he responded immediately. He summoned Bai-Yan, commanded, Bai, chop off his hands. Bai activated his combat mode and the blood power wings grew from his back. That moment, people realized that the silver-haired man that appeared was a monster. They were impressed as it was not easy to see an Imperial censor on regular days. Now that there were two of them and they were fighting, it was a rare situation. Some of them even launched the video recording function on their Emperor's heart ring to record the battle and upload to the Heart Network. Before Bai moved, a female voice was heard coming from the crowd. "What are you guys doing?" Yi came out of the crowd to the center of the battlefield and pushed the lion-headed troll and Bai apart. "What's happening here?" Yi looked at Arthur. Read latest chapters at novembereelbin.com only. He kept the Grey Eagle 17 that he was holding. Just when he wanted to speak, the lady accused him, "Miss Head Examiner, he bullied me when you were not around." Fortunately, this Imperial censor came to my aid. The lady only brought up Bai-Yan. She did not even look at the man that attempted to help her earlier. "Talk to me, Arthur." Yi was doubtful, but she did not believe what the lady said. "She insisted that she wanted to leave but she didn't want to listen to me, so I had to use my weapon to keep her here." Bai-Yan arrived later and wanted to attack me out of nowhere, so I'm just defending myself. Arthur explained the situation simply. "Is that so?" Yi looked at the lady in all seriousness. Compared to her, she believed what Arthur said more. The lady saw Yi's expression and she dared not lie anymore. "There should be a surveillance camera in the hotel. If you don't believe what I've said, you can take a look at the camera," Arthur added. The lady turned pale. "It's my fault. I should have waited patiently." "Bai-Yan, you attacked before you figured out what was happening. You are at fault too. Apologize." Yi looked at Bai-Yan. "I refuse to. The weak don't deserve to be respected." "I'll wait until the day he's stronger than me," Bai-Yan said and glared at Arthur. He turned around and left. Yi was unhappy, but she did not flip. She then turned around and said to the lady and a young man that she just brought back, "It's dangerous outside of this foothold within these few days. Both of you listen to Arthur, assist him in managing the rest. Don't let anyone leave this foothold. I will explain the details of the situation when everyone is here." The both of them nodded immediately. "You did great. If you encounter any obstacles again, you have my authorization to use violence. You can beat them up, as long as you don't kill them." Yi said to Arthur and stared at the duo before she left via the green wooden door. After Yi left, the duo remained quiet. Arthur waved to recall Bai and said to the duo, "I'll bring the both of you to register your rooms. Then you'll both go to your rooms on your own. I have to stay here to wait for the rest." After the three of them completed registration, the lady went to the room while the young man stayed. "You're Arthur, am I right?" "I didn't know that you're an Imperial censor." The young man introduced himself. "My name is Shenqiang. I'm also one of the members who joined the Reserve Hunter assessment." "Hi." Arthur nodded. "From what I know, it's rare that the assessment would be suspended. Since you came back earlier, you should know something." "Why was the assessment suspended out of nowhere?" Shenqiang asked curiously. "I don't know. All I heard was there was something strange happening to the monsters near the foothold. We would have to wait for the head examiner to explain the details to us." Arthur did not tell the truth. "Oh, is that so? I see that the head examiner got you to help her. I thought you would have some insider news." "No. They're lacking helpers, so since I got back early, here I am," Arthur explained. "Can I help?" Shenqiang's offer was not genuine. Instead, he thought the head examiner would give him extra marks for the assessment if she saw him helping. "Not at the moment. As long as you don't leave this foothold, that would be a great help." Arthur felt helpless. He knew that there would be more people who would act like that lady earlier. "We can't even go to the Grade 1 wild zone at the border?" "You can't." Arthur shook his head. "If you have too much time during these next 2 days, you can shop at the flea market or have fun activities in the foothold. Nothing is restricted as long as I stay in this foothold." Shenqiang tried his luck. "As long as you don't leave the foothold, no matter what you do, I won't stop you," Arthur said with absolute confidence. Chapter 41. You did such a great job. Arthur was swamped with work for the next 2 days. All the people that were sent to him by Yi had not been disqualified. They were at least Iron level rank 2. Some of them were even Iron level rank 3. To make matters worse, they were unhappy when they found out that they had to listen to Arthur's orders for the next 2 days. It seemed ridiculous to them because Arthur was not even Iron level. Not knowing what else to do, Arthur summoned Tyrant to beat some of them up when they disobeyed him. Only then would they listen to him. Although Arthur did not have powerful abilities, his identity as an Imperial censor was a rare enough occupation for others to fear him as soon as they found out. When some of them heard that he had 2 monsters and he was a genius by Imperial censor standards, they had to bite the bullet and listen to him regardless of what they thought. Meanwhile, Yi was even busier. There was a limit to the summoning of her green wooden door, and she could only use it 10 times per day. There were 70 to 80 people who were not disqualified since the assessment started, and they were scattered in different locations on the map. She had to get the staff to gather the members who were close to each other and bring them all back within 3 days. Yi rented the meeting room on the hotel's first floor and gathered all the participants there. Seeing that some of them were badly beaten, she knew it was Arthur's doing to get them to listen to him. As everyone showed up, Yi now had a better impression of Arthur and his methods. After quick glances to ensure everyone in the room was in fact not hurt too severely, she started to speak. I bet you all have many questions with regards to what has happened the past few days, about why I have gathered all you here and why you are not allowed you to leave. Let me explain the reason now. Please do not be worried. This is what happened. We noticed that the monsters from the desert area to the grassland on the east of Snowy Mountains town, which covers a few thousand kilometers, have been acting strangely for the past few days. They have been savagely attacking humans, and are unafraid to fight to the death. After some investigation, we think there is a possibility that a transcendent monster from A with abilities to charm other monsters has appeared nearby, she said calmly. Everyone was shocked when they heard what Yi said. A transcendent monster was no joke. The reason why our C-grade medium foothold needed a transcendent to guard the foothold was the existence of other transcendent monsters. A transcendent monster could lead an army monsters and destroy a medium foothold with a population of millions of people, within a night. However, don't worry, the association has sent us a transcendent human. He should be here sometime today. He will investigate the situation in the areas nearby and look for the cause of this unusual occurrence. When the problem is solved, I will talk to the management authorities to get the assessment going, or perhaps pass everyone who was halfway through the assessment. That said, please be patient and wait inside the foothold, she said. By the instant ease of tension in the room, Yi's words had comforted the people. Everyone was here with the goal of becoming a reserve hunter. It would be like striking a jackpot win for them if the management was to pass all of them straight away. In reality, the Hunter Association was not very strict with the reserve hunters' assessment. It was the head examiner who set the assessment content and standard. The passing rate made no difference to the association, but with the situation very different to the way protocol dictated, Yi filed a report with the management. Everyone calmed down after what Yi had said. However, there were a few people who raised their hands with questions. If this footholds is not safe, can't we just ride eagles and get to other footholds? It might not be safe to ride on the eagles now, Yi explained. I was attacked by a flock of white-feathered goose when I was climbing the mountains. Although an eagle is most definitely faster than the geese, if it was surrounded by a flock of those geese, the possibility of escape would be nearly impossible, Arthur said. On behalf of Yi. Hearing what Arthur said, everyone gave up on their plan to escape on eagles. After the meeting was adjourned, everyone left with an explanation that they were satisfied with and stayed in the foothold as they were told. As Yi and the rest of her staff were back, Arthur was finally freed of his duties. It was pretty late at night when he left the hotel. While Arthur was practicing with his sword in his room, Yi called him and asked him to meet her in her room. Arthur was skeptical at first, but he went anyway. When he entered her room, there was another man in Yi's room. The man looked very ordinary and may have been in his 30s. He was slightly tan, slender, and stood at about 180 centimeters tall. Yi introduced the man to Arthur immediately. This is Master Jiangbo. He was sent by the association to look into the situation, she explained. Nice to meet you, Master Jiang. Arthur could not tell that this man who looked ordinary was in fact a transcendent, partly because of the fact that he was the first transcendent that he had ever seen. He could not help but stare at him. However, he looked like he was no different from any normal person, and Arthur could not sense any extraordinary abilities from him. Master Jiang, this young man is Arthur, the one I mentioned to you earlier, Yi Yayu continued as she introduced Arthur to Jiang Bo. Jiang Bo patted Arthur's shoulder with a warm smile. He seemed friendly. Young man, please tell me about the monster attack you encountered during your assessment. Recount the incident as carefully as you can, do not spare a single detail, he asked. Arthur nodded and told him everything. As Yi Yayu did not know all the details of the encounter, listening to Arthur talking about the dangers that he had gone through, she was even more impressed by this young man's abilities. Arthur took 20 minutes to tell his story. Once he finished, Jiang Bo again patted him on his shoulder, much harder this time. You did great, young man. I believe you will be an extraordinary hunter in the future, he said. Arthur was shy to hear the compliment. He just blushed and scratched his head in response. From what you said, there's a high possibility that there is, in fact, a charm-class transcendent monster, Jiang Bo said casually with a smile. Let me hunt it down. I will try my best to find it and kill it before daybreak. He continued, isn't it better to do it in the morning? Yi Yayu asked. Yi Yayu asked out of concern, as monsters were known to be more energized at night, so they would be more powerful. Of course, Jiang Bo knew that, but he did not care. There's no need to wait. The earlier we solve this, the earlier we will be relieved of the threat, he replied. Apparently, Jiang Bo was a resolute person. He then opened the window in Yi Yayu's room and leapt forward. He flew out of the window and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Looking at Jiang Bo's ability to fly, Arthur became envious of him. Yi Yayu seemed to see through what Arthur was thinking and laughed. Keep training, young man. You'll be able to fly too when you became a transcendent. Arthur was embarrassed, so he changed the subject. Who is this Master Jiang? He asked Yi Yayu. Jiang Bo the airgun is a powerful gunman. He was upgraded to a transcendent 2 years ago. Before he became a transcendent, he was on the Gold Hunter leaderboard and he was the 33rd best in Division 7. Yi Yayu explained. Is being the 33rd best considered an achievement? Arthur asked, as he did not find that impressive. You know nothing. Do you know how many hunters there are in Division 7? There are more than 100,000 Gold Hunters alone. Those who are in the top 1,000th are the best in the entire industry. Yi Yayu rolled her eyes at Arthur and gave him a lesson on the leaderboard. So what is your rank? I'm number 998, Yi Yayu said proudly. Okay, it's great that you are among the top 1,000 people then, Arthur said and gave her a perfunctory compliment. Why does it sound like you think I suck for being number 998? Yi Yayu glared at Arthur. That's not what I meant. Let me tell you again, he said. Arthur then used a sarcastic voice and shouted, wow, it's so amazing that you're among the top 1,000 people. You did such a great job. Go back to your room now, Yi Yayu growled, extremely irritated. Chapter 42. The Transcendent is dead. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was still dark. Arthur woke up with a start from his slumber. He heard a rumbling noise from far away. It sounded like thunder or continuous bombing. Even the hotel's glass windows were vibrating. Is that thunder? Arthur thought. It seemed really strange as the noise sounded more like it came from some heavy artillery fire. Putting his doubts aside, Arthur walked to the window and looked at the sky. It was dark and with a few stars in the distance. It did not look like it was going to rain at all. Could it be the two transcendents fighting? He thought. Just as Arthur imagined the idea in his mind, the noise suddenly got far away and within minutes, it disappeared. Arthur then emptied his mind. Since it was still dark outside, he went back to sleep. Before 7 o'clock in the morning, the Emperor's heartring on Arthur's finger vibrated and woke him up a second time that morning. It was Yi Yayu who called. What's wrong with her, calling me so early? He looked at the time. It was only 6:40. Arthur mumbled to himself and picked up the call. Arthur, come to my room. I have something important to tell you. Yi Yayu shouted over the phone, sounding deadly serious. So early? Arthur said, still annoyed. Stop dawdling. Come now. Yi Yayu hung up the phone. Arthur washed his face. He did not even brush his teeth. He just gargled water and left. When he arrived at Yi Yayu's room, she was pacing up and down in her room, an intensely concerned look on her face. She did not even notice that Arthur was already in her room. "What happened?" Arthur said as he closed the door. "It was unusual to see Yi like that. Zhang Bo is dead," Yi said as she turned around to face Arthur. "What? Arthur stuttered. He was in shock. "You mean the transcendent that we met last night? I was woken up by a rumbling noise at 4 in the morning, so I guess they were fighting. I used a scouting relic to look in at their battle. At first, they were fighting not far from the mountains. Then, they got further away and more than 2 hours later, he was killed by the monster, and his dead body was eaten." "The monster was badly injured and escaped underground," Yi said. "Did you inform the Hunter Association yet?" Arthur asked, surprisingly calm. "I informed them at around 6 in the morning. It was the first thing I did when I knew he was killed. I have also sent the recording of their battle from my relic," Yi replied with a nod. "What did the Hunter Association say?" Arthur asked. "They said the next transcendent will take at least 2 days to arrive," Yi responded, a helpless look on her face. "However, now that the transcendent monster is badly injured, it will lead the other monsters to kill humans around the footholds to engulf their lifeline to heal itself before the next transcendent comes. Why can't you bring the transcendent here with your green wooden door? Wouldn't that be much faster?" Arthur said, as the thought suddenly crossed her mind. "The green wooden door is just a regular dimensional relic. It's not as magical as you think it is. There are many limitations to it. It can only go to places that I have been, as well as locations of which I have the coordinates for. There are limitations to the distance too, where it can only transport people that are within a 3,000-kilometer radius. It will not just send you wherever you want to go." Yi shook her head. "Then how about the quantity? Is there a limitation to that as well?" "How many people can you send through in a day?" Arthur asked. "The maximum capacity would be 300 people at once and 5 trips back and forth per day. Which means I could send and bring 1,500 people in a day. But there are more than 200,000 people in this foothold." Yi shook her head as she had thought of the plan before, but it would not work. "There are too few eagles here as well, less than 50 of them," Arthur said. He thought they could use the eagles and leave the foothold, but soon he figured that plan would not work. "Forget about it, let's not think of it anymore. I will gather everyone here at 8 o'clock. I will send all of you away," Yi said. Knowing that she could send all of the residents, Yi hesitated no more and decided the best course of action herself. "But if we leave, 200,000 people will be killed by the monsters." Arthur stared intensely at Yi. He did not agree with her plan to leave all the residents to certain doom. They were talking about human lives after all. "I will stay," Yi said calmly. Arthur was quiet after what Yi said. He was thinking if he should get Xuo and Bing Wang to help, but after some thought, he decided not to. Although he had saved Xuo's life, Xuo had restored his life wheel and even gave him an epiphany. That said, they did not owe each other anything. Moreover, Xuo was one of the monsters. It would be too much to ask if Arthur was to get her to kill a transcendent monster that had done nothing to her. After much thought, Arthur asked, "You said the transcendent monster was badly injured, which would mean that the possibility of it fighting would hardly be a worry, but it can still lead all the monsters here. There are level 1 and level 2 wild zones nearby where the strongest monsters are not more than bronze level monsters. If we stay to fight them, we might win. Although the monsters' levels aren't high, there will be so many of them. Even a gold-level hunter like me would die from exhaustion if the monster crowd was to attack. I'm one of the members of the Hunter Association. I have to stay to protect the residents. You guys have yet to register yourself with the association, so you guys are not hunters yet, so there's no need for all of you to stay. I know you're young and full of justice, but this is not the time to be heroic. Stay alive now so that you can avenge those who died when you're stronger in the future." Yi said and shook her head as she disagreed with Arthur's plan. It seemed like she was already prepared to die. Looking at her, Arthur did not say a word. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. 2 hours later. Everyone gathered in the meeting room on the hotel's first floor after receiving Yi's emergency alert. Arthur sat quietly in the last row of the meeting room. Everyone included Bai Yan were there. After a moment of silence, Yi started to speak. The reason why I called all you here is because I have bad news, Yu said. She then took a deep breath and told them the truth. The transcendent that was sent by the association found the transcendent monster which caused the uproar last night. However, at 6 in the morning earlier today, he was killed by the monster, she said. The crowd went completely silent after hearing what Yu said, but soon, an uproar erupted among them. If a human transcendent can be killed by the monster, this foothold isn't safe at all, someone said. We should have left yesterday. Now, this foothold has been marked by the transcendent monster, another person shouted. Miss Head Examiner, you should be able to send us away, right? Miss Head Examiner, it was you who made us stay, you should be responsible for our safety, more people said, yelling over each other. Overwhelmed by the accusations, Yu was upset but she did not say a word. Everyone please be quiet. Let the head examiner finish what she was saying. Arthur, who sat at the last row, stood up and said, Arthur, you're responsible for this too. If you didn't stop us, many of us would have left a few days ago, another crowd member cried. As it turned out, Arthur's heroic act too attracted some accusation. Do you have a death wish? Arthur roared and summoned Bai. The vampire appeared and stood quietly by Arthur's side, staring at everyone in the room. Looking at Arthur's expression, some of them were silenced immediately. They recalled getting beaten up by Arthur's monster for disobeying him and shuddered in silence. Arthur, don't exploit your power, Bai said as he stood up across Arthur and summoned his lion-headed troll, ready to fight him. Both of you, this stop right now, Yu shouted. She could not take it anymore. Seeing Yu so mad, the whole crowd was on edge as to what would happen. I'm not done yet, Yu continued. She suppressed her anger and said, I have already informed the management of the association. They are going to send other transcendents here. The thing is, they will need 2 days to arrive, so I'm thinking of sending all of you away from here before that. Hearing what Yu said, the crowd calmed slightly. Nobody had any objections. After a moment of silence, a young voice spoke up from the last row. Miss Head Examiner, you can send everybody away. I will not leave. Chapter 43, A Reason to Stay. It was Arthur who said the words from his seat in the last row and everyone turned around to look at him. Arthur, don't mess around. You would die if you stayed. It'll be no help at all. Yu scolded. She had always thought that he was a good person. The more they connected, the more good sides to him she found. She did not want him to stay with the risk that it might destroy his future. Miss Head Examiner, please listen to what I have to say, Arthur insisted and looked Yu in the eyes. However, Yu was stubborn. The situation was really awkward. Suddenly, the meeting room's door swung open. A young man in a white robe, with his hands in his pockets, walked slowly into the meeting room. Yu, why don't you listen to what this kid has to say? The man said loudly to Yu from the back of the room. From his tone of voice, Yu and this man seemed to be close. Yu was stunned at the man's appearance. Brother, why are you here? She asked. I was running errands nearby, and I heard that you were working as an examiner here. So, I thought I would drop by after I was done with my task. Before I got here, I noticed that the official website of Division 7 has gone viral with a video of a transcendent's death, he said. To the surprise of all in their state of mourning, the man in white robe laughed. You shouldn't be here, Yu said, a solemn tone to her reply. If I didn't come, knowing the way you'd react, you'd be dead in 2 days, he said with a stern look in his eyes. The man knew his sister very well. Yu did not say a word. The man in white robe then turned around and looked at Arthur, who sat at the last row of the meeting room. Young man, my name is Yizheng. I am Yu's brother. I heard from outside that you have a plan. Let's hear it then. Hearing the name, many people in the crowd gasped, especially Bai. With his mouth wide open, he looked like he really admired Yizheng. He knew very well that this man was number 11 on the Gold Hunter leaderboard in Division 7. He was terrifyingly powerful. Arthur did not know anything about him. He nodded and said what he had in mind. This is my plan. There are more than 200,000 people in this foothold. It's impossible to escape with every single person. To survive, the only way is to fight. Although the human transcendent would take 2 days to be here, we should act now as the transcendent monster is badly injured. In such a short period of time, it would unlikely be able to fight again. So what we should be watchful for, there's a horde of monsters out there. To tackle the monster horde with the current number of hunters we have in this foothold would be a bad idea. We have insufficient manpower, but we can ask for help. We can get the Hunter Association to announce an emergency mission and increase the mission reward. People would be lining up to help. Till then, Miss Yeyu would have to use her relic to get to foothold No.7C87 and bring over a few thousand professional hunters. Of course, this is only one of the viable options. For now, the areas around the snowy mountain town are basically level 1 and level 2 wild zones with very few wild 3 wild zones we need to be worried about. If we have sufficient hunters, we can start the fight before the monster horde makes their move. One silver hunter could easily conquer a level 2 wild zone within minutes. Moreover, we have the geological advantage on our side as the foothold backs up to the mountains. As soon as we kill all the monsters on the mountains, we can hold back the monsters that are in the desert across the mountains for at least 2 days. I've climbed the mountains before. Although we are human, without any tools, even an iron level rank 3 reserve hunter would need 2 days to climb those mountains. All we need is to do is guard the foothold for 2 days until the human transcendent arrives to kill the transcendent monster. About the canyons on the east of Snowy Mountain Town, there are not many monsters there. We can get the staff to clean up the place, block the mouth of the canyon with a giant rock and leave a small path for us to walk through. Then we guard the entrance and kill all the monsters that come in. By my calculations, that will severely thin out the monster horde. The only thing that we cannot defend ourselves from are the birds in the sky. So, we will need a team to specifically tackle the birds. Everyone was stunned when they heard what Arthur said. Yeyu was stunned too. She did not know that Arthur would have so many ideas. Even Yi Zheng was surprised. He clapped his hands immediately after Arthur finished and said, "That's amazing. Your mind is clear and your proposal is very feasible. I will inform the management now and get them to spread the mission word around while Yeyu will bring the hunters over. We will discuss the details when everyone is gathered," Yi Zheng said and looked at all the people in the meeting room. "All of you don't have to be a part of this. You guys can follow Yeyu when she's going back to the medium foothold. I'll get her to talk to the management to give all of you a pass in your assessment," he continued. After he gave his instructions, Yi Zheng then contacted the Hunter Association. Soon, the proposal was approved. "It's been arranged. They will announce the mission now. Please bring these kids with you and go," Yi Zheng said and nodded towards Yeyu. "All right, please come here. I will send you all to the medium foothold," Yeyu said. She then summoned her green wooden door while waving to the people to join her. Arthur remained seated. "Arthur, come here now," Yeyu shouted at him. "I've told you that I will not leave," Arthur insisted. "Young man, you will be of no help even if you stayed. It was your idea. If we manage to win the battle, you will have half the reward to yourself," Yi Zheng explained as he worried that Arthur thought they wanted to take all the glory. "I would stay even without any rewards," Arthur continually insisted. "What do you want, Arthur?" Yeyu was mad and shouted at Arthur. "I will only leave when I see all 200,000 people survive," Arthur replied, looking straight into Yeyu's eyes. Yeyu, who was staring at him, looked away. She was quiet. It was awkward for Yi Zheng as he thought Arthur wanted to stay for benefits. The rest were quiet too. Some of them were embarrassed. "I'm staying too." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Me too. I'm staying to kill those monsters." They volunteered one by one since one of them had taken the lead. However, Bai Yan was the coward in the crowd. He mumbled to himself, "All these idiots giving their lives away." "All right, stop acting like a hero. You guys are not children playing house." Yeyu had tears in her eyes when she yelled at them. "Arthur will stay. Those who are iron level rank 3 can stay too. The rest who can't even fight an iron level monster. Why would you want to stay?" "Go back to medium foothold and train," she shouted. Chapter 44 Cleaning Up. Yeyu brought more than 50 people, Bai Yan included, when she left the place. Including Arthur. There were 12 of them that stayed. Apart from Arthur, everyone was iron level rank 3. "Since you guys have decided to stay, you have to listen to us," Yi Zheng said to them. "This is now a battlefield. Your personal safety is secondary to the priority today. Today isn't all about you. The lives of your comrades matter too. Therefore, you will have to follow my instructions and move as a unit. Understood? Yes, sir. The squad of young men stood at attention and shouted. What's your name? Yi Sheng turned around and looked at Arthur. Arthur. Good. You said you want to see 200,000 people survive. Now I'm going to pass these 10 fellas to you. Your mission is simple. Keep them alive. Do you accept this mission? Yi Sheng asked and smiled at Arthur. The reason why he gave him this mission was to prevent him from going to battle. He knew Arthur was smart, and with these 10 men, he will not do anything that would put them in harm's way. Mission accepted, sir, Arthur replied. Arthur nodded and agreed. He knew what Yi Sheng was up to, but he had a plan of his own. If these young men were to be with the other hunters, they might have weighed them down too. Professional hunters would never rely on a bunch of young men who were not even registered as reserve hunters. Meanwhile, leading 10 iron-level rank 3 men to clear a level 1 foothold would not be a problem for Arthur. The young men had witnessed what Arthur was capable of, as 2 of them had suffered severe beatings by Tyrant before. The wounds on their faces were still recovering, so they obeyed him without question. Although Yi Sheng did not know that Arthur was an imperial censor, seeing that nobody objected him being their leader, Yi Sheng knew Arthur must either be powerful or a young man with an interesting background. Just when they agreed on the proposed arrangement, Yi Yu brought 300 professional hunters back with her. Most of them were silver hunters. There were 30 copper hunters and 5 gold hunters. Most of them knew who Yi Sheng was. They all showed him a great deal of respect, even the other gold hunters too. Yi Yu left right after she sent the hunters through, while Yi Sheng started to make other strategies and arrangements. All 300 hunters spread out quickly to their assigned post. The 20 copper hunters were sent to clear the canyon. The silver hunters were clearing the foothold on the Alps, while the gold hunters were responsible for cutting the giant rock at the bottom of the Alps. Yi Yu made 4 trips from the medium foothold and brought back 1,200 professional hunters in total. Almost 1,000 of them were silver hunters, with 20 gold hunters, while the rest were either copper hunters or hunters with terrifying powers or unique abilities. Before the monster outbreak, Yi Sheng followed the plan suggested by Arthur and sent the 1,000 hunters out to clear the mountains and canyons. In the meantime, the giant rocks there are cut by the gold hunters, while the smaller boulders were moved by 10,000 able-bodied adult residents of the foothold to block the mouth of the canyon. Arthur and the rest were sent into the canyon to clear up the monsters. There were 2 or 3 of them in a team of bronze hunters, but there were 11 of them altogether. There were not many monsters in the canyon. With the involvement of the other professional hunters, the team led by Arthur did not even encounter a complete monster in the first hour. These professional hunters are so competitive. We have been searching for so long and have changed a couple of routes. All we could find were some monster body parts and trails of blood on the ground. A tall and strong man in the team complained. His name was Zula. He was one of the guys who picked a fight with Arthur a few days back. The scars that he got from Tyrant were still fresh on his face. They're efficient, and that's a good thing. It would be perfect if we did not even have to fight during the monster outbreak. That would mean the foothold is completely safe, Arthur replied after much thought. Arthur, do you really think we can save the foothold? Zilla asked. If we manage to cordon off the canyon mouth, guarding it for 2 days shouldn't be a problem. The only thing is, Arthur trailed off with a frown on his face. What is that? Zilla asked. The canyon mouth is too big. I'm worried that before they can barricade and protect it, the outbreak would happen before we're ready. Arthur voiced out his concern. Arthur, don't you jinx it. I still want to leave in one piece and become a transcendent one day, a short guy named Yu Guang said. He was also one of the guys who picked a fight with Arthur, and he too had scars on his face to prove it. Don't worry, as long as I am alive, I will bring you all out of here in one piece. Arthur gave them his word. There were people here before us moving in this direction. The monsters ahead must already be dead. Let's take another route, Zilla said as he bent down and studied the tracks on the ground. He had investigative skills. Although his level was not that high, coming up with such detailed estimations was not a problem to him. Sure, which direction should we go? Arthur asked as he trusted Zilla's observations. Let's head in a 2 o'clock direction from this point, Zilla said to Arthur after some thought. Damn it, Zilla, can we really trust you? We have been following your route for more than an hour. We haven't even seen a single monster's hair," Egwene teased. "Can you really blame me? We have more hunters than monsters now," Zilla shouted back. He felt helpless that his skills did not bring them any action this whole time. "You are no help." "Arthur, please take the lead," Egwene suggested. "I'm not good at investigating. Let's follow Zilla's route. If any of you think that your investigative abilities are stronger than Zilla, please go ahead and lead the way." Arthur turned and said to the group. Arthur rejected Egwene's suggestion as he knew himself very well. Although he learned a lot about the basics of investigation, when it came to practical use, he was far from being able to compete with Zilla's capabilities. He thought there was no need for him to lead in something that he was not good at. If something went wrong, he would just embarrass himself. Hearing what Arthur said, nobody dared step up. They then followed Zilla's route in silence. After walking for almost 20 minutes, Arthur and the gang finally saw a horde of monsters. They then moved away and hid. It was a group of ox devils. There were more than 20 of them. The tallest one stood at a height of 5 meters and the shortest one was about 3 meters tall. Compared to a human, they were considered giants. However, they did not belong to the giant family but were part of the mutated monster family. Being different from the giants, their body sizes did not reflect their abilities. They were similar to humans as they walked on 2 feet, grabbed things with their hands, and used weapons to attack and protect themselves. What differentiated them from the humans was that their ox-like heads as well as their hooves and tail. The ox devils were much smarter than iron-level monsters. They even had their own religion and they could make their own totems to strengthen their abilities. Arthur and the gang saw the 5-meter-tall totem that was guarded by an ox devil. There are 26 of them and a religious totem. If I'm not mistaken, that totem gives them 10% extra strength. How do we fight that? Zilla asked softly. Go set some traps now. I'll destroy the totem later to attract their attention, and they will definitely come rushing at me like the bulls they are. We will wait here for them to fall into our traps, Arthur said. He then took out his Grey Eagle 17 and loaded them with armored bullets. Chapter 45 Monster Outbreak. After more than 10 traps were set, Arthur aimed his gun at the totem and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired in the totem that was as thick as a pail, crumbled as splinters and dust flew around. The 5-meter-tall totem broke through the middle, and the top half of it fell hard on the ground. Sand and dust rose in a thick cloud around it. The group of Vox Devils was stunned at first, but soon they snapped out of it. More than 20 of them roared with rage and ran towards the direction they had heard the gunshots come from. Arthur holstered his gun and took out his iron sword that he had not yet had the chance to use in battles. At the same time, he summoned Bai. Arthur could gain Lifelight if he got Bai to kill the monsters, but he would not obtain the rewards for cross-rank killing. On the other hand, if Arthur was to kill the monsters himself, he could not receive the Lifelights. Both had benefits of their own, so Arthur chose to try to get the best of both worlds. Soon, the charging Ox Devils fell into the traps that were set by Arthur and gang. More than 10 Ox Devils who had their life power strengthened, had their hooves trapped tight. They could not move at all and howled at the traps. Teeth dug deeper into their limbs the more they struggled. The rest of the Ox Devils ran towards Arthur and gang with burning fury. It was not their first time fighting with monsters. Seeing the Ox Devils advancing upon them, instead of panicking, each of them picked one to fight straight on. Arthur picked one that was of a smaller size, not because he thought it was weak, but because he knew that his ability to jump was far less superior as compared to the rest who were iron level rank 3. It would have been hard for him to attack the crucial parts of the taller Ox Devils. Looking at the other Ox Devils, Arthur thought of a sentence that had been popular for a period of time. "Do you believe that I can jump and break your patella with my fist?" he shouted. The sentence was applicable to many monsters in the world. Arthur was only 15. His height was considered normal to people of the same age, which was about 1.65 meters. Don't worry about his height, he would grow taller later, but he did not even reach the waist of the Ox Devil that stood across from him. However, he was not afraid to face such an enemy. Instead, he was excited. He held the iron sword in his hand. The black blade was shining brightly under the sun. Arthur stood where he was and stared at the Ox Devil that broke into the run towards him. The gigantic Ox Devil stomped hard with its iron hooves and the ground beneath it shook violently. Its eyes were bloodshot red. It only took a second for it to come within meters of Arthur. It swung the huge stone hammer in its hand at him, and there was intense whistling sound from the power of the swing. In Arthur's eyes, the ox devil's movement seemed much slower than his. He took one sidestep away from the ox devil and the beast's attack missed him by millimeters. He then swung his iron sword, and blood splashed on the ground. The ox devil groaned while it held the left side of its waist. It stared at Arthur in hatred. Arthur's sword made a 1-meter-long cut on the ox devil's waist. It had almost sliced through its organs. The great sword scriptures are so powerful. With my strength and a normal battle sword, it injured this ox devil so badly. Arthur thought, impressed with himself. He thought it would have been good enough if he could just break the ox devil's defense, but he did not expect the slash would have such an impact. Since the Epiphany, Arthur's great sword scriptures had reached a blue epic level, and from the original 18 styles, he now had 36 styles. The 36 styles did not have a name to each. After it was integrated into his body, it felt like an instinct that he was born with. The skills were carved deep in his mind. Furthermore, his regular styles could be adjusted just by his thoughts. Arthur felt a unique feeling within himself. Previously, when he was in training, he could feel that after he had mastered the skills, a transformation would occur in his swordplay. Now that he was finally using his sword in battle, he was sure that he could reach a new level of experience with his swordplay. The ox devil that was injured by Arthur's sword slash stared at him in anger. With a look, Arthur felt a very real fear build up within him. While he hesitated, deciding if he should run away or to continue to attack, he noticed that the ox devil was not paying attention to him. He took the opportunity and attacked the beast. It swung its 2-meter-long stone hammer again, and it pierced through the sound barrier. If he was hit, Arthur would have died on the spot. Hearing the whistle from the stone hammer, Arthur ducked down, dashed towards the ox devil and slashed his sword down on the monster. From the top to bottom, the ox devil let out a loud groan again. Its arm was chopped clean off its shoulder, spouting blood all over the place. Arthur did not stop attacking the animal. He then stepped on the ox devil's knee, leapt up and swung his sword. The ox devil held its throat in one hand and did not make any noise. A thick vein of its neck started shooting blood up in the air with a hissing noise. Its bloody eyes stared deadly at Arthur. It seemed to not reconcile to the fact that it was at death's door. Soon enough, it fell dead on the ground. Congratulations. You have obtained an Ox Devil Monster Card Piece X1. You have completed a cross-ranking kill. You have obtained a Provisional Transformation Card. What's a Provisional Transformation Card? Seeing the word transformation reminded Arthur of a web novel that he had read on a novel website called Kidian. It was a story about a man that transformed into a woman. He felt goosebumps rising on his neck and arms when he thought about that. He then looked at the new card that he got. There was a human and a monster on the top of the card. There was an arrow pointing from the human to the monster. Arthur then turned the card around to read the description. Transformation card. After using this card, the host can transform into any of the monsters that he owns, and he will possess all the skills that the monster had. The transformation will last for 24 hours. Remarks: this card is a consumable. You can only use this card once. After reading the description, Arthur was relieved. He was excited to see the effects of the card. He thought transforming himself into a monster would be an interesting experience. He was ready to use it when he had the time and opportunity. Suddenly, with Arthur deep in his zone, he felt a warm liquid splash on his face. When he got out of his zone, it was Bai who stood in front of him. His blood power wings turned into a sharp blade and pierced through an ox devil's mouth right to the back of its head. The ox devil's head was right above his own head. Its brain juices and blood showered down on Arthur's head. Such a thing shouldn't have happened on a battlefield. That was incredibly absent-minded. If not for Bai, I would have been smashed by the ox devil into a pile of dead flesh. Arthur reflected. Soon, all the 26 ox devils were dead. Bai had killed most of them, and he had killed 6 of them. Just then, Arthur noticed that he had 17 white columns added to his life wheel. Before they started their journey again, then cleaned off all the ox devil blood they were drenched in. The battle had energized everyone, and they could not wait to kill more monsters. However, when they just started their journey, Arthur's Emperor's heart ring vibrated. The same happened to the rest of them. Arthur saw a message that was sent by Yi Yeyu when he opened the communication page. It was just a simple sentence. The monster outbreak is happening. Go to the canyon mouth right now. Chapter 46 The Fourth Line of Defense. After he turned off his communication page, Arthur turned pale with fear. What he predicted would happen had finally happened. He then led the young men towards the canyon mouth. On the way, everyone was quiet and held their heads as they walked. They arrived at the canyon mouth about half an hour later. Arthur could see from afar that the 10-kilometer-long canyon mouth was blocked off by giant stones, but there was still 2 to 3 kilometers left unprotected. His heart dropped when he saw that the gap was much bigger than he expected. What he estimated was that they could block the gap until it was only a few hundred meters wide. His plan was to minimize the possibility of the monsters coming in, as well as funnel them to a single point of which they would focus their attacks to slaughter the monsters. However, they did not have enough time before they could finish their line of defense. The outbreak of monsters had happened. The gap that was 3 kilometers long was attacked by countless ferocious monsters. The residents who were moving the giant rocks retreated under the cover of the hunters. The war has started. Residents would be targeted by the monsters if they stayed. Aside from the hunters that were brought by Yi, all the hunters who did not leave the foothold joined in the battle. However, the number of hunters were far too few as compared to the number of monsters. The 1,000 or so hunters would die of exhaustion if they continued. Under Yi Sheng's orders, they formed several defensive formations. The first line would consist of the 20 gold hunters. They were dressed in armor which were at least gold level, and some even used relics. As long as their life power was not drained, iron level and bronze level monsters would not stand a chance against them. The 20 of them stood around 100 meters apart from each other. They were positioned at the location which was supposed to be blocked by the giant rocks and killed every monster that came at them. Many of the monsters were bewildered while some of them were alert to the danger of the experienced hunters. Sensing the powerful group of people, the monsters rushed to make it through the gaps between the hunters. The 20 gold hunters could not care less, as all they could do was to kill as many monsters as they could while leaving the rest that went through the gaps to the silver hunters who were not far behind them. There were 1,000 silver hunters stood less than 10 meters behind the gold hunters. They formed an arc, which put them at about 3 meters apart from each other. They wore armor too and killed the monsters that passed through the first line of defense mercilessly. The remaining copper hunters were ready as the last line of defense at around 100 meters behind the silver hunters. There were only 100 of them and they were 30 meters apart from each other. Fortunately, there were fewer monsters that broke through the third line of defense, so they were not under a lot of pressure as compared to the others. The few monsters that broke into face their lines were either already injured or weak, and they made easy work of killing them. Behind the copper hunters was the fourth line of defense that was guarded by more than 20 old men. They used to be hunters, but due to injuries and other reasons which had caused their abilities to weaken, they had been living in solitude in this small foothold. Each of them held heavy firearms. Although they could not use their life power anymore, they still had their gun skills. Yi saw Arthur and the gang walking towards her from the top of the giant rock in the distance. She did not say a word but pointed at the Emperor's heart ring on her finger, and Arthur knew what she meant. Under such condition, the noise of monsters roaring and killing filled the area, so Yi used her Emperor's heart ring to send him text messages. Soon, Arthur's Emperor's heart ring vibrated. He opened the communication page and saw a message from Yi which said, "There is no more space in the third line of defense. You guys will have to go to the last line. Those old-timers have guns in their hands, but they might not be able to fight the monsters. Be alert." "Copy that," Arthur replied to Yi and turned around to pass the message to the rest of his troop. The group of young men was unhappy. "Clearly she despises us. She's worried that we will slow them down, so she puts us at the back," Zilla grumbled. He was pissed. "That's right. When we arrived, the rest had already started fighting. It's obvious that they took their time and formed us on purpose. They don't trust us at all. If I knew this all along, why would I stay? I should have left with Bai Yan and the rest," Yu Guang said in anger. "We shouldn't be saying all this right now." "All of you promised Yi Sheng that you would listen to his instructions," Arthur shouted at all of them. "The head examiner must be putting our safety into consideration. That's why she came up with the arrangement. Or perhaps she's concerned that we are not able to take the pressure. After all, we are not professional hunters. We are not even comparable to a bronze hunter." He continued, "Think about it. If she does not trust us, would she have left the last line of defense to us? The last line might seem far away from the action, But it's the most important one of them all. If it is broken, the lives of the 200,000 residents will be at risk. If the first 3 lines of defense cannot handle the monsters, they could always leave it to the hunters behind them but not us. So our responsibility is the most crucial." Hearing what Arthur said, the young men thought it made sense and they were ready to fight yet again. However, Arthur was laughing on the inside. "These dummies are so easily manipulated," he thought. He knew what Yi Yeyu and Yi Sheng were thinking. They did not care if there was a 4th line of defense at all. What they really wanted was all the monsters dead by the time they reached the 3rd line of defense. Arthur and the gang were just there for show. For such a major battle like this crowd of monsters, it was better to have fewer humans in the picture. Therefore, there would have to be accurate rotations for each line. If one went wrong, the entire defense system would collapse. Although Yi Yeyu obviously would not put Arthur and the rest of his team into the lines. If something went wrong, they would put everybody's lives at risk. Arthur knew very well what the problem was on his team. His team's ability was unstable, their discipline was weak and conformity was much worse as compared to the professional hunters. Their mentality and ability to handle pressure were uncertain too. Even if Arthur was to lead the battle, he would not have put his team in a major role against an enemy like the monsters that were attacking. So he was at peace with the arrangement. To him, it was best that the 3rd line of defense handle all the monster attacks so that he did not have to do anything within the next 2 days. Then when the human transcendent arrived, he would kill the transcendent monster and the incident would be over. Arthur was optimistic but things did not go the way he had hoped. In less than an hour, as Arthur and the gang stood a few hundred meters from the north of the 3rd defense line, an uproar broke out. A couple of monsters broke through the 3rd defense line and stampeded towards the foothold. Chapter 47 Bloody Scarred Hyena. There was a gap broken in the 3rd line of defense. It was out of everyone's expectation. After all, the monster outbreak had just started for an hour. Yi Yeyu and Yi Sheng, who were standing on top of the giant rock, was shocked to see the monsters broke through the defense line. Just when they wanted to fight, they saw Arthur, who was a few hundred meters away, summoning Tyrant to chase after the monsters. The gang behind him saw and chased after the monsters too. The monsters that broke through were 5 demonic hyenas. They belonged to the disease class. Although they were also called hyenas, they were far different from the hyenas on Earth. Their fur was grayish-black and they were 3 meters long. Their limbs were long and their bodies were light. There were 2 deformed horns on their heads. There were a ferocious, white, sharp bones on their back, extended from their neck to their thigh. The rest of their bodies were filled with red pustules. Some were bulging and some were popped and rankled. Their bodies were exuding a disgusting stench. Arthur knew this monster very well as he had read about them before. As there were not many monsters that were categorized in the disease class, these demonic hyenas were the most common one. According to the record, they carried more than 300 viruses on their bodies and more than 10 of those viruses were life-threatening to humans. If proper treatment was not administered in time, it would cause serious infections and even death. If one was bitten or scratched by them, the consequences would be very serious. Arthur sat on Tyrant's shoulders and took out his Grey Eagle 17, aiming at the demonic hyenas that ran past. Bang, bang, bang. Shots were fired. The demonic hyenas were caught off guard. They were hit and howled in agony. A few of them were bewildered and became furious when they saw their injured companion. The pack then changed their course and set their sights on killing Arthur. They started running at him with murderous intent. The armored bullets did not hit the demonic hyena's weak spots and the damage done was minimal. However, the same couldn't be said for the pain it had caused. The gunshots did not scare them away. Instead, the shots triggered their vicious rage. Looking at the demonic hyenas running at him, Arthur was not surprised. He was actually getting excited. He slid off Tyrant's shoulders, recalled the beast and summoned Bai. In terms of combat strength, Tyrant and Bai were almost the same, but in terms of killing, Bai was 1 level stronger than Tyrant. He possessed level 2 blood power which gave him a pair of sharp blades, so the area of attack he had was bigger than what Tyrant had. A few hundred meters was a short distance, and the 5 demonic hyenas were closing in on Arthur. He just noticed half of the pustules on one of them were torn away and had turned into stripes of scary bloody scars. Bai stood in front of Arthur with his red eyes. The pair of blood power wings were out and at full span, blocking the path of the 5 demonic hyenas. Arthur slowly holstered his Grey Eagle 17 and took out his iron sword. He locked his eyes on a mutated demonic hyena and said to Bai, save the one on the left for me. Bai had got his orders and was ready to execute. He bent his left wing and stabbed it at the closest mutated monster that rushed at him. The demonic hyena that was filled with bloody scars stared at Arthur with its grayish-white eyes. It then lunged at him and opened its mouth that was filled with sticky drool in an attempt to bite Arthur's head. However, Arthur just stood there with his sword in hand, poised and ready. He then swung his sword, and black blood was splashed to the side as he nearly split the attacking beast in half. The bloody hyena let out a loud groan and fell to the floor. Its abdomen that was now exposed to Arthur had a 1-meter-long cut running through. Its intestines could be seen, spilling out on the ground. Such amazing skill! Yi Yayu and Yi Sheng exclaimed in unison as they watched from afar on the giant rock they stood on, especially Yi Yayu. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. She thought since Arthur was an imperial censor, he might be able to use a gun, but she had never seen him using his sword. She was stunned when she saw Arthur swing his sword for the very first time. This great sword scripture skill is amazing. If I had the same strength as that monster, I might have killed it in one slash, Arthur thought, surprised at the extent of damage he had inflicted. As its bewilderment faded, the bloody hyena was woken up by Arthur's attack. Now that it noticed the human upon it was dangerous, it was going to turn around to run away in the other direction. In its panicked state, it did not notice that it was heading to the foothold where the humans were. Seeing its attempt to run, Arthur took a few steps towards it with his sword in hand. He ran at it with bloodlust in his eye. The bloody hyena saw him attacking, and when it tried to duck, Arthur launched himself at it and stabbed his sword into its neck. The iron sword pierced through the bloody hyena's neck like he was slicing tofu. The sword went all the way into its body until only the handle was showing. It was not that the sword was sharp, but because the great sword scripture was terrifyingly powerful. But it was not the end. Arthur held the sword firmly and pierced it further into the dying beast. The sword was completely buried in the hyena's throat. The cut was 1 meter long and almost 80 centimeters deep. A big part of its throat was cut open, and its head was crooked to a side. Black blood flowed out of its wound like a waterfall on the ground. The ferocious bloody hyena was dead. A notification came from Merlin. Congratulations. You have obtained a bloody scarred hyena monster card piece X1. You have completed a cross-ranking kill. You have obtained a random skill card, rare, X1. This time Arthur did not even look at the cards that he had obtained as he had just killed the bloody hyena. Just then, Zula and the rest caught up to him. Bai had killed 2 demonic hyenas on his own, while the remaining 2 were chased away by the group of young men. Soon, the remaining 2 were killed. Arthur brought the young men to the gap that broke earlier and ran at it, his sword held tight in his hands. A copper hunter's face was pale and he looked like he was about to give up. He was fighting so many monsters alone. Arthur and the rest went to help and killed the monsters. They then asked the cause of the breakthrough of the line of defense. They found out that when this copper hunter was fighting with the hyenas, one of them had mutated out of nowhere with the massive gain of speed. The mutated bloody hyena bit the hunter's left hand while the other hyenas ran onwards. You should treat your wound right away. If you don't treat the virus immediately, there will be consequences, Arthur advised him after hearing what happened. But what about the battle? The copper hunter said, torn between fighting on or saving himself from an infection. If he retreated, there would be another gap in the line of defense. In his place, we will fill the gap for you, Arthur assured him. In all seriousness, it would be okay if the monsters were smaller. There are many of them. Can you guys handle it? The hunter asked. He was worried about the group of boys before him. Sir, please do not underestimate us, especially this fella. He killed that bloody hyena on his own just now with only 2 slashes, Zilla said proudly. He had stood aside earlier as he was afraid that the hunter would not let them pass. He knew that if he told the hunter what Arthur had done earlier, he would not think so little of them. Yi Yayu then spoke to them. Liu Yang, please go back to the foothold to treat yourself. Please let Arthur and the gang handle this. Liu Yang, The copper hunter handed over his responsibilities to them with regret in his eyes. He then left with Zula. Chapter 48 New Skill. Zula and the rest were excited to replace Liu Yang to be part of the third line of defense, but soon, their excitement was replaced with a sense of pressure for the task ahead. Arthur knew very well that it was real this time, and that he was part of this war. He felt like a puzzle piece in a game of kill or be killed. This battle was a complete jigsaw puzzle, and the whole troop made up the pieces. If any part of the puzzle was missing, the puzzle would not be complete and they would be defeated. Arthur did not care if the rest were flawed, as it was not a factor within his control. However, knowing that he had been placed in this position with the trust of Yi Yayu and Yi Jiang, he had to guarantee that he did not cause any mistakes of his own. Before the next monster wave attacked, Arthur rallied his troops and repeated to each of them how important it was to obey his orders in battle. Zula and the rest nodded immediately. They knew how serious it was and did not hesitate for a moment. After telling them, Arthur looked at the rare skill card that he obtained for the cross-ranking kill earlier. It was a green card with a big question mark on the front. There was nothing else besides the question mark. There was a description on the back of the card that he studied. Random skill card, rare. You will receive one random rare skill card. Remarks. This card is a consumable card. You can only use it once. Perfect timing for me to gain another skill. What kind of skill would I get this time? Arthur thought. He only had 3 skills so far. One was his sword skill, Great Sword Scriptures. Another was Robust that he obtained from Tyrant, and the third was Blood Power that he got from Bai. In reality, Robust was a passive skill while Arthur could not even summon Blood Power yet. The only skill that he could use was the Great Sword Scriptures. Fortunately, the skill was useful, which allowed him to unleash an immense amount of strength if he ever needed to. Now that he had an opportunity to get an additional skill, Arthur was overjoyed. Although he did not know what kind of skill he would get, Arthur communicated with Merlin with hesitation in his mind and said, "Merlin, I want to use this random skill card. Are you sure that you want to use this random skill card? Rare?" Merlin asked. "Confirmed," he replied. Many different images flashed on the front of the card, replacing the question mark. The images changed so fast that it made Arthur dizzy for a moment looking at them. About 10 seconds later, the images stopped flashing and the card started shining in a bright white. Soon the white light faded, and a new card appeared. "Congratulations. You have received a body movement skill, Spectral Snow Steps." Arthur was excited to hear that he received a body movement skill. He was planning to pick a better body movement skill to train himself if he made it out of the war alive. His mind was set on training to be even better at using his sword. He did not expect that he would randomly have picked the card. He took a good look at the new skill card immediately. The top of the card was a pair of feet stepping on snow. However, there was no trail of the feet on the snow. Arthur then turned the card around and read the detailed description. Skill card. Skill name, Spectral Snow Steps. Rarity, rare. Skill category, body movement. Skill level, gold rank. Status, available. Remarks. This is a unique body movement skill. There is no rank limitation. Its effect changes with the host's ability. Card remarks. Mediocre. That is a good skill. Arthur was over the moon after he read the description. There was no level limitation to utilize this card. He was concerned that it could only be summoned with life power. He then looked at his exclusive card, and as expected, there was an additional skill. Host, Arthur. Gender, male. Age, 15. Combat strength, none. Exceeded assessment limit. Skill 1, Blood Power. Level 2. Skill 2, Great Sword Scriptures, Sword Skill. Skill 3, Robust, Beginner. Skill 4, Spectral Snow Steps. Body Movement. Summon Authority. Activated. Available number of summons, 1. Remark. You still suck. He glared at the last remark given by Merlin and ignored the remark once again. He was happy that he gained a body movement skill, and he then put his attention to the battle. As everyone was focused on the battle, nobody noticed what he was doing. Soon, the monsters broke through the second line of defense and ran towards the third line ferociously. It was a group of Vox Devils, but there were not many of them. Arthur and his troop did not have to put much effort into killing them all. Almost 4 hours into the morning, the third line of defense where Arthur and his troop were guarding had encountered 11 attacks. However, they managed to kill the monsters easily, until the afternoon, which was 6 hours later. The third line was attacked 22 times. Arthur could feel that the intensity of the attacks rising. Not only Arthur, but Yi Yayu and Yi Sheng noticed it as well. They started to worry as it was not a good sign. When the sky turned dark, the monster became even more furious. They did not know if it was caused by the sun setting or the transcendent monster was hypnotizing them to attack with a greater vengeance. From 6 o'clock in the evening to midnight, the pressure rose for Arthur and the gang within the 6 hours as they had encountered 46 attacks. They were attacked almost every 7 minutes. Although they were stressed, none of them complained as they knew that the gold and silver hunters in front of them had it even harder than they did. Yi Yayu had been directing her attention at Arthur's location. She was worried that they could not take the assault. However, Arthur and the gang proved themselves again and again with each attack wave that came their way. They showed the other hunters that their small team was no weaker than any copper hunter when they banded together. A couple of copper hunters who had doubted their abilities in the beginning were worried that this group of young men would slow them down, but soon they were impressed by this bunch of young men that stood with them defending the region. Under Arthur's leadership and instruction, the young men were very cooperative. Although they panicked occasionally, the situation was handled by Arthur and Bai. Arthur's performance had gotten the attention of many hunters in the area. Although he was not even iron level, he had shown his strength and abilities that surpassed any iron level hunter. Even some of the iron level rank 3 monsters were killed in no more than 5 slashes of his sword. Bai's performance was impressive too. Apart from some of the monsters that had extraordinarily strong defensive abilities, he basically killed the monsters in single attacks. Because of the both of them, the 12-man team managed to stand strong. Soon, it was the wee hours of the morning. Although it was so late in the night, it was not as silent as usual. The ruckus and roars of the men and the monsters could be heard from all around. It could have been the noisiest day Arthur ever experienced, even since he knew. Noises of angry monsters and humans shouting were deafening, and gunshots could be heard from the heart of the battlefield. When it got late, the monsters got even more bloodthirsty. The third line of defense was broken a couple of times as the monsters got stronger. Fortunately, Yi Yayu and Yi Sheng managed to arrive on time and handle the situation. However, the people were getting worried. From the outlook of the situation, it was certain that the third line of defense would collapse. It was just a matter of time. Chapter 49. A piece of bad news. Most of them started to get tired of the intense attacks they were being pummeled with. At 4 o'clock, right before dawn, the duration of attack was then almost 20 hours. Arthur felt drained from all the fighting. If not for his passive skill robust that was supporting him, he would not even have the strength to lift his sword. The young men's condition was slightly better than Arthur, but they were not in any form to continue holding the line. Arthur did not know how many monsters he and Bai killed. The life wheel in his body had been filled with life light and it was almost overflowing. There were 357 columns that were filled with white light, and there were only 3 great columns left in his life wheel. Merlin, cut off the life light transfer between me and Bai now. Arthur instructed Merlin immediately when he noticed what was happening to his life wheel. You have requested to cut off the transfer of life light with Bai. Disconnection is complete. Merlin fulfilled Arthur's request immediately. The disconnection was to allow the life light to be transferred to Bai as the life light in Arthur's life wheel was almost full. Once the 360 columns were full, Arthur could get a life light baptism if he was to kill an iron level monster and he would be upgraded to iron level. However, the upgrade to iron level would come together with a life seed. The life seed was used to strengthen talents that one was born with or had the potential to wield, so it was crucial to choose wisely. Life seeds were categorized into 5, which were the elemental system, strengthening system, psychic system, special system, and compound system. Arthur knew which life seed he wanted since the beginning. He wanted the sword strengthening system, which could only be obtained by killing monsters with his sword. However, no monster that fit the criteria existed in the monster horde, so Arthur chose not to upgrade to iron level at the moment. It was 6 in the morning. The sun rose from the horizon, shedding light on the battlefield. Arthur just chopped off a monster's head. Panting as he did, he looked up to the direction of sunrise. The sun is finally out, he thought. The past 2 hours was hell, as every minute and every second was a torment to them. He chose not to upgrade to iron level. Although he had his passive skill robust to support him, his strength was not comparable to the young men of iron level rank 3. Every swing of the sword was getting harder for him. "Arthur, are you okay?" Zilla and the rest noticed that Arthur was slowing down. "Shouldn't be a problem over a short period of time, but if the situation persists, I think I won't be able to take this anymore." Arthur honestly voiced out his concern. He estimated that he could stand for a maximum of 2 hours. "Why not you take a rest?" "We can handle it," Zilla suggested, although he knew that without Arthur, the task would be much more difficult. "It's no use even if I rest. The most I could take would be a couple more hours. Furthermore, it's not only me, everyone is exhausted. The line will collapse if we give in. It's just a matter of time." Arthur shook his head while looking at the gap at the canyon mouth. "We need to solve the root of the problem," he concluded. "What is the root of the problem?" Zilla asked immediately. "The breakthrough of the defensive line is caused by the amount of monsters, which is far too many. Our people are limited. Our strength is depleted too. The solution is easy to say, but very hard to do. We have to minimize the size of the entrance and funnel down the monsters. We have to make the gap at the canyon mouth smaller," Arthur said. "However, looking at the situation now, we can't move the giant rocks to the canyon mouth. Each giant rock is the size of a small mountain. None of our storage spaces are big enough to contain it. All we can do is rely on the residents in the foothold. Even with tools, we would need a few hundred people to move the giant rocks to the canyon mouth. Now that the battle is this intense, the residents can't be moving the giant rocks as they would be targeted by the monsters once they enter the battlefield," he said. Although Arthur found the root of the problem, he could not think of a suitable solution. "It's not necessary that we use giant rocks to block the canyon mouth. Am I right? Why not we just pile up the dead bodies to block the canyon mouth? Since most of the monsters have strong solid bodies, the corpses would work great. If not, we can pile even more together to further strengthen the wall," Zilla said casually. Hearing what Zilla said, Arthur was stunned and let out a laugh. "I didn't think of that. It's brilliant." Arthur then proposed the idea to Yiyeyu. Yiyeyu checked the message that was sent by Arthur. She was stunned at first, but soon she showed her excitement and forwarded the message to Yizheng. Yizheng was happy too. He then spread the proposal to some of the gold hunters and they started to collect dead bodies. Soon, the dead bodies were piled up into a small hill which became a line of defense by itself. Yizheng spilled oil on the dead bodies to avoid the monsters from climbing over them. With the piling corpses, the canyon mouth became smaller and smaller. When it was near noon, the canyon mouth was only about 300 meters wide, which was what Arthur had hoped for at the beginning of the attack. The people's fear was finally reduced. The monsters which attacked Arthur's third line decreased from every few minutes to every half an hour. Even the second line of defense was much relaxed now. Yizheng stood on top of the giant rock and gave Arthur a thumbs up. Arthur then pointed at Zilla, who was next to him, and sent a message to Yiyeyu to explain that it was Zilla's idea. The next afternoon, everyone was more relaxed. They even had time to eat and rest. Seeing that the sun setting behind the mountains, Yiyeyu prayed that nothing would go wrong that night and that the human transcendent would arrive on time to kill the transcendent monster to end this once and for all. It was 6 in the evening, and the sky was getting dark. The monstrous roars were getting more intense. Yizheng stood on top of the giant rock and looked into the distance. He saw a pack of what looked like 100,000 monsters approaching the foothold. He was about to say something when his emperor's heart ring vibrated. Arthur and the rest's ring vibrated at the same time. Since he had a moment to respond, Arthur opened his emperor's heart ring. A news alert popped up on the page. Since 8 in the morning yesterday, a monster outbreak happened on the east side of Division 7. The density and coverage of the attack this time was at the small footholds No.7D120. No.7D122 and No.7D123. A wide area was destroyed by the beasts. There were no survivors. The death toll has reached 670,000 people. The same has happened to the small foothold No.7D121, but the condition there is unclear. There are transcendent humans making their way there. We will give you a full update when we receive more details. Seeing the news, most of them who were relaxed became tense. That's not good. Arthur frowned. The footholds nearby had been destroyed by monsters. The only one standing was Snowy Mountain Town. The transcendent monster must be targeting Snowy Mountain Town next. Since it was hurt by the human transcendent around that area, it would not stop until it has killed all the people around the foothold. Chapter 50 Monsters coming at full force. Yi Sheng and the rest had gloomy looks on their faces. After a relaxed afternoon, they did not expect to receive bad news like that. Now that the massacre of people in the 3 footholds had happened, that meant Snowy Mountain Town would be attacked by all the monsters that attacked the 3 footholds. The amount of monsters would be 4 times more than the original number. The other hunters knew that too. The atmosphere on the battlefield turned ice cold. "Arthur, do you have any plans?" Zilla said in a weak voice and took a deep breath to calm himself down while anticipating what Arthur would suggest. Arthur shook his head. "There's nothing else we can do but fight. Let's just pray that the human transcendent arrives soon." Soon it was night time again. Although everyone was less enthusiastic from the bad news, the battle had to go on. None of the 1,000 hunters were slacking. They were defending their own line of defense. When it was 9 at night, Yi Sheng heard a subtle sound coming from afar. It was approaching the canyon at the speed of light. He looked far in the distance, but his vision was clear even at night. He saw a massive group of monsters coming. He could not see clearly what kind of monsters they were due to the dust that surrounded them, but he could feel the ground shake beneath his feet. Many hunters felt the tremors too. Arthur knew monsters that could cause this must be really big, and there were many of them. Without confirming what kind of monsters they were, Yi Sheng shouted to the people from his perch on top of the giant rock. At such a time, he should have been more enthusiastic to motivate the people, or else the defense lines would be easily broken if the low morale persisted. "Everybody, the monsters from the few areas are here. I believe everyone can feel the ground trembling, and you should know very well that there will be more monsters coming our way. This is the last foothold in the area. The transcendent monster will not give up until it destroys this foothold too. The only choice we have right now is to fight. Besides that, there's no other solution." It's 9:23 p.m. right now. The Hunter Association said the transcendent human will be here within 48 hours. There are another 9 hours to that 48-hour mark. This means, we have to fight for another 9 hours and we will be saved. I believe everyone has heard about the transcendent human the association has sent. He is Yu Chanli. He was number 4 on the Division 7 Gold Hunter leaderboard. He's a strong Imperial sensor as well. Now that the transcendent monster is badly injured, as soon as Yu Chanli is here, it will definitely be killed. Without a doubt. With that, the monster horde will retreat immediately, he assured them. Now that the other footholds have been destroyed, that's over now. We need to put this behind us. Let's do this together. From now onwards, we only have one goal, which is to guard this place for 9 hours. We fight for this one and only goal, because as long as we fulfill this goal, all of us here and the 200,000 residents in Snowy Mountain Town will survive. What Yi Sheng said was extremely effective. It was unclear if it was Yu Chanli's name which they had heard before, or the fact that they only had 9 hours left to fight. All of them were energized. Even Arthur repeated to himself, "This is the last 9 hours, we must hold on." After the motivational speech, Yi Sheng turned around and looked at the monsters in the distance. They were giant armored elephants. Although they belonged to a species of mutated monsters, they were like no other, mainly because they were huge. All of them were at least 10 meters tall. They were considered giants among all monsters. Even Tyrant, who was Iron level rank 3, was considered petite when it stood among these monsters. From its trunk, the giant armored elephant had metal armor all the way to its hip. The same metal was fitted on its head too. Its entire head was covered in metal armor, and only its eyes and flapping ears were showing. The metal parts were not fixed. They were born with it. Such monster had bones made partially of metal. This gave them a terrifying defense that no other monster possessed. Yi Sheng frowned while he looked at this group of giant armored elephants. Their existence presented a very real danger to their lines of defense, as their body weight and impact could easily destroy the giant rock wall. Once the wall was destroyed, the rest of the monsters would rush in. "Yeyu, you stay here, I'll handle the damn elephants," Yi Sheng told Yeyu while holding a fine sword in his hand. His white robe fluttered in the wind. He then hopped towards the giant rocks below. He stepped on the monsters' backs and heads and ran towards the giant armored elephants. Looking on as her brother left, Ye was not concerned for Yi Sheng's safety. With his ability, as long as the transcendent monster did not show, he was invincible. Although the giant armored elephants were big, most of them were only iron level or bronze level. Only some of them were silver level. They could not threaten Yi Sheng at all. Soon, Yi Sheng was among the giant armored elephants. Every swing he took with his fine sword, a gold flash could be seen. He pierced through a giant armored elephant's head. Not long later, he managed to kill a few hundred giant armored elephants. Yi Sheng returned right after he killed all the giant armored elephants. He did not delay his actions as he knew that the giant armored elephants were just the first horde of monsters who came. There would be more coming their way. He came back to the giant rock and stood on top with his hands folded like nothing had happened. Ye who was standing across him gave him a thumbs up. He looked the other way. He wanted to look cool but could not help but smile at his sister. Soon, there was a new horde of monsters along the horizon. However, Ye and Yi Sheng remained where they stood as those monsters did not possess the ability to break through the wall. The both of them allowed them to forward so they would be behind other monsters that were closing in. Then, there were more monsters coming from far away. The monsters were filling up the grassland outside of the canyon. Just when Yi Sheng was ready to kill all the monsters beneath the giant rock, he heard a rustling sound behind him. He turned around and saw black dots on the top of the mountains behind the snowy mountain town. The black dots stood out even more against the white mountains as they dashed downwards. As she noticed where Yi Sheng was looking, Ye looked at the mountains behind her as well. She screamed, "Aren't those sand spiders? I hate spiders!" she squealed. Yi Sheng's lips were twitching when he heard what Ye said. "Now, pull yourself together. This is not about you hating spiders. The spiders are so far away from us. How do we attack them?" Chapter 51 The Poor Sand Spiders. Sand spiders were a species of bugs that lived in the desert. Mature sand spiders had 6 pairs of legs. They were thick and long. 4 pairs of them were more than 3 meters long to help them move, while 2 pairs of forelegs were as sharp as blades. They were meant for hunting. They had a carapace of hollow spikes on their rear section and there was an opening in the midsection for laying eggs. During their spawning season, they would lure their prey into a cave before injecting all their eggs into the prey's body. They would then wrap the prey in a spider web. After the eggs hatch inside the prey's body, the baby spiders would consume the organs of the living prey and rupture the prey's abdomen to join their family. In reality, these spiders possessed a unique characteristic in that all of them were hermaphrodites. Oftentimes, 2 sand spiders would spar and the winner would then impregnate the loser. Occasionally, 2 or more sand spiders would get embroiled in the fight, and sometimes, the situation would develop in a much more complicated manner where all of the spiders involved in the fight might end up pregnant. The most bizarre thing about this was that the baby spiders would then be unable to identify their father. The sand spiders that filled the top of the snowy mountains were crawling towards the bottom. They were fast, and by estimation, they would reach the bottom of the snowy mountains in an hour. More than 30 kilometers from the mouth of the canyon where Arthur and the rest were located. With Arthur's ability to see, he could only spot black dots on top of the snowy mountains and he could not tell what they were. Thankfully, Ye and Yi Sheng, who were at gold level, managed to recognize the sand spiders and estimated their numbers. There were about 100,000 of them. If the sand spiders were to break through the line of defense, it would take them less than an hour to massacre the population of 200,000. Yi Sheng panicked. They did not have enough people here and there was a horde of sand spiders coming. "Are there any heavy gun masters here?" Yi Sheng bellowed from the top. Heavy gun masters were a branch profession of the gunman class and were experts in powerful and destructive long-distance attacks. Arthur wanted to be a gunman as his second profession but not the heavy gun master. He was planning to take the light gunmaster or even the sniper route. Gunmasters belonged to the battlefield, which Arthur was not keen of. In reality, most of the hunters would not consider this profession. As expected, nobody responded to Yi Sheng. He was hoping for a miracle when he asked, but when he received silence in return, his heart sank. Apart from a medium gunmaster, there was no one else who could attack from more than 30 kilometers away. "Brother, what is there to worry about?" someone asked. Ye glanced at Yi Sheng in disdain. While everyone was watching, she then attached an 8 meters long cannon on her left hand within seconds. Yi Sheng was taken aback and asked her carefully, I remembered that you didn't even pass your beginner gunmaster assessment. Without the license, how did you manage to purchase this? Is there anything that you can't buy in the black market? You said. Aren't the firearm relics that are being sold on the black market expensive? Did you borrow money just to buy this? Yi Sheng suddenly recalled Yu borrowing money from him earlier. He found it strange too, as Yu should have enough pocket money for her daily expenditure, but he lent some money to her anyway. So, you're not dumb after all, said Yu while slotting in a few life crystals into the cannon's energy tank. Yi Sheng felt the pain when he saw her actions, because the smallest life crystal contained 100 years of life light. Each of such life crystals cost at least 10 million credit points. For such firearm relics, each attack would consume 1 life crystal. Yi, you're not a gunmaster. Why would you buy this firearm relic? Which man would marry you if you spend like that? Yi Sheng wanted to teach her a lesson. Mind your own business. Aren't you single as well? Yi snapped. In the future, don't borrow money from me to buy such nonsense like this. Yi Sheng was mad. I won't. So petty. Yi scoffed and aimed the cannon at the snowy mountains. Seeing that, Yi Sheng stopped talking and leapt to the giant rock that she was standing on. He stood behind her and looked at the direction where the cannon was pointed towards. He then lifted the cannon slightly. What are you doing? I will miss the shot if we fire at this angle. Yi stared at him. I've told you that you don't have the talent to be a gunmaster, yet you never heeded my advice. Yi Sheng shook his head and explained, a gunmaster would need to take the environment into consideration, as well as the estimation of the attack's effect. In such situations, if you attack the location where the sand spiders are traversing, the effect will be limited. But if you attack the top of the snowy mountains, you could cause an avalanche that could potentially bury all of the spiders. Yi knew what he said was right, so she did not argue any longer, but she shot him a dissatisfied look. If you lean your body forward like that, although firearm relics can absorb the recoil, a cannon of such size would have much stronger recoils. Yi Sheng patted her back. He then stood behind Yi once again to reassess the angle of the cannon and nodded. Fire now. After Yi Sheng's confirmation, Yi launched the cannon. A radiant sphere was created at the mouth of the cannon, and in a split second, it turned into a white glow and fired towards the snowy mountains. Yi's body shook from the recoil, but she was held steady by a hand behind her. Bang! The white glow hit the top of the snowy mountain, and every part of it began to tremble. Soon, the snow at the peak collapsed. They were like ocean waves, gradually growing in size and speed. It then buried the black dots on top of the snowy mountains. Looking at the results, Yi was over the moon. She was happy that she managed to kill more than 100,000 sand spiders in just one shot. She did not anticipate that to happen, since she assumed she would need at least 20 shots to kill all of the spiders. Nice. Yi Sheng gave her a thumb up. Yi blushed. If not for Yi Sheng's mentoring, she would not have achieved such success. I will leave these mountains to you. If there are any monsters approaching from that direction, use the same method as you did just now. Yi Sheng instructed Yi and leapt back to the giant rock that he was standing on before. The sand spiders were all buried beneath the snow close to Snowy Mountain Town. They were rolling towards the foot of the snowy mountains. The snow was cascading towards the Snowy Mountain Town in waves. However, nothing could be seen outside of Snowy Mountain Town, as it was covered by their line of defense. The crisis was solved just like that. Arthur was watching the entire thing from the beginning till the end. Watching the snow as it engulfed the sand spiders, he sighed. No matter which world it is, the power of nature is always mesmerizing. Chapter 52. The last 3 hours. The last 3 hours, in the middle of the night. There were millions of monsters outside the mouth of the canyon of Snowy Mountain Town. Many of them started to trample on the other monsters back to surge through the defense line. Many monsters died from the weight they had to bear, while some were stomped to death as they fell from the monsters' backs. Although many died, there were still many more that marched forward, fearless. Yi and Yi Sheng were forced to join the defense line to kill the monsters that successfully breached the giant rock. Yi Sheng's fine sword changed forms into a 3-meter-long giant sword. He leapt and started killing the monsters. With every slash, he beheaded tens of monsters. On the other side, Yayuri loaded life crystals inside her treasure tool and continued shooting at monsters beneath where she stood. Although her aim was inaccurate, since there were monsters everywhere, no matter which direction she shot at, there were bound to be monsters dying. The 20 gold hunters taking refuge beneath the giant rock were exhausted from the battle that spanned 2 days and 1 night, but they persevered. They were replenishing their life power with life crystals in between killings. However, no matter how many monsters they killed, there were others that managed to avoid their attacks and slip through into the second defense line. There were just too many monsters. They could only handle those that were within their reach, while the rest had to be handled by the silver hunters to their rear. Silver hunters who were on the second defense line consisted of the most people. There were more than 1,000 of them. Yet all of them were overburdened with the bulk of the monster horde which penetrated past the first line of defense. The pressure on them was similar to the gold hunters in front, and none of them could spare a moment to rest, not even for a minute. The monsters were getting too close and there was not much space between them. 90% of the monsters that got to the second line of defense was killed by the silver hunters, as they knew that the copper hunters in the third defense line were few in number. If too many monsters broke into the third line of defense, it would be spell calamity for the copper hunters. Therefore, they tried their best not to let any monsters succeed. Arthur and the gang were on the third line of defense, which was the most relaxed one, as the burden was eased by the gold and silver hunters in front of them. The monsters that managed to break into the third defense line were less than 1/10 of the monsters that were in the mouth of the canyon. But as time went by, Arthur and the gang began to feel the pressure again, because the monsters increased their attack frequency to an interval of 6 minutes per wave instead of the 30 in the past. Thankfully, Bai's attack rate did not lower, for he was a killing machine. He massacred as many monsters as Arthur did. His blood power wings morphed into a variety of forms during battle, and depending on each form, he could either chop off a head or pierce through a heart. He was highly efficient, so much so that Arthur was both amazed and ashamed. Of course, Arthur's performance was not too bad. With his iron sword, he transformed into a fine soldier. With the help of the great sword scripture, almost nothing could dodge his sword. As he obtained more experience in an actual battle, he now only needed 3 slashes to kill a monster instead of the usual 5 slashes. As long as the monster was not an iron level rank 3, he could kill them in only 1 slash. He was also getting used to the spectral snowsteps movement technique, where he moved like a ghost on the battlefield. Zilla and the rest assumed that Arthur was of royalty. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such incredible abilities and terrifying combat strength. They were already iron level rank 3, but they were far behind Arthur when it came to killing monsters. Arthur did not care about the number of cross-ranking kills he had done, how many card pieces he had accumulated, or how many reward cards he had obtained. He even reduced drinking water and only took a sip when he absolutely needed to, because there was no time for other distractions. Merlin knew that he was in his combat mode and did not send any notifications to prevent Arthur from becoming distracted. Time passed by on the battlefield. Each passing minute and second felt like torture. Everyone was anticipating for the sun to rise and for dawn to arrive. As long as they held on until dawn, the human transcendent Uchanli would be here to kill the transcendent monster and everything would be over. Arthur surpassed his limit again and again. Compared to the rest, he was the only ordinary person on the battlefield. The physique he was born with could not be remedied by his combat strength. Even Zilla and the other young men who were iron level rank 3 were extremely exhausted. Imagine Arthur, who was not even iron level. Many people noticed Arthur's performance. Not only Zilla and the gang, but even the copper hunters around him were impressed by his skills. They clearly understood that Arthur was pushing himself beyond his capacity. Arthur knew his body condition very well. He did not stop swinging his sword, because if he did, his body would collapse. He might not even be able to stand later. He told himself countless times, "I can't stop. I can't stop. As long as I hold on for a couple more hours, it will be time." The monsters' attacks on the battlefield became increasingly intense. Monsters roared throughout the battle. At approximately 3 o'clock in the wee hours of the morning, a terrifying monster roar echoed from a distance. The roar originated from beyond the snowy mountains, but the shock waves propagated through the people and dissipated in the grasslands outside the canyon. Everyone's heart pounded when they heard the roar. Even Arthur's heart started racing fast. He felt like they were being watched by something terrifying. It gave him goosebumps. The roar bolstered the monsters' morale and many of them began to ram against the giant rocks even though Arthur could tell that it would be painful. Many of them even started to stack onto each other to get through the defense lines. Yi Sheng and Yi Yayu frowned upon watching the monsters' attempts to climb through the giant rocks. They did not expect this to happen during the last 3 hours. Just when Yi Sheng was thinking of what to do, he heard some noise coming from the snowy mountains. He turned around and saw something black covering the sky heading right towards his direction at an alarming pace. He took a closer look and gasped. Oh no, the crows are back. Chapter 53 Small Destruction Card. The crows blanketed the western sky of the snowy mountains like dark clouds. They were heading towards the direction of the foothold at full speed. The crows were just as numerous or probably more than what Arthur saw the other day when he previously encountered them. Millions of crows in a flock together looked like a massive horde, and it seems like there would be none that would be able to defeat them besides a transcendent. Even Yi Sheng, who was number 11 on the Division 7 Gold Hunter leaderboard, avoided the crows. It was a nightmare. They could easily occupy a medium foothold if the transcendent was absent. The hunters who were ready to stand their ground felt despair the moment they noticed the horde of crows. Millions of monsters were streaming in from the grasslands and innumerable crows were darting in from the back. They did not have enough manpower to protect the foothold after all. Yi Yayu looked like she was in doubt on the giant rocks. She regretted that she chose this foothold to be the location for the assessment. If Yi Sheng was not here, she was ready to die in battle. However, now that Yi Sheng was here, he would certainly not leave her behind. If she were to stay, she would lose her brother to the monsters. She was in dire straits. Yi Sheng knew his sister very well. She was competitive and resilient, and though she may be hot-tempered at times, she was a kind person. It was impossible for her to leave 200,000 people behind. Even if she were to pass by a foothold invaded by monsters, she would choose to fight no matter what. Yayu, use your green wooden door to send the kids away. Although Yi Sheng knew that Yi Yayu would not agree to leave, he instructed her anyway. I'm not leaving. Yi Yayu stared at Yi Sheng. Even if you don't care for yourself, you have to consider this for the sake of our family. Our generation only has the both of us. We can't die here. Yi Sheng tried to talk her out of it. And those young men, especially Arthur, do you really want him to perish here? As long as we give him sufficient time, he could develop into a transcendent. We cannot lose him as well. After a moment of silence, she shouted at Yi Sheng, brother, I'll pass you the green wooden door. Please bring Arthur and the rest with you. I will remain behind. What foolishness are you spouting? You must leave. You're my sister. Listen to me. Yi Sheng exclaimed loudly. We must think about the future of our generation. Since you're gifted with stronger abilities, if you live, our family's generation would grow stronger. Therefore, it would be better if I stay. Yi Sheng could not counter-argue Yi Yayu. The situation turned awkward for them. The crows were approaching. Some of the hunters in the lines of defense had lost their will to live. They were just preparing for what might eventually happen. The third line of defense did not have enough manpower as a couple of silver hunters on the second defense line were caught off guard. Everyone felt disheartened. Soon, the remaining defenses collapsed. Arthur and the rest were surrounded. Without the lines of defense in front of them, the 10 young men were completely besieged by monsters. Don't panic, guys. Let's form a line. Do not let the monsters break through. Arthur yelled to the young men. After cooperating with Arthur, Zula and the rest trusted Arthur more than anyone else. Arthur had not let them down. They quickly formed a defensive line even though they knew that it was very unlikely that they could survive the moment the crows arrived. However, under Arthur's leadership, they persevered. Arthur's heart was racing from the intense attacks. His body was much frailer compared to the rest and thus, any attack from the monsters could severely injure him or even kill him. The situation was vastly different now as they previously had a line of defense to shield their vanguard, significantly limiting the number of monsters which passed through to them. Now, however, there were monsters everywhere and they were besieged on all sides. He finally experienced the saying, dancing on the head of a pin, which meant that if he loses focus or gets distracted by something else, he could die at any given moment. Warning. You are now in an extremely dangerous environment. Your death rate would be 100% within half an hour. Would you like to execute emergency measures? A warning was sent to Arthur's ears. It was the first time in a long while since he had heard Merlin's voice. Yes, What kind of solutions do you have? Arthur asked immediately, browsing cards that could solve the situation. There are no cards that could help you right now. Arthur was troubled, but moments later, Merlin spoke again. Based on the current situation, the most suitable card would be the small destruction card. You have 3 monster cards, 9 function cards, 3,657 iron-level monster card pieces. If you were to dissolve all the complete cards and piece them together, you would obtain 22,557 normal card pieces. To redeem your first small destruction card, you would need 1 million normal card pieces. The card pieces you have aren't sufficient to redeem a small destruction card. Wait, why do I only have 9 function cards? Bai's kills aside, I have done at least 500 cross-ranking kills these 2 days. Shouldn't I receive cross-ranking cards? When you're stuck on a level, the maximum cross-ranking kill reward you can obtain will be capped at 10 times. You will not get any rewards for cross-ranking kills after that. Arthur did not know there was such an arrangement. He thought with Bai's help, it was not difficult for him to do cross-ranking kills where he could collect a massive amount of reward cards. It seemed like Merlin noticed that people would take advantage of the situation and therefore limited this method to gain reward cards. So, are there any other solutions for me? Arthur asked for an alternative. You were given some protection when you were setting up your Goldfinger. You can only utilize the protection once. When you activate the protection, you will receive a card to solve the crisis you are encountering at that moment. Would you like to activate your one and only protection? Yes, Arthur decided without thinking twice. He did not have the time to consider the repercussions as well as other alternatives, seeing as there were none. If he did not utilize the protection right now, he might never be able to use it again. Protection has been activated. Integrating with your situation, you are given a small destruction card. Congratulations. You have received a small destruction card. Detecting solution, small destruction card. Are you sure you want to use this card? How can this card solve this crisis? What are its functions? Arthur did not have the time to look at the card in his body. Small destruction card. It could annihilate every creature below Transcendent. The maximum coverage would be 10,000 square kilometers. I would like to use this card to destroy all creatures besides humans and Bai. Arthur instructed. Creatures have been targeted. Please choose your coverage. A map appeared on Arthur's mind and he had to choose his targets. The map revealed that the monsters were scattered everywhere. Arthur tagged all the monsters on the map. I have decided. Read latest chapters at novembereelbin.com only. Coverage selection completed. Please confirm the small destruction card's activation. Yes. Kill them all. Arthur nodded his head firmly. In the next second, a grain-sized lighted spot appeared on Arthur's forehead. The spot looked like a miniature sun at 3 o'clock. It then tore away from his forehead and floated into the sky, shining on the land. Everyone was shocked. Soon, a white glow dispersed from the light spot, creating a wave in the air. All the monsters except for Bai were carbonized due to the high temperature. They turned into dust and disappeared into the air. It was like snow meeting the scorching sun. The glow then dispersed far away. Is that magic? Yiyu stood on the giant rocks and saw what Arthur did. She was stunned. In a heartbeat, all the monsters were no more. As soon as the glow began to fade away, everyone cheered. Chapter 54 Black Python. Arthur, Arthur, Arthur. Azula and the gang chanted Arthur's name. The rest cheered, including the Copper Hunter and Silver Hunters. Initially, the 20 gold hunters did not cheer, but when Yi Sheng cheered along the people, so did the 20 gold hunters. Yiyu stood on top of the giant rocks and rolled her eyes at her brother. Arthur was shy at first, but when the people did a crowd surf for him, he started to enjoy being celebrated. Hey, I think this kid is good, but he's a little too young for you. Yi Sheng winked at Yiyu. He hasn't reached puberty yet. He's not my type. Yiyu said with a sassy tone. Well, there is no need to rush. He will hit puberty in a few years' time. Boys love girls who are older. Yi Sheng chuckled. Go away. Yiyu said angrily. All of a sudden, in the midst of all the cheering, everyone heard a strange laugh. Hee hee. The sound was near yet far, and it felt like as if the laugh was echoing from different directions, all together at once. It gave everyone goosebumps. It was like a cool breeze brushing into their bones. Who is that? Yi Sheng shouted while hanging on to his thin sword. Everyone clutched their weapons too. Could it be the transcendent monster? Arthur frowned because there were no other possibilities he could think of. Everyone did not expect the transcendent monster, the mastermind of all monsters, to appear after all monsters have perished. The threat of one transcendent was definitely more frightening than all monsters put together. Everything below the transcendent were ants. This saying had become the truth. With a flick of a finger, the transcendent could kill 1,000 of hunters. Master, I am taking a wild guess that you started the monster attack. Yi Sheng placed both of his hands in front of his chest and asked politely in the direction of the snowy mountains. He was trying to buy more time to figure out where this beast was. It was near 4 o'clock, right before dawn, which was 2 hours before Yu Chanli was supposed to appear. Human fella, do you think I would let you go just because you speak to me politely? A spooky voice replied. Hee. I didn't expect to meet a descendant of God here. A black python wrapped its body around the snowy mountains. Its purple eyes stared deadly at Arthur with greed. I'm going to eat you, descendant of God, the people whispered among one another. The people finally understood how Arthur managed to use such magic to kill millions of monsters just now. So you're here for me? Arthur pointed to himself, confused. Of course, human fella. If not for you, why would I let my clone attack the human transcendent who is making his way here? Although the black python had no expression, Arthur could see in its eyes that it was playing with Arthur's mind. I know you guys are buying time for the transcendent to save you, but what you did not know was that he is being attacked by my clone. The transcendent hasn't got a clue that it is a clone, and it will not be here in 2 hours to rescue all of you. There were loud sighs and some screams from those who were afraid. What? Are you disappointed to hear such news? The black python was enjoying the mind game it was playing. Arthur quietly communicated with Merlin. Merlin, is there any way to kill this monster? With your condition, your death rate would be 100%. You are not strong enough. There's no solution to that. Suddenly, Yi Yayu started to speak. She bowed to the snowy mountains. Master, I haven't known Arthur for a very long time, but during the time that I did, I found him to be admirable. I would like to make a confession to him. Since you're going to kill us all, could Master allow me a couple of minutes to fulfill my last wish? I will also need my brother as my witness. Yi Sheng did not know what she was doing. He thought to himself, did she really like Arthur all along? Humans are such irritating creatures. Why do you confess before you die? What have you been doing on days where you are alive and well? All right, I'll give you 3 minutes, but I warn you, human lady, don't mess with me, or else I'll show you what death feels like. You're overthinking, Master. I do not dare mess with you. I only have a few words to say, Yi Yayu said while she waved at Yi Sheng. She then leapt downwards and walked towards Arthur. Although Yi Sheng did not know what Yi Yayu was up to, he followed her anyway. Almost everyone was confused. They could not figure out Yi Yayu's plan. Yi Yayu was popular in the Division 7 hunter community. After all, she was one of the gold hunters who made it among the 1,000 gold hunters, and she was a woman. Alongside her powerful brother, many hunters admired her, but now, it looks like this incredible woman was about to confess her love to a young man who was not even an iron level. It was absolutely shocking to many bachelors in the crowd. They walked to Arthur. Yi Yayu held his hand and smiled sweetly. Arthur was just as confused, but he could sense that Yi Yayu was not here to confess to him. Yi Yayu put her the other hand on Yi Sheng's arm and smiled. Brother, please be my witness today. Before she even finished talking, she pushed the both of them down. The green wooden door sprung open behind them and they fell into the door. Suddenly, a dark glow was shot and the green wooden door was destroyed. Lady, how dare you lie to me? The black python hissed from the snowy mountains. Chapter 55. Xuo appeared again. The green wooden door was smashed by a dark beam. Yi Yayu was beginning to spit blood because she was hurt by the attack. The black python hissed loudly from the top of the snowy mountains. The voice sounded like it was a spiritual attack. Arthur and the rest who were 10 kilometers away felt a headache after hearing the roar. Suddenly, the dark beam was shot again. While the rest were panicking, the beam shot through Yi Yayu's back and pierced through her belly. A hole that was the size of an adult's fist appeared on Yi Yayu's belly. It was see-through. Yi Yayu spat blood again and fell to the floor. Arthur rushed to carry her. Yi Sheng was in disbelief as he saw it all. He did not know how to react but to hold her hand. Yayu. Looking at his dying sister, Yi Sheng's hands were shaking. I'm sorry, This is all my fault. Yeayu did not have the strength to talk anymore, but she managed to say, if it was not for me, all of you wouldn't be here. Stupid girl, you're my sister. Until you are married, I will follow you wherever you may go. This is a brother's responsibility. I am sorry for not being able to protect you, Yi Sheng said through his tears. Arthur's eyes were watery too. I have not seen you cry since I was 5 years old. Yeayu lifted a finger and wiped the tears off Yi Sheng's face. Do you still remember that time when I was bullied by a bunch of older kids? You stood up to them, and when they punched and kicked you, you neither said anything nor did you fight back. And after I asked you why didn't you cry, you said, you're a man and that even if you died, you would never cry in front of your sister. You were only 7 at the time. I'm sorry, I broke my promise. Yi Sheng tried to chuckle. Yeayu then turned her head slowly to Arthur. I want you to know that you are the most extraordinary man I have ever met, and I don't want you to die here. If you live, you could be a man as good as my brother. Arthur nodded without saying a word. You want to see him grow? Said a spooky voice. The black python said cunningly, I will make sure that never happens. A bunch of black strings appeared out of thin air and tied a knot around Arthur's waist. Arthur was pulled in the direction of the black python's mouth. Oh no, I'm going to die. It's true that a traveler's chances of death were quite likely. Arthur's thought was cut short by a feeling of release. He was confused and realized that he was floating in front of the black python's mouth and the black strings around his waist were gone. Yi Sheng and the rest were watching as Arthur's body froze in the air, and there was fear and panic in the black python's eyes. Die! A giant crystal fell from the sky and a giant palm smashed it onto the black python. The black python's body seemed as small as an ant under the giant palm. Before the giant crystal landed on the ground, its body was completely flat on the ground. Its eyes were hopeless. The gigantic snowy mountains were shaking from the attack. It felt as if God was punishing the earth. Arthur stared blankly as the giant palm that looked like the hand of Buddha landed 1 meter in front of him. The snowy mountains collapsed into flat land after the attack. The black python was buried by the snowy mountains with its head smashed. That was scary, Arthur exclaimed, not because he witnessed how the black python was killed, but because he was standing very close to black python, but felt no impact at all. Even the snowy mountain town was not damaged and the people not harmed by the collapse of the mountain. It was obvious that the person who saved Arthur was far more powerful than the black python. How are you, sir? A stern yet warm voice came from not far away. Arthur looked towards the horizon. Xluo was walking towards him on air with her bare feet. There was an old man with a white beard behind her. Lady Xluo? Arthur was surprised. He thought he would never see her again. He looked at the old man with confusion. May I know who this is? Mr. Lin, I am Bing Wang. I don't blame you for not recognizing me because I know I look different. The old man laughed. It's Sir Bing Wang. Was it Xluo who had saved me? Arthur tried to connect the dots. It wasn't me. Xluo smiled and shook her head. Mr. Lin, it has been more than 700 years that I last made an appearance. It was me who saved you, Bing Wang explained. Oh, thank you so much, Sir Bing Wang, and you too, Lady Xluo. Arthur did not know that Bing Wang was so powerful that he could kill a transcendent monster with only one hand. Let me take out its soul for you. When you became a transcendent, you can train it into your battle soul. Xluo then disappeared. Bing Wang and Arthur remained. This snake is stupid. It saw Mr. Lin's act just now and thought it was magic. It thought you were the descendant of a god. Bing Wang shook his head and laughed. If he did not target you, Lady Xluo wouldn't have allowed me to intrude. Arthur did not pay attention to what Bing Wang said and instead asked, Sir Bing Wang, could you help my friend? Bing Wang looked at Yeayu and knew that she was dying. He shook his head. The lady's life wheel has collapsed and her life flight is almost gone. There's nothing I can do. Arthur was upset, but Bing Wang spoke again. However, if my master is willing to try, there might be hope. Lady Xluo. Arthur's eyes brightened up. He just recalled that Xluo belonged to the gods. Perhaps she could save Yeayu. Hearing Arthur's cry, Xluo walked towards them with a small, black snake on her hand. The snake was semi-transparent. It looked magical. She then passed the snake to Arthur. I have taken away this black python's consciousness. Now you can keep it in your life wheel and cultivate it. You can train it when you have reached the level of a transcendent. It will be your strong battle soul. Although it has mutated once, there's a small amount of dragon blood in this black python. If you cultivate it properly, there's a possibility for it to mutate a second time and its ability will then transform. Arthur brushed what Xluo said aside, and as soon as she finished talking, he asked, Lady Xluo, I know that you haven't been involved in what's happening in this world for more than 700 years, but I need to ask a favor of you. Do you want me to help the lady over there? Xluo looked at Yi Yeyu's direction and looked at the snake on her hand. To piece her life wheel together, we would need the transcendent soul. Are you willing to give up this monster's soul containing the blood of dragon in exchange for her life? Of course, that's more important. Arthur raised his voice. All right then. Xluo passed the snake to Arthur. Keep this. I thought you need this to save her. Arthur pushed the snake away. I was messing around with you. I have other monster souls with me to fix her life wheel. Xluo smiled playfully. Now, if you don't keep this, I will not save her. Arthur snatched the snake from her. Xluo brought the both of them and descended from the sky in front of everybody's presence. Although they had seen the giant palm earlier, they insisted to stand in front of Yeyu to protect her. Arthur, who are these people? A person asked Arthur. I don't have the time to explain. This lady could save Yeyu. Please step aside. The rest moved without asking further. Xluo walked to Yeyu and carried her. She was breathing her last breath. Yi Sheng heard what Arthur said and looked at Xluo with hope. Put her on the ground, laying upwards. The rest of you please step aside. Xluo wanted some personal space. After placing Yeyu on the ground, Yi Sheng stepped aside quietly. Xluo placed her palm on Yeyu's chest and there was a layer of ice flowing into Yeyu's body. A moment later, Xluo smiled and mumbled to herself, interesting body physique. I have just the monster soul for you. A semi-transparent crimson bird appeared on Xluo's palm. She tapped the crimson bird and it bird flew in between Yeyu's eyebrows. A thin layer of ice spread across her body and soon her entire body was covered in ice. It was visibly seen that Yeyu's belly was healing very quickly. Everyone started whispering among themselves. A new life wheel was being pieced together. It was different from an ordinary life wheel. Now, there was a strange red pattern in the middle of the life wheel which looked like a big, crimson bird with wide wings. Am I dead? Yeyu felt she was placed in the dark. She recalled a description about death written by an author she liked. Death is the loneliness of human consciousness in the dark. It cannot be seen, nothing can be heard and nothing can be touched. There is nothing in death. That is the ultimate place where all humans belong. Now that I think about it, the description is similar to what I'm feeling right now. Yeyu snorted. She was not sure how long had passed, centuries or perhaps just seconds. In the darkness, Yeyu had lost her grasp of time. A light dawned upon her. It felt like a black veil was torn and a crystal-carved hand was extending to her in the midst of the darkness. What a beautiful hand! Yeyu held it. It was cold. The hand pulled her out of the darkness with such force. She felt a shake and when she opened her eyes, she saw a bunch of people surrounding her. Just then, there were cheers exclaiming, "She's alive!" Chapter 56 by Xluo. Yi Sheng immediately went over to Yeyu when he saw her awake, sitting up in her bed. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I dreamt of a giant python that stabbed through my stomach, and I died," she said with a look of bewilderment and fear on her face. As she said the words, she looked down at her abdomen which had been wounded before. However, the injury had healed. There was nothing unusual as she touched it gently and there was no scar on the wound to show it anymore. However, the attack had clearly happened as there was a large tear on her shirt and blood stains around it. The indication that it was not just an illusion, and that she was attacked by the black python not long ago. "You have her to thank. Miss Xluo saved your life." As soon as Yi Sheng finished his sentence, he turned to Xluo and immediately expressed his gratitude. Miss Xluo? Yeyu was stunned. She could not recall her name as a member of the hunting party. Gazing at Xluo, she immediately noticed her right hand. That moment, she remembered the incident as she stared at Xluo's right hand. She then said, "I remember your hand. You're the one who pulled me out of the dark." "Thank you." "You're welcome. Mr. Arthur saved my life, and he asked for my help to save you, so I did him a favor." Xluo smiled as she said. Xluo treated her in a much friendlier manner than others. "Thank you, Arthur." Yeyu looked at Arthur and said, "I'm glad that you're fine." Arthur nodded his head as he said, "Mister, may I speak with you privately?" Xluo turned towards Arthur and said in a low voice, "Excuse me for a moment." Arthur said Yi and Yi Sheng. He then left together with Xluo. Xluo waved her hand. She brought Arthur and Bing Wang along and they stepped up on a giant rock. She walked straight to the side of the rock, sat down and patted the rock surface and said, "Mister, please have a seat." He did not seem to hesitate and sat beside her. Bing Wang then stood behind the both of them. There were two moons, a red and a purple moon, lighting up the night sky. The ground looked like it was covered by spun yarns of different colors, creating a mysterious shade of light. "Miss Xluo, are you leaving?" Arthur asked as he saw Xluo was silently looking at the moonlight. "Yes, it's time for me to leave," Xluo said and nodded her head. "I have seen the moons of this world for too long," she continued. Arthur paused for a moment in thought and asked, "When do you plan to depart?" "We'll see you off then." "We're leaving shortly," Xluo's answered. Her response took Arthur by surprise. Arthur then composed himself and nodded his head. He had no idea how to keep the conversation going. After a moment of silence, Xluo suddenly raised her head and looked at Arthur, looking serious. "Mister, I don't know if I should ask you about this." But she trailed off. "Just ask me whatever you would like to know. I'll try my best to answer," he said, trying to calm her nervousness. Arthur turned to face her and their eyes met. He then quickly shifted his gaze away from her. After a brief awkward moment, "Mister, do you think it's right or wrong for a Protoss and a human to fall in love with each other?" she asked softly. Xluo was being very honest as this question had been a problem troubling her for more than 700 years. There's no right or wrong when it comes to love. When you fall for someone and it ends up being a bad relationship, that does not mean all relationships are bad. It only indicates that you met the wrong person. If a Protoss and a human truly loved each other, I don't think it's wrong, he replied. He was actually taken aback by her forwardness but spoke his mind regardless. Arthur felt that this was a serious topic. To ease the tenseness, he then switched the topic and told her a story. "I've read a story quite like that before. There was a man named Feng. He fell in love with many women of different races who gave birth to many children of different races." Xluo was stunned as she heard this. Did nobody stand against his polygamous ways? "Well, if you think that it's right and you're determined to do it, why do you care about what other people think?" Arthur said and laughed at her response. Of course, Feng was just a character in the story. No person like that exists in reality. He continued to reassure her. "I've thought it through," Xluo said after falling into deep thought. Her eyes brightened. "Mister, what's your plan after this?" Xluo suddenly asked. "I'll register as a hunter and will try my best to achieve iron level. I'll be very busy with these tasks when I return." Plans for the future would be first and foremost, working towards the goal of being a transcendent, he said proudly. Arthur had no idea how long it would take for him to be a transcendent. However, it would be meaningless to talk about the future since he did not have a complete understanding of this world. He could only act when the time came. One could only go further if they progressed with certainty in mind. Both of them chatted for quite some time, sitting on a giant rock. However, Yi Sheng, who was watching from below, looked upset. "I thought Arthur was an honest man, but now, I don't think so. I feel worried asking him to take care of my sister," he confessed to Yi. "What are you talking about?" she shouted and pinched his arm hard. "I'm just telling the truth." "Why did you pinch me?" "Miss Xluo is so beautiful and she's younger than you. She is so powerful. Probably a transcendent human too. If you don't make some moves and work for him, perhaps Arthur will be snatched away from you," he said with a chuckle. Obviously, they did not realize Xluo and Bing Wang were not human. They thought they were transcendent beings. "Damn!" Yi squealed. She freaked out at the thought of losing Arthur. On the giant rock, Arthur and Xluo were about to end their conversation. "We'll leave after getting our things done," Xluo said and stood up. "Is there anything that you still have to do?" Arthur stood up and asked out of curiosity. "I have to erase the memory of me and Xiaobing from the human brains we've come in contact with. Also, I'll have to patch up the battleground," Xluo said, looking at Arthur. "In addition to that, the people witnessed the scenes of you killing hundreds of monsters. That is to be erased from their memory as well, for your safety. Others must not know about this," she warned him. "Although I don't know what you did to master the power of such curses. With this kind of strength, even a god of the human race would be keen on having such a gift." she said. At first, Arthur thought she was joking, but as Xluo said those words, she had a deadly serious look in her eyes. "Yes, I know," he replied. Arthur never expected a hidden power to exist in the small destruction card that even a god was seeking for it. "I'll begin to erase their memory and replace them up with new memories," she said. As soon as Xluo finished her sentence, it began to snow. At that moment, everyone in the foothold felt odd about the occurrence. Suddenly, the hunters and the residents started to faint one by one. Bing Wang left as well. After a short while, he came back, carrying a young man. "I've created a new memory for them." A transcendent human arrived at the battleground and had an intense battle with the Black Python. He saved everyone and the crowd of monsters retreated after the snake was killed, Xluo said to Bing Wang. She then continued with instructions him, saying, "Xiao Bing, you've fought with this man before. You may fake evidence of a fight at this place based on his combat style. Regarding the traces of monsters, I will erase it with the snow," she said. It was now midsummer, but there was heavy snowfall in the entire ravine. Only Arthur, Xluo, and Bing Wang stood in silence. Very quickly, Bing Wang had finished fixing up the battleground. However, the snow did not stop and the whole world turned white. Under 2 full moons, the night sky was exceptionally beautiful. "Mister, we will be leaving now," Xluo said. She was less than 2 meters away from Arthur, standing on the giant rock. She tilted her head slightly and smiled at him. On such a snowy night, she stood barefoot on the giant rock like a snow fairy. She was very pretty. Arthur nodded. He waved his hand and said, "Bye, Xluo." "Bye, mister," she replied. Xluo waved at Arthur. Then, Bing Wang and Xluo both rose up into the air, as both of them were hundreds of meters above the ground. Xluo waved her hands in the air and a virtual eye gradually formed in front of them. After a short while, the virtual eye was opened. There were icy white eyes inside the virtual eye, resembling a giant spiritual eye looking down from the sky. Xluo and Bing Wang stepped into the virtual eye and it closed gradually around them. Both of them completely disappeared, until the moment when the virtual eye had also disappeared. Arthur slowly shifted his gaze away from the sight. He sighed and thought in his heart. "Bye, Xluo." Chapter 57. Return. "Brother, you're finally home," Aishia squealed. At No.7D101, as Arthur pushed against the door of his house, a pink figure ran into him. It was 11 o'clock at night and Arthur thought that Eva would have fallen asleep at that hour. He never expected to see her as soon as he opened the door. She was wearing pink pajamas with pictures of cartoon puppies printed all over it. "Why haven't you slept yet? It's getting late," Arthur asked with a stern face, pinching her cheeks. "You told me through the communication device that you're coming back late at night. I wanted to sleep and check if you're back when I'm awake but I was too excited to sleep," Eva said as she hugged Arthur tightly, afraid that he would leave her again. "Did you know that you scared me to death when I heard the news of the monster horde? I used the Emperor's heart ring to call you but I couldn't reach you," she scolded, pouting as she did. The signal might have been interrupted due to the monsters. Arthur shook his head and smiled. He switched the topic and asked, "Oh right. I got you a gift," he said. He then took out a video stone from the storage space and passed it to Eva. "What's this?" Eva asked curiously. "Yi Zheng recorded it for me. There's his signature behind it," Arthur said as he turned over the video stone. Yi Zheng's name was written on it as well as a date. "Yi Zheng, the guy who is on the Gold Hunter board?" Eva's eyes brightened as she heard his name. "Yes, you're right," Arthur replied and nodded his head. Eva immediately grabbed the video stone from Arthur and ran towards the stairs. "Sleep early after you've finished watching it. You have school tomorrow," Arthur immediately shouted after her. "Yes, I know," she answered. "This girl," he mumbled under his breath. Arthur shook his head and smiled. He knew the girls who were still studying in the Hunter Reserve College admired the young and good-looking guys who were listed on the boards. It was the same as girls who admired handsome actors and singers on Earth. Yi Zheng was a gold hunter in Division 7 who ranked at the 11th position on the board. He was handsome and very protective of his sister. Many girls admired him and he was even proclaimed as the nation's brother. This was why Arthur requested a signature and the video stone for Eva. It had been 1 day since the incident of the monster attack at the snowy mountain town. Due to the fact that Yi Yao's green wooden door was destroyed, Arthur took half a day to arrive at the No.7C87 foothold by means of an eagle. As soon as he arrived, It took him quite a long time to settle his registration the Hunter Association. After he was done with work, the sky was dark. Yi Yayu and Yi Sheng then treated the young people to dinner. Yi Yayu's memory regarding the damaged green wooden door had been altered. According to her, it turned out that the green wooden door was destroyed by the combat power of the two transcendents. It then left her body on its own into the air. After having dinner, Arthur did not stay any longer at the foothold and straightaway headed back home on an eagle. After Eva left, Arthur then took a shower and went back to his room. He could not fall asleep. He just stared at the ceiling as he lay in bed. It was as if he had something to do but just could not remember what it was. Merlin, please rearrange the card pieces I have and combine those that can be integrated, he instructed the card. You have 3,657 card pieces. They will now be rearranged and integrated. It replied, integration of card pieces is complete. It responded after a mere few seconds. You obtained a monster card, Lion-Headed Troll. Normal, X3. You obtained a monster card, Ox Devil. Normal, X3. 600 card pieces deducted from your collection. The remaining card pieces are insufficient to integrate into a complete monster card, it said after completing the processes. Duplicate cards are found. Do you want to perform card engulfs to get a skill upgrade? Merlin inquired. End of Block 1.